Imagine standing on a ridge of land that no longer exists. Somewhere beneath what is now open water, grass once moved in the wind, rivers cut their paths toward a coastline that has been gone for thousands of years, and people walked here, lived here, buried their dead here in a place with no name that survives, because the place itself did not survive. This is not a metaphor, it is geography. For most of the time modern humans have existed, the world's coastlines were not where they are now. During the depths of the last ice age, so much of the planet's water was locked into ice sheets that global sea levels sat somewhere around 120 meters lower than today. Picture that height. It is taller than most cathedral spires, taller than the Statue of Liberty measured from the water to the torch. Now picture that much ocean simply gone, its water frozen into glaciers stacked over Canada, Scandinavia, and the far north. And imagine what that did to the shape of the world. Try holding both numbers in your head at once. 120 meters of missing ocean, and a coastline that used to sit, on average, tens or even hundreds of kilometers further out than the one we know today. Not everywhere by the same amount, because the shape of a continental shelf is never uniform. But in some regions, particularly the shallow, gently sloping shelves like the one beneath the modern North Sea, the difference between the Ice Age coastline and today's coastline was not a matter of a beach moving a little further up or down the sand. It was the difference between open water and an entire country. Continents connected that are now separated by sea. Britain was not an island. It was the upland edge of a broad, low country that stretched out into what we now call the North Sea. A country with rivers, forests, and hunting grounds. A country that people lived in for thousands of years before it slipped beneath the waves. Asia and North America were joined by a land bridge wide enough that entire ecosystems, mammoths and steppe bison, and the people who followed them, crossed on dry ground. Southeast Asia was not an archipelago, but a single vast landmass, drowned only in stages as the ice retreated. This matters for a reason that goes beyond geology. Because as the ice melted, and it melted according to its own erratic, sometimes catastrophic schedule, the sea did not simply rise, it surged. There were periods where global sea level climbed by meters within the span of a single human generation, fast enough that a person could stand on a beach as a child, and by the time they were old, need to walk a considerable distance further inland to reach the same water's edge. There is a term for the more dramatic of these events: meltwater pulses, and one of them, meltwater pulse 1b, occurring roughly 11,500 years ago, corresponds to a rate of sea level rise so rapid that some researchers have estimated coastlines retreating not over centuries, but potentially within living memory. Before we go further, if you're new here, my name is Arthur, and this is the place where ancient mysteries get the long, unhurried treatment they deserve, the kind of treatment that lets you drift off somewhere in the middle without missing anything urgent, because nothing here is urgent. Everything here is slow, deliberate, and built to be listened to. If that sounds like your kind of evening, please click subscribe to show your support. It costs nothing and genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are and what time it is. Some of you are just starting your evening. Some of you are already deep into the small hours. Either way, I am glad to have you here. Now, back to the drowned world. Here is the genuinely strange thing about all of this. Across an extraordinary range of unconnected human cultures, Mesopotamian, Hebrew, Greek, Hindu, Aboriginal Australian, and dozens of others scattered across every inhabited continent, there exists some version of the same core story. A great flood, a world drowned, a handful of survivors chosen or lucky who rebuild afterward. For a long time, the dominant assumption among scholars was that these stories were independent inventions, moral or religious fables that different cultures separately dreamed up, because floods are simply a universal human fear, the kind of disaster that any river-dwelling or coast-dwelling people might imagine on their own, without any shared origin at all. That explanation still holds real weight, and it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. Floods are common. Rivers overflow. Storms surge. A culture does not need a folk memory of a global catastrophe to invent a story about water destroying the world. It only needs one bad season, one drowned village, one generation's worth of grief translated into myth. We should sit with that explanation seriously before reaching for anything larger, because it is the simplest one, and simple explanations are usually the right ones. But there is another possibility sitting alongside it, one that has gained more serious traction among archaeologists and geologists in recent decades. Not because it is more dramatic, but because the underlying physical evidence for rapid, catastrophic post-glacial flooding has become undeniable. The question these researchers are asking is not whether floods happened. Floods obviously happened over and over in every era of human history. The question is whether some of the deepest, most widely shared flood narratives, the ones that appear at the root of civilizations as distant from each other as Sumer and Aboriginal Australia, might be doing something more specific than expressing a generic fear of water. Might they be, in however distorted and mythologized a form, actual transmitted memory of the real coastlines that vanished as the Ice Age ended? This is where our story tonight begins, at the edge of a drowned world we can now map with sonar and sediment cores and radiocarbon dates, a world that was, until fairly recently, invisible to us entirely, sitting quietly under the waves while surface history moved on without it. A brief note before we continue. Many of you voted on the design for our first Dozer sleep mask, created especially for listeners of Arthur's Sleepy History. Only 100 were made for this first drop, and you can find it through the link in the description or beneath this video. Every purchase directly supports the channel and, hopefully, helps make nights like this a little more relaxing for you. Now, let us return. The scale of what disappeared is difficult to hold in the mind all at once, so it helps to break it into pieces. At the height of the last glacial maximum, roughly 20,000 years ago, ice sheets more than 3 kilometers thick sat over what is now Scandinavia, Canada, and much of the northern United States. That ice did not come from nowhere. It came from the ocean, evaporated as water vapor, carried inland by weather systems, and deposited as snow that compacted year after year into glacial ice that simply never fully melted before the next winter's snow arrived on top of it. Over tens of thousands of years, this process pulled an extraordinary volume of water out of the world's oceans and locked it away on land, and the oceans fell in response, exposing seabed that had been submerged for the entire span of the previous interglacial period. Everywhere on Earth where a continental shelf existed, and continental shelves ring nearly every landmass, dry ground opened up where there had been sea. Some of these newly exposed regions were narrow strips, a few kilometers of extra beach. Others were vast. The English Channel and much of the southern North Sea, when sea level was at its lowest, formed a single connected plain stretching from what is now eastern England across to Denmark and the Netherlands, an area larger than many modern countries, low-lying, laced with rivers, rich with game. Archaeologists and geologists now refer to this vanished region by a name coined in the 1990s, Doggerland, after the Dogger Bank, a shallow area of the North Sea that was once high ground within it. We will spend real time with Doggerland shortly because it may be the single best documented example anywhere in the world of an inhabited landscape being slowly, then suddenly, erased by the sea. But it was far from unique. Similar processes were unfolding simultaneously along the coastlines of nearly every continent, at different rates, on different timelines, driven by the same underlying mechanism: ice melting, water returning to the ocean, and the sea reclaiming, sometimes gently over centuries and sometimes with terrifying speed over a single lifetime. Land that generations of people had come to think of as simply the world. Consider the scale of population displacement this implies, even before we get into any specific site. If sea level rose by roughly 120 meters over the course of the deglaciation, and it did so unevenly, with long, slow stretches interrupted by short, violent pulses, then every single coastal community on the planet, over a period spanning roughly 15,000 years, was at some point forced to retreat. Not once. Repeatedly, generation after generation, as the water kept coming. There was no stable coastline to return to. The shore itself became a moving target, and entire ways of life organized around fishing, shellfish gathering, and coastal trade had to be rebuilt again and again on new ground, further inland each time as the old ground disappeared beneath them. It is worth pausing on what this would have meant, lived day to day, for the people experiencing it. We are used to thinking of geological change as something too slow to notice, the kind of process that unfolds over spans of time no single human life could register. And most of the time, that is true. Continents drift at the speed fingernails grow. Mountains rise by millimeters a century. But sea level rise during the most active phases of deglaciation was not always like that. During meltwater pulse 1A, around 14,700 years ago, and again during meltwater pulse 1B, around 11,500 years ago, the rate of sea level rise appears, based on coral reef and sediment core evidence, to have spiked dramatically, potentially reaching rates measured in meters per century, or in some more aggressive estimates, meters within a human lifetime in the most acutely affected regions. A rate like that is not geological time. It is memory time. It is the kind of change a grandparent could describe to a grandchild, pointing at water where there had once been solid ground, saying, "This is not where the sea used to be." It is the kind of change that could plausibly generate not an abstract cultural fear of flooding in general, but a specific, transmittable memory of an actual, particular, catastrophic transformation of the known world passed down first as literal testimony, then as increasingly compressed and symbolic story, across the many, many generations between the event and the first moment anyone wrote it down. This is the thread we are going to follow tonight, carefully and without rushing to conclusions the evidence cannot yet support. We will walk the seabed of Doggerland, where fishing trawlers have hauled up the bones of mammoths alongside worked flint tools, tangible proof that people and megafauna shared a landscape now buried under the cold water of the North Sea. We will descend in imagination, if not in fact, to Atlit Yam, off the coast of modern Israel, where archaeologists have mapped an entire Neolithic village, complete with a stone circle and human burials, resting on the floor of the Mediterranean. We will sit with the genuinely unresolved scientific argument over whether the Black Sea itself was catastrophically flooded by an inrush of Mediterranean water sometime around 5,600 BCE. A hypothesis that some geologists find compelling and others dispute, and we will ask, honestly and without assuming an answer in advance, whether that event or others like it might sit somewhere behind the oldest flood story we have in writing. The Sumerian account of Ziusudra and its descendants in the tablets of Gilgamesh and the pages of Genesis. None of this requires us to believe in a single global flood, a lost world-spanning civilization, or any of the more sweeping claims that sometimes attach themselves to this subject. The physical evidence for drowned coastlines stands on its own, verified by marine archaeology, sediment cores, and radiocarbon dating, independent of any myth. What we are asking is a narrower, more careful question. Given that these drownings genuinely happened, sometimes slowly, and sometimes with startling speed, is it possible that some thread of human memory reaches back across the thousands of years since, however tangled and reshaped by the retelling, to a coastline that is no longer there? It is the kind of question that does not resolve easily, and we are not going to pretend otherwise tonight. But it is worth sitting with, in the dark, while the shape of a vanished world settles slowly around us, the way sediment settles over a landscape the sea has already claimed. There is one more piece of context worth setting in place before we descend into the specifics, because it changes how we should read everything that follows. For most of the history of archaeology as a discipline, this entire subject was effectively invisible. Archaeologists dig where they can reach, and for a very long time that meant dry land, exposed sediment, places a person could stand with a trowel and a brush. The seabed was, for practical purposes, off limits. Early sonar was crude, underwater excavation was slow, expensive and dangerous, restricted to a handful of specialists working in shallow, calm, exceptionally well-funded conditions. The result was a quiet but significant bias in the archaeological record itself. We had a detailed picture of what people were doing on the coastlines and highlands that still exist today, and almost nothing about what they were doing on the coastlines that used to exist and no longer do, even though those older coastlines were, for much of the Ice Age and its aftermath, exactly where the richest resources, the easiest fishing, and the mildest climate were often to be found. This is not a small distortion. Coastal zones have always been magnets for human settlement, then as now, because they offer fresh water, fish and shellfish, waterfowl, reeds and rushes for building and weaving, and a natural highway for movement and trade by boat. If that is true today, there is every reason to think it was true 11 or 15,000 years ago as well, which means that some of the densest, most active, most sophisticated human communities of the terminal Ice Age and early Holocene may have been concentrated precisely in the zones we have the least ability to study, because those zones are now under 20, 40, or 100 meters of seawater. We are not looking at a complete picture of the ancient world when we look only at dry land. We are looking at whatever happened to survive on the higher ground, while an unknown quantity of contemporaneous history sits quietly submerged, sampled only where a trawler net happens to snag on something, or a marine survey happens to run its sonar over the right stretch of seabed. That has begun to change, and this is part of why this subject has become a live, active area of research rather than a settled footnote. Advances in marine geophysics, particularly high-resolution seismic surveying originally developed for oil and gas exploration, have allowed researchers over the last 2 decades to map, in genuinely striking detail, the buried river channels, lake basins, and low hills of landscapes like Doggerland sitting invisible beneath the modern seabed of the North Sea. Sediment cores pulled from these buried channels have been dated, analysed for pollen and plant remains, and used to reconstruct with real scientific rigour what the vegetation and climate of these drowned lands actually looked like, season by season, across thousands of years. This is not speculation built on myth. It is close, careful, physical science, and it has only become possible fairly recently. What this means for tonight's journey is that we are standing at an unusually good moment to be asking these questions. The physical evidence for drowned coastal landscapes is more detailed and more secure than it has ever been, even as the deeper question of whether any of it connects to the flood stories preserved in human myth remains genuinely open, contested among specialists, and very much unresolved. We are going to hold both of those things at once: real, hard, verifiable science about what the sea actually did to the shape of the inhabited world, and a more careful, more tentative inquiry into whether any thread of human memory might reach back that far. The two do not have to be the same claim, and treating them as if they were would do a disservice to both. Let's start with the clearest case we have, the one with worked tools and animal bone dredged directly up from the seabed by fishing boats that had no idea at first what they had actually found. Let's go to Doggerland. Imagine a fishing trawler working the southern North Sea on an ordinary morning, hauling its net up from the seabed the same way it has 1,000 times before, expecting nothing more unusual than the catch. And then, tangled somewhere in the mesh alongside the fish, a curved object surfaces that is clearly not driftwood and clearly not stone. It is bone, large, dense, unmistakably old. And when it eventually makes its way into the hands of a specialist, it turns out to belong to a woolly mammoth, an animal that has not walked the earth for roughly 4,000 years at the very latest, and in most regions considerably longer than that. This has happened often enough that it stopped being an anomaly and became, instead, a pattern. Since the early 20th century, and with growing frequency as commercial trawling expanded and improved, fishing boats working the North Sea between Britain and the coast of continental Europe have periodically dredged up bones belonging to mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, giant deer, and other Ice Age megafauna, along with something even more striking: worked flint tools, unmistakably shaped by human hands, pulled up from the very same stretches of seabed. Not from the shoreline, not from a beach where such material might plausibly wash up after erosion carried it out from land. From the open sea, tens of kilometers from the nearest modern coast, dredged from depths of 20, 30, sometimes more than 40 meters below the current sea surface. The conclusion these finds point toward is, once you sit with it, almost dizzying in its implications. The floor of the southern North Sea, the stretch of water that separates modern Britain from the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark, is not simply an ancient seabed that has always been underwater. It is a drowned landscape. It was, for thousands of years, dry land, inhabited by megafauna and by the human hunters who tracked them, before the rising post-glacial sea gradually, and then in places quite suddenly, closed over it. Archaeologists and geologists now call this vanished region Doggerland, a name coined in the 1990s and drawn from the Dogger Bank, a large, unusually shallow sandbank in the middle of the modern North Sea. The Dogger Bank sits, on average, only around 15 to 36 meters below current sea level, dramatically shallower than the North Sea around it. And that shallowness is not a coincidence. The Dogger Bank is, geologists believe, the remnant high ground of Doggerland itself, the last part of that lost country to disappear beneath the waves, a low hill that stood above the rising water for longer than the surrounding lowlands, before it too was finally submerged. At its greatest extent during the depths of the last glacial period, Doggerland was not a narrow strip of extra coastline. It was a substantial landmass connecting what is now the east coast of Britain directly to the coast of continental Europe, low-lying, crossed by slow rivers, dotted with lakes, marshes, and low hills, covering an area that has been estimated at its peak to have been larger than many present-day European countries combined. Britain, for most of this period, was not an island at all. It was simply the higher western edge of a single broad landmass that extended out across what is now open sea, connecting seamlessly to the rest of the European continent. If you're new to these evenings, my name is Arthur, and I want to take a moment here, early on, to say something about what this channel actually is. This is not a place for jump cuts, urgent music stings, or the kind of breathless pacing that treats every historical detail as a shocking twist. It is the opposite of that, deliberately. What we are building together, night after night, is a slow, careful, unhurried walk through genuinely strange corners of the human past, told the way you might tell a long story to someone you trust, at an hour when neither of you is in any rush to get to the end. If that is the kind of company you are looking for at this hour, I would be glad to have you stay. And if you want more evenings like this one, subscribing is the simplest way to make sure they keep finding you. Now, back to Doggerland. The reconstruction of Doggerland's landscape in real and often startling detail is one of the genuine triumphs of recent marine archaeology, and it is worth understanding how researchers actually managed it, because the method itself tells us something about how confident we can be in the results. The primary tool has been seismic survey data, originally collected by oil and gas companies mapping the seabed in search of hydrocarbon deposits buried beneath it. That commercial survey data, covering vast stretches of the North Sea floor in fine-grained detail, was made available to academic researchers, who realized they could use exactly the same seismic reflection techniques to map something else entirely. The buried outlines of ancient rivers, lake basins, coastlines, and low hills, preserved beneath layers of more recent marine sediment. Essentially, a fossilized landscape hidden just beneath the modern seabed. Working with this data, researchers led by figures such as Vincent Gaffney at the University of Bradford have produced increasingly detailed maps of Doggerland's ancient topography, identifying river channels that once wound across the landscape. A large freshwater lake roughly the size of a modern county. Low hills that would have offered dry, defensible camping ground, and the broad outlines of what appears to have been an unusually rich and varied environment for hunter-gatherer communities to exploit. Wetlands, forests, river valleys, and open grassland all appear to have coexisted within Doggerland at different points in its history, offering the kind of ecological diversity that would have supported a wide range of game, fish, waterfowl, and edible plants across the changing seasons. This was not, in other words, a marginal or difficult landscape that people merely passed through on their way to somewhere better. The evidence increasingly suggests the opposite, that Doggerland, for much of the Mesolithic period, may have been one of the richest and most desirable places to live in the whole of northwestern Europe, a lowland paradise of rivers, lakes, and mixed woodland, sitting at the heart of the region rather than at its periphery, only for that entire heartland to be steadily consumed by the rising sea over the course of a few thousand years. The dating of this process gives us a clear, if sobering, timeline. As the last glacial period ended, beginning in earnest around 18,000 years ago and accelerating through the following millennia, global sea levels began their long climb back toward modern levels. Doggerland did not disappear all at once. It shrank steadily, its rivers pushed into narrower channels, its low-lying margins converted first to marsh, then to tidal flat, then finally to open sea, while its higher ground, including what would become the Dogger Bank, held out for longer. By around 8,000 years ago, Doggerland had been reduced to something closer to an island or an archipelago of higher ground, a shrinking remnant of the country it had once been, still inhabited, but increasingly precarious, increasingly surrounded, increasingly vulnerable to any sudden shock the sea might deliver. And a sudden shock did come. We will spend real time in a later part of this journey with the Storegga event, a colossal submarine landslide off the coast of Norway that triggered a tsunami of extraordinary scale around 8,200 years ago. a wave that appears, based on the sediment evidence, to have finally overwhelmed what remained of Doggerland's higher ground in a matter of hours rather than centuries. But even without that dramatic final chapter, the broader story of Doggerland is already a genuinely significant one, an inhabited, ecologically rich homeland, home to real human communities across many hundreds of generations that was slowly and then catastrophically erased from the map. Not through any human failure, conflict, or invasion, but simply through the patient, inexorable rise of the sea. What makes Doggerland such a valuable anchor for the story we are telling across this whole journey is that none of this rests on inference from myth or on contested interpretation of ambiguous ruins. It rests on physical evidence, seismic mapping of the buried landscape itself, radiocarbon-dated peat and plant, remains recovered from sediment cores, and, most viscerally, the actual bones and tools dredged up by fishing trawlers over more than a century of accidental archaeology. Doggerland is not a hypothesis. It is a documented, mapped, and increasingly well-understood chapter of prehistoric Europe, one that happens to sit entirely beneath the waves. That certainty is exactly why Doggerland makes such a useful starting point for the harder, more contested questions still ahead of us tonight. Before we ask whether any human memory of drowned coastlines might have survived into written myth, it helps enormously to know, beyond serious doubt, that drowned coastlines genuinely existed on a scale large enough and populated densely enough that their loss would have mattered immensely to the people living through it. Doggerland gives us that foundation. It tells us this was not some vague or marginal process. It was the disappearance of an entire homeland, inhabited for thousands of years, within a time frame that, at its most rapid moments, would have been unmistakably felt by the people watching it happen. In our next hour together, we will go further into what that lived experience might actually have looked like, the specific finds recovered from the Doggerland seabed, what they tell us about the people who called this country home, and how their slow, then sudden retreat from a vanishing landscape may have set a pattern echoed later in landscapes far beyond the North Sea. Before we move on, it is worth dwelling a little longer on just how much material has actually come up out of that seabed over the years, because the sheer accumulation of finds is part of what makes Doggerland so difficult to dismiss as a fringe curiosity. This is not a case built on one lucky trawl or one ambiguous fragment. Museums across Britain, the Netherlands, and Denmark now hold substantial collections of material recovered incidentally from North Sea fishing and dredging operations, gathered essentially by accident over more than a century, long before anyone had coined the name Doggerland or organised a deliberate research programme around it. Fishermen working the Brown Bank, Well Bank, and other shallow features of the southern North Sea have, for generations, occasionally hauled up curiosities alongside their catch. Antler points clearly shaped into barbed harpoon heads, flint blades struck with the same skill found in contemporary land sites, and bones from red deer, aurochs, wild boar, and elk, the everyday prey animals of a Mesolithic hunting economy, mixed in among the rarer and more dramatic megafauna remains. One particularly striking find, now held in a Dutch museum, is a fragment of a human skull, discovered among sediment dredged from the Middle Deep area of the southern North Sea, dated to approximately 13,000 years old, and bearing what some researchers have interpreted as possible evidence of blunt force trauma, though the cause remains genuinely debated rather than settled. Whatever its precise story, its presence is itself remarkable. A human being who lived, and at some point died, on ground that is now open sea, in a location that today would place their grave somewhere in the shipping lanes between England and the Netherlands. Finds like these have allowed researchers to build, piece by piece, a genuine picture of who was living in Doggerland and how they made their living. The pattern that emerges is entirely consistent with what we know of Mesolithic communities elsewhere in northwestern Europe during the same period. Small, mobile groups moving seasonally across the landscape, following game and exploiting the rich resources of rivers, wetlands, and coastal margins using finely worked microlithic flint tools, bone and antler implements, and almost certainly boats, given the watery, river-laced nature of the terrain they inhabited. There is no reason, based on the archaeological evidence recovered so far, to think the people of Doggerland were living any differently than their counterparts on what is now dry land in Britain or the Low Countries. They were not a separate or unusual population. They were part of the same broad cultural world, simply occupying the portion of it that the sea would later take back. This point matters more than it might first appear, because it means that whatever happened to Doggerland's inhabitants as their homeland shrank, generation by generation, was not something that happened to a strange or distant people, disconnected from everyone else. It happened to communities embedded within the same cultural and genetic continuum as the Mesolithic populations who continued living on higher, safer ground in Britain and continental Europe. As Doggerland's usable land contracted, its people did not vanish. The evidence strongly suggests they moved, joining or merging with neighbouring communities on ground that would remain above water, carrying with them whatever memory, however it might have been encoded and passed down, of the country they had left behind. It is worth being honest about the limits of what we can currently say. We do not have, and are unlikely ever to have, direct written testimony from the people of Doggerland describing the loss of their homeland in their own words, because writing itself would not exist anywhere in the world for many thousands of years after Doggerland's final disappearance beneath the waves. What we have instead is physical evidence of the landscape itself, evidence of the people who lived there, and a reasonable, evidence-grounded inference that the loss of such a substantial and long inhabited homeland, unfolding across a time frame that included genuinely rapid, sometimes catastrophic phases, would have been a significant, memorable, and almost certainly retold event within the affected communities and their descendants. Whether that retelling survived in some transformed and mythologized way into the flood narratives that would eventually be written down thousands of years later in entirely different cultural contexts is a much harder question, and one we are not going to answer definitively tonight, or perhaps ever. But Doggerland gives us something essential as we continue this journey: proof, beyond reasonable dispute, that the loss of an inhabited coastal homeland to rising seas was not a hypothetical scenario invented to explain later myths. It was a real, dated, physically documented event, experienced by real people whose only mistake, if it can be called that, was living somewhere the rising ocean would eventually decide to reclaim. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over this subject once you have sat with the evidence for a while. It is not the quiet of mystery, exactly, because so much of Doggerland's story is now known rather than guessed at. It is closer to the quiet of scale, the recognition that an entire country, richer by some measures than the land that survived around it, simply is not there anymore, and that its absence is so complete, so thoroughly erased from the visible surface of the world, that most people alive today have never heard its name. The North Sea, to anyone standing on a modern beach in eastern England or the Netherlands, looks like it has always been there, a fixed and permanent boundary between land and water. It has not always been there. For most of the time people have lived in this part of the world, it was not there at all, and the ground beneath those waves once held rivers, forests, and the quiet, ordinary business of human lives being lived, season after season, in a country that no map now shows. we will carry that image forward as we continue. Because Doggerland, for all its scale and all the certainty the evidence gives us, is only the beginning of this particular story. There are other drowned homelands waiting for us, in other seas, belonging to other peoples, and each one adds another piece to the same underlying question we opened with. What happens to memory when the ground it was built on disappears entirely beneath the water? It is a question worth sitting with for a moment longer before we move on, because it will follow us through every site we visit tonight, from the stone circles of Atlit Yam to the contested floor of the Black Sea to the oldest written flood account we possess. Doggerland cannot answer that question for us. Its people left no writing, no epic, no named survivor whose story reached us intact. What Doggerland offers instead is something quieter but no less important. Certainty that the underlying event, the loss of an entire long-inhabited coastal world to the rising sea, actually happened, on a scale large enough to matter, within a time frame fast enough in places to be felt, rather than merely inferred by the generations living through it. That certainty is the foundation everything else in this journey will be built on. Imagine crouching at the edge of a slow, wide river somewhere in the heart of Doggerland, 8,000 or 9,000 years before the present, watching the water for the telltale ripple of a fish moving beneath the surface, a barbed antler point resting ready in your hand. Around you, reed beds sway in a light wind. Somewhere behind you, smoke rises from a hearth where the rest of your group is working hides, repairing tools, watching children play at the edge of camp. This is not a hostile, marginal landscape. It is home, rich and familiar, known in the kind of intimate seasonal detail that comes only from generations of people living in the same place, learning its rhythms, passing that knowledge down. This is the picture that has slowly emerged from the accumulated evidence recovered from the floor of the southern North Sea, and it is worth spending real time inside it, because it changes how we should think about what was actually lost when Doggerland disappeared. This was not empty wilderness. It was a functioning, populated, culturally rich homeland, and the people living within it had developed a sophisticated understanding of how to make the most of its particular mix of rivers, wetlands, and mixed woodland. Consider what the archaeological evidence tells us about the seasonal rhythm of life in a landscape like this. Mesolithic communities across northwestern Europe, and there is no strong reason to think Doggerland's inhabitants differed meaningfully from their neighbours, organise their year around the movement and availability of different resources. Spring might bring migratory waterfowl to the wetlands and marshes, an abundant, reliable food source easily caught with nets, snares, and thrown weapons. Summer opened up the rivers and lakes for fishing, using barbed antler and bone points remarkably similar to examples recovered directly from the Doggerland seabed, alongside possible use of woven traps and weirs, though direct evidence for the latter has not survived in the marine environment as clearly as more durable materials have. Autumn brought the hunting of red deer, wild boar, and other large game, animals whose bones appear repeatedly in the dredged material, often bearing cut marks consistent with butchery. Winter would have meant a greater reliance on stored resources and likely smaller, more dispersed group sizes, spread across sheltered camps, rather than concentrated in larger seasonal gatherings. None of this is speculation invented to fill a gap in the evidence. It is a direct, careful extrapolation from two things we do have in real quantity: the physical remains recovered from the Doggerland seabed itself, and the much richer, better preserved record of contemporary Mesolithic sites on dry land in Britain, Denmark, and the Netherlands, places like Star Car in Yorkshire, where waterlogged conditions have preserved an extraordinary range of organic material, including antler headdresses, worked wood, and detailed evidence of a settled, seasonally organized way of life. Doggerland's inhabitants were part of the same broad cultural world as the people of Starkar, sharing tool styles, subsistence strategies, and very likely direct kinship and trade connections, given that Starkar itself would have sat, at the time it was occupied, not far from the shrinking western edge of Doggerland. If you're just joining this evening's journey, my name is Arthur, and what we're doing together right now is something I think of less as a documentary and more as a long, unhurried act of company, the kind you might keep with someone on a night when sleep is taking its time to arrive. There is no rush built into anything here, no urgency, nothing you need to catch before it's gone. If this way of exploring the past is useful to you, the best way to make sure more of it finds you is to subscribe, and then simply let the rest of tonight's story carry you wherever it carries you, whether that's all the way to the end or somewhere comfortably before it. Now, back to the rivers of Doggerland. It helps at this point to look more closely at Starkar itself, because the comparison it offers is one of the clearest windows we have into what a Doggerland settlement, at the height of its occupation, might genuinely have looked like day to day. Starkar sits today on dry land in North Yorkshire, but during the period of its main occupation, roughly 11,000 years ago, it stood at the edge of a large post-glacial lake, close to what would then have been the western fringe of the Doggerland lowlands. Because the site was later buried beneath waterlogged peat, an environment that starves organic material of the oxygen needed for decay, an extraordinary range of material has survived there that almost never survives on drier sites, let alone on a seabed churned by tide and storm for thousands of years. Excavations at Starkar have recovered elaborately worked red deer antler headdresses, apparently used in some kind of ritual or ceremonial context, alongside a wooden platform built out over the lake edge, one of the oldest known examples of carpentry anywhere in the world. Worked wooden paddles suggesting the use of boats, and an enormous quantity of animal bone reflecting a broad-based hunting and fishing economy remarkably similar to what the Doggerland seabed finds suggest for the wider region. Starkar shows us, in vivid and unusually well-preserved detail, a settled, ceremonially rich, technologically capable community, living at exactly the kind of lake and wetland margin that characterized so much of Doggerland's interior landscape before the sea reclaimed it. The significance of Starkar for our purposes tonight is not that it proves anything specific happened at any particular site now underwater. It is that it gives us, through sheer accident of preservation, a genuine evidence-based sense of the ceremonial and cultural depth that Mesolithic communities in this region were capable of. Depth that almost certainly existed throughout Doggerland as well, even though the marine environment there has erased nearly all trace of it beyond stone, bone, and antler. When we imagine the people of Doggerland, we should not imagine a thin, marginal existence. We should imagine something closer to what Starkar shows us. A community with ritual headdresses, built structures, worked boats, and a rich, symbolically meaningful relationship to the landscape they inhabited, all of which the rising North Sea has almost entirely erased from our ability to see it directly. This is, in a sense, the deepest lesson Doggerland has to offer before we leave it and move further south. What survives in an archaeological record is never a complete or unbiased picture of what actually existed. It is a filtered, partial sample, shaped as much by the accidents of preservation as by the reality of the lives it claims to document. Stone endures. Bone sometimes endures. Wood, textile, ritual, and story almost never do, unless conditions are exceptional. When we look at the sparse material recovered from the Doggerland seabed and try to imagine the fullness of the world it came from, Sites like Star Car remind us to imagine generously, not because the evidence demands wild speculation, but because the evidence we do have, patchy as it is, consistently points toward a richer, more capable, more culturally complex world than the raw, find count alone would suggest. Carry that generosity of imagination forward with us now, because it will matter again shortly when we leave the cold water of the North Sea behind and travel to a warmer coast, where the sea has preserved something Doggerland's currents never allowed to survive. Not just scattered tools and bone, but the actual standing outline of a village, walls, wells and all, resting quietly on the floor of the eastern Mediterranean. That difference in preservation is not a small technical detail. It changes the entire register of what we are able to say with confidence. Where Doggerland gives us fragments and reasonable inference, the site waiting for us next gives us something closer to a frozen moment, an entire community's architecture left largely intact by the particular chemistry and calm of the water that swallowed it. It is, in its own way, the clearest single image we have anywhere in the world of what a real, drowned, once inhabited settlement actually looks like. Walls still standing, wells still visible after more than 9,000 years beneath the waves. We turn to it now, carrying with us everything Doggerland has taught us about how thoroughly the sea can both erase and, in the right conditions, unexpectedly preserve. One of the most evocative categories of material recovered from the Doggerland seabed is worked wood and organic material more generally, though it survives far less often than stone, bone, and antler, simply because organic material decays far more readily unless it is preserved in unusually oxygen-poor, waterlogged conditions. Where such conditions have existed, however, the results have been remarkable. Fragments of worked wood, occasionally showing clear evidence of deliberate shaping, along with rarer finds such as portions of what may have been fish traps or structural elements, hint at a material culture considerably richer than stone tools and bone points alone would suggest. It is a useful reminder that what has survived in the archaeological record from Doggerland, striking as it already is, almost certainly represents only a small and biased fraction of the full range of objects, structures, and everyday material culture that once existed there. This point about bias in the surviving record deserves a moment of real attention because it shapes how we should read everything else in this story. The sea does not preserve evenly. Stone tools and dense animal bones survive burial, submersion, and the slow churn of tidal currents reasonably well, which is why they dominate the finds recovered by trawlers and dredgers. Wood, plant fibre, textile, and other organic materials survive far less reliably, and structures such as houses, built largely from wood, thatch, and other perishable material, are correspondingly far less likely to leave any trace we can recover at all, particularly once we account for the disturbance caused by thousands of years of tidal movement, storms, and, more recently, industrial trawling and seabed development. This means that the picture we do have of Doggerland, rich as it already is, likely understates the true scale and sophistication of what was lost. We know Doggerland's people fished, hunted, worked antler and bone into finely made tools, and very likely used boats to move across its network of rivers and wetlands, because these are the categories of evidence durable enough to survive. What we almost certainly cannot see, not because it did not exist, but because the sea has erased it, includes the structures they built, the textiles they wove, the full extent of their social and ceremonial life, and countless other dimensions of a culture that endured across many hundreds of generations in this one particular landscape before it was gone. It is worth pausing here to name something honestly rather than let it pass unexamined. There is a strong and understandable temptation, once a story like this takes hold of the imagination, to inflate it, to start speaking of a lost civilization, an advanced society, secrets the sea has hidden from us. The evidence from Doggerland does not support language like that, and using it would be a disservice to what the evidence actually shows. What we have good reason to believe existed in Doggerland is a skilled, adaptable, deeply knowledgeable hunter-gatherer society, closely related to and materially similar to well-documented Mesolithic communities on the surrounding dry land. That is not a lesser story for being ordinary in this particular sense. If anything, its ordinariness is what makes it so quietly devastating. An entire, unremarkable, functioning human homeland, no different in kind from countless others across the same era, simply erased by geography and time, leaving behind only what chance and the seabed happened to preserve. What this ordinary, well-evidenced picture gives us as we continue this journey is a template. Doggerland shows us in unusually clear and physically verifiable detail what the loss of a coastal homeland to rising seas actually looked like on the ground. Not a single dramatic myth. Worthy catastrophe alone, though. Catastrophe did eventually come, but a long generational process of retreat, adaptation and loss, punctuated by moments of sudden, undeniable change. It is worth spending a little more time on what that generational process would actually have felt like, because it is easy, from the comfortable distance of thousands of years, to flatten an experience like this into a single, abstract fact. Sea levels rose, and Doggerland disappeared. Lived at the scale of an individual human life, that fact would have unfolded very differently. A person born on relatively secure, well-established ground might, within their own lifetime, watch a favoured fishing spot become unreliable as salt water began intruding further up a familiar river. They might watch a hunting ground their parents had used for generations become boggy, then marshy, then finally open water, forcing a shift to new territory that likely already belonged in some sense to neighbouring groups, requiring negotiation, adaptation, or simply the quiet absorption of displaced kin into an already established community. This kind of slow-motion displacement, repeated across many generations, would not necessarily have registered as a single, catastrophic event in the memory of any one family. It would have registered as an ongoing fact of life, an inherited understanding that the coastline is not fixed, that the good fishing ground your grandmother described is not where it used to be, that certain places your family once called home are now simply gone, marked only by the stories still told about them. This is a very different texture of memory than a single dramatic flood, and it is worth holding on to as we move forward, because both textures, the slow erosion and the sudden catastrophe, appear to have been part of Doggerland's story, and quite possibly part of the deeper roots of flood memory more broadly. There is also the question of what happened to the social fabric of Doggerland's communities as their available land contracted over these many centuries. A landscape that could support a certain density of hunter-gatherer groups spread across its rivers, wetlands and hills would have supported progressively fewer people as that landscape shrank, generation after generation. This raises the strong likelihood of increasing pressure on remaining resources, more frequent contact and potential competition between groups pushed into closer proximity by a shrinking homeland, and, eventually, a wholesale merging of Doggerland's population into the communities of what is now mainland Britain and continental Europe, as the last viable ground disappeared beneath the waves entirely. We do not have direct evidence describing this social process in the kind of narrative detail we might wish for. What we do have is the broader genetic and archaeological record of Mesolithic Britain and northwestern Europe, which shows populations that were mobile, interconnected, and capable of absorbing newcomers, exactly the kind of flexible social structure that would have allowed Doggerland's displaced communities to be gradually folded into neighbouring groups, rather than simply vanishing without trace. In that sense, Doggerland's people did not disappear so much as disperse, their descendants continuing on in Britain, in the Netherlands, in Denmark, carrying with them, in whatever form memory takes across so many generations without writing, some awareness of the country their ancestors had come from. It is this awareness, however faint, however transformed by the retelling, that forms the quiet undercurrent running beneath everything else in tonight's journey. We cannot know, and should not claim to know, exactly what stories Doggerland's descendants told about the land their ancestors lost. No text survives because no text yet existed anywhere in the world capable of recording it. But the underlying human experience, watching a known, loved, generationally inherited landscape become unreliable, then dangerous, then finally gone, is precisely the kind of experience that oral cultures across the world have shown themselves capable of encoding into story, ritual, and place name, sometimes for periods of time far longer than we once assumed possible. What this ordinary, well-evidenced picture gives us as we continue this journey is a template. Doggerland shows us in unusually clear and physically verifiable detail what the loss of a coastal homeland to rising seas actually looked like on the ground. Not a single dramatic, myth-worthy catastrophe alone, though catastrophe did eventually come, but a long generational process of retreat, adaptation and loss, punctuated by moments of sudden, undeniable change. It is this template, more than any single dramatic event, that we should carry with us as we move to our next site, one further south and considerably more intimate in scale. A Neolithic village, complete with its wells, its stone circle, and its dead, resting quietly today on the floor of the eastern Mediterranean. Imagine descending through clear, sunlit water off the coast of modern Israel, somewhere between the city of Haifa and the town of Atlit, and finding, resting on the seabed a dozen meters below the surface, not scattered debris, not a vague scatter of stone, but the unmistakable outline of a village. Low stone walls, still standing to waist height in places. A circle of upright megaliths, arranged with clear, deliberate intent. Round, stone-lined structures that are, on closer inspection, wells, built to reach fresh groundwater at a time when this entire area was dry land, well above the waterline. And scattered among the walls and wells, the skeletal remains of the people who lived and died here, buried in the same soil their community had walked on every day of their lives. This is not a hypothetical. This is Atlit Yam, one of the largest and best preserved submerged Neolithic settlements found anywhere in the world. Discovered in 1984 by marine archaeologist Ehud Galili during a survey of the seabed off Israel's Carmel coast. In the 4 decades since its discovery, Atlit Yam has become one of the single most important sites for understanding what a real, dated, physically documented drowned settlement actually looks like, not through inference or reconstruction from scattered fragments, as with Doggerland, but through direct excavation of walls, floors, wells, and burials still largely in their original positions. The dating of Atlit Yam is unusually secure, anchored by radiocarbon analysis of organic material recovered from the site, including seeds, wood, and human remains. The settlement appears to have been occupied across a span of several centuries, roughly between 9,000 and 8,000 years ago, placing it firmly within the pre-pottery Neolithic period, a pivotal era in human history during which farming, permanent settlement, and early forms of social complexity were spreading across the eastern Mediterranean and the wider Near East. Atlit Yam was not a small, marginal camp. Estimates based on the excavated footprint suggest a settlement of considerable size, potentially housing several hundred people at its height, engaged in a mixed economy of farming, animal husbandry, and fishing, made possible by its position directly on the coast. It is worth situating Atlit Yam within the broader arc of the Neolithic revolution unfolding across the Near East during this same period, because the timing is significant. This was the era in which communities across the Fertile Crescent were transitioning from mobile hunting and gathering towards settled farming, domesticating wheat, barley, sheep, and goats, and building the first truly permanent villages the world had seen. Atlit Yam's excavated remains include evidence of cultivated cereal grains and domesticated animal bone alongside fishing equipment and marine shell, suggesting a genuinely mixed subsistence economy that drew on both the new farming techniques spreading through the region and the older, established resources of the coast. This positions Atlit Yam as a genuinely important site for understanding the Neolithic transition generally, not merely as a curiosity because it happens to now sit underwater. The wells at Atlit Yam deserve particular attention because they tell us something precise and important about the site's relationship to the sea. A well only makes sense as a structure if it is dug down to reach fresh groundwater from dry land above. The wells at Atlit Yam, several of which have been excavated in detail, are stone-lined shafts extending downward from what would have been the original Neolithic ground surface, a surface that is now submerged beneath meters of Mediterranean seawater. By studying the stratigraphy of sediment that accumulated inside these wells over time, researchers have been able to reconstruct, with genuine precision, the process by which the site was gradually abandoned and drowned, as encroaching seawater first began contaminating the freshwater supply, rendering the wells increasingly unusable before the rising sea eventually submerged the entire settlement. This is worth sitting with directly because it gives us something Doggerland could not: a documented, physically legible record of a coastal community actually experiencing the advance of the sea into their freshwater supply within a time frame that would have been apparent to the people living through it. The wells did not merely appear underwater one day. They show, in their own sediment, the specific process of salinization that preceded final abandonment, a slow tightening of the resource base that would have pushed the community's decisions, likely including where to dig new wells further inland, long before any final catastrophic event, if one even occurred, made the site fully uninhabitable. Researchers have identified at least 3 distinct wells at Atlit Yam, each dug at a slightly different point in the settlement's occupation, a pattern that itself tells a story. As one well became increasingly compromised by saltwater intrusion, rendering its water brackish and eventually undrinkable, the community appears to have responded by digging a new well further inland, on slightly higher ground. Buying additional time before that, well 2 was eventually overtaken by the same encroaching process. This sequence of wells functions almost like tree rings, a physical record of successive adaptive responses made by real people over real years as they watched their freshwater margin shrink further and further inland, a slow, legible negotiation with a sea that kept advancing, no matter how many times they moved their wells to stay ahead of it. If you're settling in for this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I want to say, briefly, how much I appreciate you being here. Whether you've been with these evenings for a long time or you found your way here only tonight, what we're doing together, walking slowly through places like this drowned Neolithic village, only works because someone is actually here to walk through it with. If you'd like more evenings like this one to find you, subscribing helps make sure they do. Now, let's go deeper into what Atlit Yam has to tell us. Perhaps the single most striking structure at Atlit Yam is its stone circle, a formation of 7 large, upright megaliths, each weighing several hundred kilograms, arranged in a horseshoe or circular configuration around what excavators believe was once a freshwater spring. The stones show no evidence of quarrying marks consistent with utilitarian construction. Their arrangement, deliberate and labor-intensive, strongly suggests a ceremonial or ritual function, quite possibly connected to water itself, given the structure's placement directly around a natural spring. If that interpretation holds, and many archaeologists working on the site consider it a reasonable reading of the evidence, it would represent one of the oldest known water-related ritual monuments anywhere in the archaeological record, a striking find in its own right, independent of the fact that it now sits underwater. The effort required to move and erect stones of this size deserves its own consideration. Megaliths weighing several hundred kilograms each do not arrange themselves, and their presence at Atlit Yam implies organized labor, shared purpose, and almost certainly some form of communal or ceremonial authority capable of coordinating that labor across what would have been a genuinely significant undertaking for a Neolithic community. This is consistent with a broader pattern seen across the Neolithic Near East during this period, in which increasingly settled, increasingly populous communities began investing labor in monumental construction, whether for water management, ceremony, burial, or some combination of all 3 purposes at once. Atlit Yam's stone circle, submerged as it now is, stands as one more data point in that broader story of early monumental building, one that happens to have been preserved by the sea rather than destroyed by later development on dry land, as has happened to so many comparable sites elsewhere in the region. That combination, monumental labor, ceremonial intent, and a working water system, is exactly the kind of texture that reminds us Atlit Yam was not a fading marginal outpost in its final centuries. It was, by the evidence, a confident, established, reasonably prosperous community, doing everything a Neolithic settlement of its kind was supposed to do, right up until the encroaching sea made that no longer possible. Hold that image for a moment. Wells dug and redug, a stone circle raised through coordinated communal labor, fields planted, animals kept, children buried according to careful, established custom, all of it continuing, generation after generation, even as the water crept steadily closer. There is something quietly remarkable about a community's persistence in the face of a threat that must, eventually, have become impossible to ignore. Atlit Yam's people did not abandon their home at the first sign of trouble. They adapted, redug, rebuilt, and carried on for centuries, right up until the sea finally closed over the last of what they had built. That persistence is the note we carry forward now, into a very different and far more contentious body of evidence. The human burials recovered from Atlit Yam add another, more somber dimension to the site. Excavators have recovered the remains of numerous individuals buried according to what appear to be established community practices, some placed in stone-lined graves, others in more ad hoc burial contexts. Among these burials, one has drawn particular scientific attention. The remains of a woman and child, likely mother and son, whose skeletal analysis revealed evidence consistent with tuberculosis, making this find one of the oldest confirmed cases of the disease anywhere in the archaeological record, predating previous estimates for when tuberculosis became established in human populations by a significant margin. This single burial, preserved by the same submersion that took the rest of the village, has meaningfully reshaped our understanding of the history of infectious disease in the ancient Near East. A genuinely remarkable outcome from a site whose broader significance lies primarily in what it tells us about drowned coastal settlement. Taken together, the wells, the stone circle, and the burials give Atlit Yam a completeness that few submerged sites anywhere in the world can match. This is not a scatter of tools dredged up by accident, as with so much of the Doggerland evidence. It is a settlement whose layout, structures, and even some of its social and ceremonial life can be reconstructed with real confidence, because the particular conditions of the eastern Mediterranean seabed at this location, calm, low energy, covered relatively quickly by protective sediment, preserved it in a state closer to a frozen moment than a scattered ruin. What Atlit Yam ultimately offers our broader inquiry tonight is a second, independent confirmation of something Doggerland already showed us, but rendered here in far sharper, more intimate detail. That entire, functioning, densely inhabited human settlements, complete with their farming, their water infrastructure, their ceremonial life, and their dead, have been lost to rising seas. Not as a hypothetical scenario invoked to explain later myth, but as a directly excavated, radiocarbon-dated, physically verified historical fact. And Atlit Yam gives us something else as well, something we will need as we move forward into more contested territory. A clear, evidence-based sense of just how gradual, how legible, how slowly unfolding the process of coastal abandonment could sometimes be, tracked well by well, season by season, long before any final submersion made a return impossible. We are going to carry that legibility forward with us now, into a region where the story becomes considerably less settled and considerably more argued over. Because not every drowned coastline in this part of the world tells as clear or as gradual a story as Atlit Yam's wells do. Somewhere to the north and east of here, in the enclosed waters of the Black Sea, a very different and far more contested kind of flooding may once have taken place. One that some researchers believe happened not gradually, over generations, but catastrophically, in a matter of months. Before we leave Atlit Yam, though, it is worth dwelling further on how this site was actually found and studied, because the story of its discovery says something useful about how much of this drowned world likely remains completely unknown to us. Ehud Galili was not searching specifically for a Neolithic village when he first identified structures on the seabed off the Carmel coast in 1984. He was conducting a routine survey, part of an ongoing effort to document underwater archaeological material along Israel's coastline, an effort largely driven by the practical need to assess the seabed ahead of offshore construction and dredging projects. Atlit Yam was found, in other words, essentially by careful, systematic looking, in a region where researchers already had reason to suspect submerged prehistoric material might exist, rather than by pure accident, as so much of the Doggerland evidence was. This distinction matters because it suggests that where scientists have looked carefully and systematically along coastlines known to have been dry land during the relevant period, they have found submerged settlements and found them in remarkable condition. The eastern Mediterranean, with its relatively narrow tidal range, low storm energy compared to the open North Sea, and geologically stable seabed in many areas, appears to offer unusually favorable conditions for the preservation of submerged Neolithic sites, and Atlit Yam is very likely not unique. Since its discovery, Israeli marine archaeologists have identified several other submerged prehistoric sites along the same general stretch of coastline, at varying depths corresponding to different stages of post-glacial sea level rise, suggesting that an entire sequence of coastal settlements, occupied and then abandoned as the shoreline crept steadily inland over thousands of years, likely lies preserved along this coast, waiting for the same kind of careful, systematic survey that first revealed Atlit Yam itself. The excavation methodology used at Atlit Yam is also worth understanding in some detail, because it illustrates just how much careful, painstaking work underlies the confident picture researchers have been able to build. working at depths of 8 to 12 meters, well within range of scuba-equipped archaeologists but still requiring specialized underwater excavation techniques. Teams led by Galili and his colleagues have systematically mapped the site's walls, structures and burials over the course of many separate excavation seasons spanning several decades. Sediment covering the site has been carefully removed, using controlled suction devices designed to avoid damaging fragile structures, while artifacts and organic samples have been recovered, catalogued, and analysed using the same rigorous standards applied to any major terrestrial excavation. Radiocarbon dates have been cross-checked against dendrochronological and stratigraphic evidence wherever possible, producing a chronology for the site that is considered highly reliable by the standards of Neolithic archaeology generally. This level of rigour matters enormously for how we should weigh Atlit Yam's evidence against some of the more speculative material we will encounter later in this journey. Atlit Yam is not a site defined by ambiguous, contested interpretation. Its walls are walls, its wells are wells, dug by identifiable human labour to reach groundwater that no longer exists at that depth, because the sea has since claimed the land above it. Its stone circle, whatever its precise original purpose, is an unmistakably deliberate human construction, and its dated occupation span, running from roughly 9,000 to 8,000 years before the present, places it squarely within a well-understood period of Near Eastern prehistory, one thoroughly documented by comparable terrestrial sites across the region. There is one more detail about Atlit Yam worth including before we move on, because it speaks directly to the broader question threading through this entire journey. Some researchers studying the site have proposed that its final abandonment may not have been purely gradual. Alongside the slow salinization of the wells, there is evidence still debated among specialists that a more sudden event, possibly a tsunami linked to volcanic activity on Santorini or a related seismic event elsewhere in the eastern Mediterranean, may have contributed to the settlement's final submersion, compressing what had been a centuries-long process of coastal retreat into a considerably shorter, more acute episode near the very end of the site's occupation. This remains a genuinely contested reading, not a settled conclusion, and it would be inaccurate to present it as more certain than it currently is. But it is a useful reminder that the categories we have been using, slow generational retreat on one hand, sudden catastrophic flooding on the other, were not always mutually exclusive in the lived experience of the people involved. A community could spend generations adapting to a slowly rising sea, only to have that same community's final chapter written by a single, sudden, unmistakably catastrophic event. That possibility, a slow story ending in a sudden one, is worth carrying with us as we now turn toward a body of water, where the argument is not about how a single village met its end, but about how an entire sea itself may have been formed or dramatically reshaped within a span of time, short enough to be witnessed, remembered, and possibly, eventually, written down. Imagine the climate of an entire hemisphere lurching within the span of a single human generation, from warming that should have marked the end of an ice age into a sudden, brutal return of glacial cold, and then, just as abruptly, back out of it again. This is not a hypothetical scenario. It happened, and it happened at almost exactly the moment in Earth's history most relevant to everything we have been discussing tonight. Geologists and climate scientists call this event the Younger Dryas, and understanding it is essential if we want to understand why the coastlines of the ancient world moved the way they did, when they did, and why the timing lines up so suggestively with so many of the oldest stories humanity has ever told. To understand the Younger Dryas, it helps to back up slightly and look at the broader pattern of the deglaciation as a whole. As the last ice age drew toward its end, beginning in earnest around 18,000 years ago, global temperatures did not rise in a smooth, steady line. The warming proceeded in fits and starts, punctuated by periods of rapid change and periods of relative stability, all driven by a complex interplay of orbital cycles, ocean circulation patterns, ice sheet dynamics, and feedback loops that climate scientists are still working to fully understand even today. By roughly 14,700 years ago, the warming trend had become well established. Ice sheets were retreating significantly across the northern hemisphere, and the world seemed to be settling into the warmer, more stable climate that has generally persisted through the modern era. And then, around 12,900 years ago, something went sharply wrong. Temperatures across much of the northern hemisphere, and particularly across the North Atlantic region, plunged back toward near glacial conditions, seemingly within the span of only a few decades, an almost impossibly abrupt shift by the standards of natural climate change. This cold snap, named after an Arctic wildflower, Dryas octopetala, whose pollen appears in unusually high concentrations in sediment layers from this period across parts of Europe, lasted for roughly 1,200 years, keeping much of the northern hemisphere locked in conditions reminiscent of full glacial cold, even as the rest of the world continued along its warming trajectory. Then, around 11,700 years ago, the cold ended just as abruptly as it began, with temperatures in some regions rising by several degrees within a matter of decades, kicking off the current warm interglacial period, the Holocene, in which all of recorded human history has unfolded. The leading explanation for what caused the younger Dryas centers on disruptions to ocean circulation, specifically the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, the system of currents that carries warm water northward through the Atlantic and plays an outsized role in regulating the climate of Europe and eastern North America. The most widely supported hypothesis holds that as the great ice sheets over North America melted, an enormous volume of fresh meltwater, previously locked up in a vast glacial lake, was suddenly released into the North Atlantic, likely through a shift in drainage from the Mississippi watershed to the St. Lawrence watershed. This sudden influx of fresh, less dense water is thought to have disrupted the density-driven circulation of the Atlantic current system, effectively shutting down or severely weakening the mechanism that carries warmth northward, plunging the surrounding regions back into cold conditions, even as global greenhouse forcing continued to push in the opposite direction. To understand why this mechanism would have such an outsized effect, it helps to understand what the Atlantic circulation actually does under normal conditions. Warm surface water flows northward from the tropics along the Gulf Stream and its extensions, releasing heat into the atmosphere as it travels, which is a major reason why northwestern Europe enjoys a notably milder climate than other regions at similar latitudes, such as parts of Canada. As this water releases heat and moves further north, it also becomes saltier through evaporation and, critically, colder, both of which increase its density. Eventually, this cold, salty, dense water sinks in the North Atlantic, near Greenland and the Norwegian Sea, and flows back southward at depth, completing a great overturning loop that helps drive global ocean circulation more broadly. This entire system depends on that sinking process, continuing reliably, and the sinking process depends, in turn, on the water remaining sufficiently salty and dense. A sudden influx of fresh meltwater, less dense than salty seawater, can effectively cap this sinking process, disrupting the entire circulation loop and cutting off the heat transport that keeps the North Atlantic region unusually mild. The proposed glacial lake responsible for this disruption, generally referred to as Lake Agassiz, was an enormous body of meltwater that had built up against the retreating edge of the North American ice sheet, covering an area at its largest extent, comparable to some of the modern Great Lakes combined many times over. As the ice dam holding this lake in place shifted or failed, its outflow is believed to have suddenly redirected from a southern drainage route down the Mississippi River toward a more direct eastern route into the North Atlantic via the St. Lawrence, delivering a massive pulse of fresh water directly into precisely the region where the ocean's overturning circulation was most sensitive to disruption. This remains the leading hypothesis, though the precise routing and timing of Lake Agassiz's drainage continues to be refined as new geological evidence comes to light. If you're new to this evening's journey, my name is Arthur, and this particular stretch of the story, admittedly, involves more hard climate science than some of the more intimate archaeological sites we've walked through so far tonight. I promise we're not going to lose the thread of the human story in the process. Understanding what the climate itself was doing during this period is essential groundwork for everything still ahead of us tonight, including the flood accounts we'll eventually reach. If you're finding this kind of unhurried, detailed company useful at this hour, consider subscribing so that more evenings like this one can find their way to you. Now, back to the ice. A second and increasingly discussed hypothesis for the Younger Dryas onset involves extraterrestrial impact. The idea that a comet or a swarm of comet fragments struck or exploded above the North American ice sheet around the time the cold snap began, triggering widespread wildfires, injecting massive quantities of dust and soot into the atmosphere, and contributing to both the sudden cooling and the associated extinction of much of North America's Ice Age megafauna. This hypothesis, generally referred to as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, remains genuinely and often sharply contested within the scientific community. Proponents point to a layer of unusual material found at numerous sites across North America and beyond, dated to the onset of the Younger Dryas, including elevated levels of platinum, nanodiamonds, and other markers some researchers associate with impact events. Critics argue that these markers can arise through other processes, that the dating is not as precise or consistent across sites as proponents claim, and that no confirmed impact crater of the necessary size and age has been identified. This remains an active, unresolved area of scientific debate, and it would be inaccurate to present the impact hypothesis as an established fact, rather than one contested explanation among several competing for the more widely supported meltwater pulse mechanism. Whatever ultimately caused it, the consequences of the Younger Dryas for global sea level and coastal geography were significant and, crucially for our purposes tonight, directly relevant to the timing of everything we have discussed so far. The onset of the Younger Dryas around 12,900 years ago appears to have temporarily slowed the rate of global sea level rise, as the renewed cold conditions caused glacial ice to stabilize or even regrow in some regions after a period of retreat. But the abrupt end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, appears to correspond closely with Meltwater Pulse 1b, one of the most dramatic episodes of rapid sea level rise in the entire deglaciation record, during which some researchers estimate that global sea levels rose by several meters within a period of a few centuries, and possibly considerably less than that in the most acute phases. This is the moment worth pausing on directly because it sits at almost exactly the time frame we have already discussed in relation to Doggerland's most dramatic phase of submersion, and not far removed from the earliest occupation layers at Atlit Yam. The end of the Younger Dryas represents, by a wide margin, one of the most abrupt and consequential climate transitions in the entire span of human prehistory. A hemisphere-wide lurch from near glacial cold back into rapid warming, accompanied by correspondingly rapid and, in places, genuinely catastrophic coastal flooding, all occurring within a period that overlaps closely with the archaeological record of early Holocene human communities across Europe and the Near East. It is worth being precise about what this timing does and does not tell us. It does not on its own prove that any specific flood myth preserves a memory of this specific climate transition. The connection between the Younger Dryas and later written flood accounts, which would not be composed for many thousands of years afterward, remains an inference, not a documented chain of transmission. But the timing is nonetheless genuinely striking, and it gives us the clearest candidate yet for the kind of underlying physical event. Dramatic enough, sudden enough, and geographically widespread enough to plausibly seed the kind of deep, transmitted memory that later crystallized into the flood narrative so many cultures around the world eventually came to tell. As we move forward into the specific mechanics of how sea level actually rose during this period, the meltwater pulses themselves, and eventually into the contested question of the Black Sea, it is this timing that should stay with us. A world lurching between cold and warm, its coastlines rewritten again and again within time frames short enough to be witnessed directly by real people standing on real, disappearing ground. It is worth spending a little more time on the physical evidence that allows scientists to reconstruct the Younger Dryas with such precision, because the confidence behind this timeline does not come from any single source. It comes from an unusually well-corroborated convergence of independent lines of evidence. Ice cores drilled from the Greenland ice sheet, in particular, have provided an extraordinarily detailed year-by-year record of temperature and atmospheric compositions stretching back well over 100,000 years. And the Younger Dryas appears in these cores as an unmistakable, sharply defined cold interval, its onset and end both remarkably abrupt by the standards of the surrounding record. The way scientists extract this kind of year-by-year precision from ice is worth understanding briefly, because it is one of the more remarkable techniques in all of paleoclimatology. Snow falling on the Greenland ice sheet each year compacts into a distinct annual layer, visible in the resulting ice core much the way growth rings are visible in a tree trunk, and the chemical composition of each layer, including the ratio of different oxygen isotopes trapped within the ice, directly reflects the temperature at which that snow originally formed. By drilling deep cores through the ice sheet and counting and analyzing these annual layers, researchers have been able to build temperature reconstructions accurate to within a matter of years, even for events tens of thousands of years in the past. The Younger Dryas shows up in this record not as a gradual trend, but as a genuinely abrupt step change. Temperatures dropping sharply within what appears to be a period of only a few years to a few decades, an almost unnervingly fast transition by any geological standard. Lake sediment cores from across Europe and North America show a parallel signal, with pollen assemblages shifting rapidly from temperate, forest-adapted species back toward cold-tolerant tundra vegetation at the start of the period, then reversing just as rapidly at its end. Marine sediment cores, cave stalagmite records, and even tree ring chronologies from preserved subfossil wood all show broadly consistent signals pointing to the same abrupt climate transition occurring at essentially the same time. This kind of convergence across multiple independent, physically unconnected sources of evidence is exactly what gives scientists confidence that the Younger Dryas was a real hemisphere-scale climate event, rather than a regional anomaly or an artifact of any single measurement method. When an ice core from Greenland, a lake sediment core from Germany, and a cave formation from the eastern United States all point toward the same abrupt cooling at essentially the same moment in time, the case for a genuine widespread climate disruption becomes very difficult to dispute, regardless of which specific triggering mechanism, meltwater disruption, cometary impact, or some combination of factors, ultimately proves correct. The Younger Dryas also coincides with one of the most significant extinction events in recent Earth history, the loss of much of North America's remaining Ice Age megafauna, including mammoths, mastodons, giant ground sloths, and a wide range of other large mammals that had survived the initial stages of the deglaciation, only to disappear during or shortly after this period. The causes of this extinction wave remain debated among specialists, with human overhunting, climate stress, habitat disruption, and, in the more contested impact hypothesis, direct catastrophic effects, all proposed as contributing factors, likely working in combination rather than through any single dominant cause. Whatever the precise balance of causes, the timing places this extinction wave squarely within the same turbulent window we have been discussing, a period in which climate, coastline, and the animal populations that depended on both were all being reshaped simultaneously, at a pace unmatched by almost anything else in the archaeological or paleoclimatic record of the last 100,000 years. For the human communities living through this period, and we know from archaeological evidence that people were indeed present across Europe, the Near East, and the Americas throughout the entire span of the Younger Dryas, the experience would have been one of profound, repeated environmental instability, unfolding across not one but potentially several human lifetimes in succession. A community established during the warming period before 12,900 years ago would have needed to adapt within a generation or two to a sudden return of much colder, harsher conditions. A shift that would have affected hunting grounds, plant resources, and the reliability of the surrounding landscape in ways that likely forced significant changes in settlement patterns, mobility, and subsistence strategy. Then, centuries later, their descendants would have faced the opposite challenge, a rapid warming, opening new territory, but also, as we've discussed, driving the sea inland at a pace fast enough to threaten established coastal settlements within living memory. It is difficult to overstate how unusual this combination of circumstances was in the context of the deeper human past. For the vast majority of the preceding hundreds of thousands of years of human and pre-human evolution, climate change, when it occurred at all, generally unfolded across timescales far too slow to be perceived within a single lifetime. The period spanning the Younger Dryas and its abrupt conclusion represents something genuinely different, a compressed, dramatic sequence of climate whiplash, extinction, and coastal transformation, occurring within a window of time short enough that oral memory, if it functioned across these generations the way we know oral traditions have functioned in better documented societies elsewhere, could plausibly have carried some trace of it forward. We should be careful, again, not to overstate what this establishes. The Younger Dryas is a real, well-documented, precisely dated climate event. What it does not give us on its own is proof of any specific mythological connection. What it gives us is context, the clearest physical backdrop yet for understanding why the coastlines of the ancient world were so unstable, so repeatedly redrawn, during exactly the period when the deepest layers of human cultural memory were being formed, tested, and passed down. That backdrop, a world of climate whiplash and rapidly shifting coastlines, is the stage on which everything else in tonight's journey unfolds. It is the reason Doggerland shrank the way it did, in fits and starts punctuated by sudden acceleration. It is very likely part of the reason Atlit Yam's wells needed redigging generation after generation, and it is the reason we now turn to the single most contested body of water in this entire story, a sea whose modern shape may itself be the product of one of the most dramatic flooding events of the entire post-glacial period, the Black Sea, and the argument over what may have happened to it roughly 7,600 years ago. Imagine sea level not as a single number, climbing steadily year after year the way a bathtub fills at a constant rate, but as something closer to a heartbeat, long stretches of relative calm interrupted by sudden, dramatic surges. The ocean's version of holding its breath and then releasing it all at once. This is a far more accurate picture of how the post-glacial sea actually rose than the smooth, gradual lines so often drawn in simplified diagrams. And understanding the difference matters enormously for everything we are trying to piece together tonight. It is easy, when a number like 120 meters of total post-glacial sea level rise gets divided across roughly 15,000 years, to imagine a tidy average, something like a centimeter every few decades, an almost imperceptible creep. That average is real in the sense that it is mathematically true, but it describes almost no actual moment in the real history of the rising sea. The true record, reconstructed from coral reefs, sediment cores, and a wide range of other physical proxies, looks nothing like a smooth line. It looks like a staircase interrupted by occasional landslides, long, flat stretches where the rate of rise slows nearly to nothing, broken by short, steep episodes where centuries' worth of change appears to have been compressed into a much narrower window of time. Scientists studying the end of the last ice age have identified several distinct episodes known as meltwater pulses, during which the rate of global sea level rise appears to have spiked dramatically above the background average, based on evidence drawn primarily from coral reef records and detailed sediment core analysis. The two most significant and well-documented of these events are known, somewhat plainly, as Meltwater Pulse 1A and Meltwater Pulse 1B, and both deserve careful attention if we want to understand the true texture of coastal change during this period. Meltwater Pulse 1A occurred earlier, beginning around 14,700 years ago, predating the younger Dryas cold snap we just spent considerable time with. During this event, global sea level appears to have risen by somewhere between 16 and 25 meters over a period of perhaps 400 to 500 years, an average rate considerably faster than the background rate of sea level rise during the broader deglaciation, though still unfolding across multiple human generations rather than within a single lifetime. The primary source of this meltwater pulse remains debated among specialists, with contributions from the Antarctic ice sheet, the North American ice sheet, and potentially other sources all proposed, and the relative balance between them still an active area of research using increasingly sophisticated isotopic and geochemical tracing techniques. The scale of Meltwater Pulse 1A is genuinely difficult to picture in ordinary terms. 16 to 25 meters of sea level rise, even spread across 4 or 5 centuries, represents an average rate of change several times faster than anything the world has experienced during the entire span of recorded human history, including the most rapid modern sea level rise, driven by contemporary climate change. And because this rise was concentrated within a relatively narrow historical window, rather than spread evenly across the full 15,000-year deglaciation, its effects on any coastline positioned to feel them directly would have been correspondingly dramatic, compressing what might otherwise have been many centuries of gradual coastal retreat into a period genuinely capable of reshaping the geography known to several consecutive human generations. Meltwater Pulse 1B is, for our purposes tonight, the more significant of the two, both because of its timing and because of ongoing scientific debate over just how abrupt it actually was. Occurring around 11,500 to 11,000 years ago, in the period immediately following the end of the Younger Dryas, this pulse corresponds to a period of renewed, rapid sea level rise, estimated by different studies to have added anywhere from around 6 to 11 meters to global sea level over a period that some researchers argue may have been as short as a few centuries, and possibly, in certain more aggressive interpretations of the coral evidence, considerably faster than that in especially acute phases. It is worth noting that the effect of a given amount of global sea level rise was never uniform from one coastline to the next, a point that matters considerably when we try to picture what any specific community actually experienced. Local coastal topography played an enormous role in determining how dramatically a fixed rise in sea level translated into shoreline retreat. On a steep, rocky coast, several meters of sea level rise might move the effective shoreline inland by only a modest distance, a noticeable but manageable change. On a gently sloping, low-lying coastal plain of exactly the kind that characterized much of Doggerland and large stretches of the ancient Near Eastern coastline, that same few meters of vertical rise could translate into the shoreline retreating inland by many kilometers, transforming what had been dry, inhabited land into open water, or extensive new wetland within a remarkably short span of time. This is part of why regions like the southern North Sea basin and low-lying river deltas across the ancient world appear so disproportionately in both the archaeological record of drowned settlement and, we will argue later in this journey, quite possibly in the deeper layers of flood mythology as well. If you're settling in with us at this point in tonight's story, my name is Arthur, and I know this stretch of numbers, meters, and centuries and pulses can start to blur together if you're drifting towards sleep, which is, in its own way, exactly the point of an evening like this one. There's nothing here you need to hold on to with effort. Let the numbers wash past if they need to. The shape of the story will still be there when you're ready for it again. If you'd like more evenings built this way to find you, subscribing is the simplest way to make that happen. Now, back to the pulses. It is worth being honest about the genuine scientific uncertainty surrounding the precise speed of these meltwater pulses, because this is an area where popular accounts sometimes overstate the certainty of the underlying research. The primary method used to reconstruct the rate of ancient sea level rise relies heavily on dated coral reef material, particularly fossil reefs, from locations such as Barbados, Tahiti, and the Sunda Shelf in Southeast Asia, where reef-building corals grow at known rates relative to sea level and leave behind a datable record as they are progressively drowned by rising water. By carefully dating successive layers of drowned reef material at different depths, researchers can reconstruct a detailed history of how quickly the sea rose at that particular location. The Barbados record in particular has played an outsized role in establishing the modern understanding of meltwater pulse timing. Coral cores drilled from the fossil reef terraces surrounding Barbados, first analysed in detail during the 1980s and refined considerably since through improved radiometric dating techniques, revealed a series of drowned reef crests at successively greater depths, each representing a point at which the reef could no longer keep pace with rising sea level and was overtaken by the advancing water. The gaps between these drowned reef crests, combined with precise uranium-thorium dating of the coral material itself, allowed researchers to reconstruct a detailed timeline of sea level rise stretching back across the entire deglaciation. And it was this record that first clearly identified Meltwater Pulse 1A as a distinct, unusually rapid episode of sea level rise, separate from the more gradual background trend surrounding it. Similar reef-based reconstructions from Tahiti and the Sunda Shelf have since corroborated and refined the Barbados findings, while also extending the picture to Meltwater Pulse 1B, though the evidence for this later pulse has historically been somewhat less abundant and more contested than for its earlier counterpart, partly because fewer suitable reef sites preserve a clear, undisturbed record spanning exactly this narrower window of time. This method has produced remarkably consistent results across multiple independent reef sites around the world, which gives real confidence to the broad picture of meltwater pulses as genuine, significant events. But the precise rate of rise during the most acute phases, whether sea level rose by a meter every few decades or something closer to a meter per century, remains a subject of ongoing refinement, with different studies sometimes producing meaningfully different estimates depending on methodology and site selection. What is not seriously disputed across the range of studies conducted over the past several decades is that meltwater pulse 1b represents a period of dramatically accelerated coastal flooding, concentrated in the centuries immediately following the abrupt end of the Younger Dryas, precisely the period during which we know human communities across Europe, the Near East and elsewhere were adapting to a rapidly warming world. Whatever the precise decade-by-decade rate, the cumulative effect across this period was substantial. Several meters of additional global sea level rise, translating, depending on local coastal topography, into shoreline retreat that could range from modest in steep, rocky coastal regions to genuinely dramatic in low-lying, gently sloping regions like the southern North Sea basin that once contained Doggerland, or the shallow continental shelves bordering many other parts of the ancient world. It is worth pausing to connect this directly back to the sites we have already visited tonight. The timing of meltwater pulse 1b, occurring in the centuries immediately following the end of the Younger Dryas around 11,700 years ago, falls squarely within the period during which Doggerland was undergoing its most significant phase of contraction, its rivers pushed into narrower channels, and its low-lying margins converted first to marsh and then to open sea. It also precedes, by a meaningful but not enormous span of time, the establishment and early occupation of Atlit Yam, whose community would go on to spend centuries redigging wells in a slower, more localized negotiation with a sea that, by this point, had already demonstrated its capacity for genuinely rapid, generation-defining change elsewhere in the world. The physical mechanism is the same throughout: melting ice, rising sea, retreating coastline. What differs from site to site is simply the pace at which that underlying mechanism happened to unfold in any given place, shaped by local geography, local ice dynamics, and, in some cases, the particular timing of a nearby meltwater pulse reaching its most acute phase. This is where the idea of a flood that came in stages becomes useful as a way of thinking about the broader post-glacial sea level story. Rather than a single dramatic global flood unfolding over days or weeks the way some later mythological accounts would eventually describe, the actual physical record points towards something more layered and complex. Long stretches of slower, more gradual coastal retreat, the kind that could be tracked well by well, as we saw at Atlit Yam, interrupted periodically by genuinely rapid pulses of accelerated flooding, concentrated within centuries rather than millennia, during which the pace of change would have been dramatically, unmistakably faster than what preceding or following generations had experienced. This staged picture also helps explain why the archaeological and geological record does not show a single, uniform pattern of coastal abandonment across every drowned site we might examine. Some sites, like Atlit Yam, show evidence of gradual, adaptive retreat. Wells redug generation after generation as the water slowly advanced. Others, particularly those situated in regions most directly affected by the acute phase of meltwater pulse 1b, may show evidence of a more compressed, more urgent pattern of displacement, consistent with a community experiencing not decades, but mere years of dramatically accelerating change. Both patterns are consistent with the same underlying physical process, examined at different points along its uneven staged trajectory, and both, we will argue, likely contributed something to the deep well of human memory that eventually crystallized into written flood accounts many thousands of years later. It is precisely this staged, punctuated character of post-glacial sea level rise that offers one of the more compelling physical explanations for why flood narratives across so many separate human cultures might independently emphasize sudden, catastrophic inundation rather than slow, generational retreat, even if the underlying physical process, viewed across its full multi-thousand-year span, actually combined both. Human memory and the oral traditions built from it tends to compress and dramatize, retaining the most vivid, most disruptive episodes of a longer process, while smoothing over the quieter intervening periods. A community that experienced centuries of relatively gradual coastal change, punctuated by one or two genuinely dramatic multi-generational surges, would very plausibly remember and eventually retell primarily the surges, the moments when the water's advance became undeniable, sudden, and frightening, rather than the long, quiet stretches in between. This pattern of memory compression is well documented in oral traditions studied by anthropologists in more recent, better attested contexts, and it gives us a useful model for thinking about how deep, pre-literate memory might function across far longer timescales. Studies of Aboriginal Australian coastal communities, for instance, have identified oral traditions describing specific coastlines and landscape features that match, with striking precision, the geography of the Australian coast as it existed at various points during the post-glacial sea level rise. Geography that has not existed in its described form for anywhere from 7 to 10,000 years or more. These traditions do not preserve a smooth, detailed narrative of gradual change. They preserve specific, memorable moments, a named place where the sea broke through, a specific point at which a river mouth became a bay, details compressed and crystallized around the aspects of the change most worth remembering and retelling. Exactly the pattern we might expect if Meltwater Pulse 1b or a comparable rapid flooding episode elsewhere left its own mark on the deep memory of the communities that lived through it. We will return to this question of oral tradition and its demonstrated capacity for extraordinarily long-term transmission in more detail later in tonight's journey, because it bears directly on how seriously we should take the possibility that the flood narratives eventually written down by Sumerian, Hebrew, and other scribes might reach back, however transformed by thousands of years of retelling, toward real, physical, datable events of exactly the kind we have been describing across Doggerland, Atlit Yam, the younger Dryas, and these punctuated meltwater pulses. A comparable case, often cited alongside the Australian material, comes from the Pacific Northwest of North America, where oral traditions among several indigenous peoples describe the formation of Crater Lake in Oregon, an event now dated by geologists to the catastrophic eruption and subsequent collapse of Mount Mazama, approximately 7,700 years ago. These traditions describe a great mountain destroyed in fire, its peak collapsing inward to form the deep lake that exists today, a description that matches the actual geological sequence of events with a precision that has struck geologists and anthropologists alike as difficult to explain through coincidence alone. If oral tradition can carry forward a recognizable memory of a single volcanic event across roughly 7,500 years, the same basic mechanism of transmission becomes considerably easier to credit for the more widespread, more universally resonant experience of watching the sea itself advance and take a homeland. We are going to carry this staged, punctuated understanding of sea level rise forward with us now, because it becomes directly relevant as we turn to the single most contested and dramatic candidate for a truly sudden, catastrophic flooding event in this entire story. The argument over what may have happened to the Black Sea roughly 7,600 years ago when some researchers believe an entire freshwater lake basin was transformed, potentially within a span of months rather than centuries, into the saltwater sea we know today. If meltwater pulse 1b shows us that centuries of post-glacial sea level rise could be compressed dramatically compared to the surrounding background rate, the Black Sea hypothesis, as we will see, pushes that same underlying question to its most extreme and most contested edge. Rather than centuries, the researchers who first proposed this hypothesis argued for a time frame of months, an inundation event so rapid it would have been, by any reasonable standard, witnessed directly in its full and terrifying immediacy by the people living around the shrinking lake basin at the time. Whether that specific, extreme version of events actually happened as originally proposed, or whether the reality was somewhat slower and less dramatic, as a number of subsequent studies have argued, is the genuine scientific argument we are about to walk through carefully, weighing both sides on their merits rather than assuming the more dramatic version simply because it is the more compelling story. Imagine a lake so large it barely resembles a lake at all, a freshwater basin stretching further than the eye could follow along any single shoreline, fed by great rivers flowing down from the north, its water level sitting well below that of the connected Mediterranean beyond a narrow, high ridge of land to the south. And imagine that ridge finally giving way, water beginning to pour through in a channel that widens with each passing day, the lake's shoreline retreating visibly, week after week, as an entire inland sea is remade by salt water pouring in from the world beyond it. This is the scenario proposed in 1997 by two marine geologists, William Ryan and Walter Pittman, in what has become one of the most widely discussed and most contested hypotheses in the entire field of post-glacial flood geology. The idea that the Black Sea, as we know it today, was catastrophically formed, or at minimum, dramatically reshaped, by a sudden inrush of Mediterranean seawater sometime around 5600 BCE, an event that Ryan and Pittman argued may have inundated an enormous area of previously dry, inhabited lake margin land within a span of less than 2 years. To understand why this hypothesis generated such intense scientific interest and such equally intense scientific pushback, it helps to understand the basic geography involved. During the last ice age and for a considerable period afterward, the basin now occupied by the Black Sea is believed by many geologists to have existed as a large freshwater or brackish lake, cut off from the Mediterranean by the Bosphorus, a narrow ridge of land separating the two bodies of water. As global sea levels rose during the post-glacial period, the Mediterranean itself rose correspondingly, while the Black Sea lake, fed primarily by rivers rather than by any connection to the rising ocean, may have remained considerably lower, its own water level governed by an entirely separate balance of inflow and evaporation. The rivers feeding this ancient lake basin were substantial in their own right, including what would become the Danube, the Dnieper, and the Don, each draining vast catchment areas across Eastern and Central Europe, and funneling meltwater and rainfall into the enclosed basin. Under the isolated conditions Ryan and Pittman proposed, evaporation from the lake's surface, combined with this considerable but ultimately limited river inflow, would have kept the water level in a delicate balance, considerably lower than the rising Mediterranean beyond the Bosphorus Ridge. This is the essential precondition for the entire hypothesis, a substantial difference in elevation between two connected water bodies, held apart for thousands of years by a natural barrier that was, eventually, simply overtopped. Ryan and Pittman's core proposal was that, at some point as Mediterranean sea level continued to climb, it eventually exceeded the height of the Bosphorus Ridge, and once that threshold was crossed, seawater began pouring over and then through the ridge in a catastrophic, self-reinforcing cascade. As the initial breach widened under the force of the flowing water, the rate of inflow would have accelerated dramatically, pouring an amount of water into the Black Sea basin that Ryan and Pittman calculated, based on their reconstruction of the basin's original lower water level and its subsequent rise, at roughly 200 times the volume of water that flows over Niagara Falls, sustained continuously, day and night, for months on end. This kind of self-reinforcing cascade in which an initially modest breach widens progressively under the erosive force of its own flow is a well-understood phenomenon in geology more broadly, seen in other contexts such as the catastrophic failure of natural or artificial dams. Once water begins to overtop a barrier, even a small initial channel can rapidly widen and deepen as the flowing water erodes the material forming its banks, creating a feedback loop in which increased flow leads to increased erosion, which in turn permits still greater flow. Ryan and Pittman argued that exactly this kind of runaway process, once triggered at the Bosphorus, would have proceeded far more quickly than any gradual, centuries-long process of sea level equalization, producing the dramatic, near-instantaneous filling of the Black Sea basin that forms the most striking and most contested element of their hypothesis. The implications of a flood on this scale, if the reconstruction is accurate, would be difficult to overstate. Ryan and Pittman estimated that the rising water may have advanced across the surrounding lowland at a rate of as much as 1 kilometre or more per day in some areas, an advance fast enough that a community living along the lake's original shoreline would have had, at best, a matter of days or weeks of genuine warning before the water reached them, and considerably less than that in the areas closest to the initial breach. Try to hold that rate of advance in mind for a moment, because it is genuinely unlike almost anything else we have discussed tonight. 1 kilometre of shoreline retreat per day means that a fixed point of land, dry and inhabited one morning, could plausibly be several kilometres underwater within a single week, and considerably further submerged within a month. Compare this to the meltwater pulses we examined in the previous part of this journey, dramatic by the standards of ordinary geological change, but still unfolding across decades or centuries. If Ryan and Pittman's original reconstruction is correct in its most extreme form, the Black Sea event would represent something categorically different, not an unusually fast version of gradual sea level rise, but something closer to what a purely mythological flood account describes, a body of water visibly, terrifyingly advancing within the direct experience of a single human lifetime, and quite possibly within a single memorable season. It is worth imagining, briefly and carefully, what this would have actually looked like for a community living around the shrinking lake basin at the time, if the most dramatic version of the Ryan-Pittman hypothesis is correct. Fishing communities and early farming settlements, drawn to the lake's fertile, well-watered margins in exactly the way similar communities were drawn to the fertile margins of Doggerland and the eastern Mediterranean, would have found themselves confronting a body of water behaving in a way nothing in their prior experience, or their parents' or grandparents' experience, would have prepared them for. Not a slow, generational creep, tracked well by well as at Atlit Yam, but a visible, day-by-day, terrifying advance, forcing families to abandon homes, fields and stored food with little warning, moving inland ahead of an enemy that simply would not stop coming. If any single event anywhere in the post-glacial record deserves to be called flood myth material in the most literal sense, a scenario very much like this one, sudden, visible and utterly overwhelming, would be it. Population estimates for the communities that may have been displaced by an event of this scale remain necessarily speculative, given how little direct archaeological evidence has yet been recovered from the deeply submerged original shoreline. But the broader Neolithic settlement pattern of the region, well documented on the surrounding dry land that was not affected by the inundation, shows exactly the kind of fertile, river-fed agricultural communities that a large freshwater lake margin would have attracted. Communities engaged in early farming and animal husbandry, not unlike those found at Atlit Yam during roughly the same broad era. If even a modest fraction of that surrounding settlement pattern extended down onto the now submerged lake margin, the human cost of a rapid Black Sea flood, in the most dramatic version of the hypothesis, would have been substantial, and the resulting displacement of population outward from the newly formed sea's shores would have been a significant demographic event in its own right, entirely independent of whatever mythological echo it may or may not have left behind. That question of mythological echo and how directly it might connect to the specific communities of the ancient Near East, whose descendants would go on to write the earliest surviving flood narratives in human history, is exactly where we are headed next. But we cannot get there responsibly without first giving the skeptics their due, because the scientific argument against the most dramatic version of the Ryan-Pittman hypothesis is genuinely substantial, and any honest account of this subject has to reckon with it directly, rather than passing quickly over it in favor of the more compelling, more dramatic story. Let's turn to that argument now and let it stand on its own merits, the way any genuinely open scientific question deserves to be heard. If you're joining us partway through tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I want to acknowledge directly that we are now standing on genuinely contested scientific ground, in a way that differs from the earlier, more settled sites we walked through together. That's not a reason to rush past it. It's a reason to walk through it carefully, giving real weight to both the case for this hypothesis and the case against it, the way any honest account of an unresolved scientific question should. There is a particular temptation on a channel built around ancient mysteries to lean toward whichever version of a contested debate makes for the better story. And I want to be upfront that we are deliberately resisting that temptation here. The Black Sea flood, in its most dramatic form, would make for an extraordinary story. That is exactly why it deserves more scrutiny, not less, before we decide how much weight to put on it. If that kind of careful, unhurried honesty is what keeps you coming back to these evenings, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Now, let's look at the evidence Ryan and Pittman actually built their case on. The physical evidence Ryan and Pittman drew on came primarily from seismic and sediment core surveys of the modern Black Sea floor, conducted in the years leading up to their 1997 publication. These surveys identified what appeared to be a former, lower shoreline, submerged well below the current surface of the Black Sea, along with sediment layers that seemed to mark a sharp, relatively abrupt transition from freshwater to saltwater conditions, consistent with a sudden and dramatic incursion of Mediterranean water. Radiocarbon dating of shell material recovered from these sediment layers produced dates clustering around 5,600 BCE, which Ryan and Pittman took as strong support for their proposed timeline. The specific evidence Ryan and Pittman pointed to within these sediment cores centered on the mollusk shells preserved at different depths. Freshwater mollusk species adapted to the lower salinity conditions of the pre-flood lake appear in the lower, older layers of the cores, while saltwater species, requiring the higher salinity of Mediterranean-influenced water, appear abruptly in the layers immediately above, with comparatively little transitional zone between the two. This kind of sharp faunal transition, rather than a gradual shift from one assemblage of species to another, was central to Ryan and Pittman's argument that the change in the Black Sea's water chemistry happened quickly, rather than through the slow, centuries-long mixing process that a more gradual reconnection with the Mediterranean might have produced. Perhaps the most evocative piece of evidence came from a research expedition in 2000, led by the underwater explorer Robert Ballard, best known for his earlier discovery of the wreck of the Titanic. Using submersible technology to survey the floor of the Black Sea at depths where the original Ryan Pitman shoreline was believed to lie, Ballard's team identified what they interpreted as ancient shoreline features, along with what appeared to be the remains of wooden structures preserved in the oxygen-poor, anoxic deep waters of the Black Sea, conditions that can preserve organic material considerably longer than typical marine environments allow. These finds were widely reported at the time as potential physical confirmation of a submerged, pre-flood human settlement, adding considerable public excitement to what had, until that point, been a primarily geological argument confined to academic journals. The anoxic quality of the Black Sea's deep waters deserves a moment of its own attention, because it is a genuinely unusual feature among the world's seas, and it is precisely what makes the region such a tantalizing target for this kind of research. Below a certain depth, roughly 150 to 200 meters in the modern Black Sea, the water becomes almost entirely depleted of dissolved oxygen, a condition that dramatically slows the biological and chemical processes that normally break down organic material on the seabed. This is why the Black Sea has produced some of the best preserved ancient shipwrecks found anywhere in the world, wooden hulls and rigging surviving in near-complete condition after thousands of years underwater, conditions that would leave almost nothing recognizable in a typical oxygen-rich marine environment. If a Neolithic settlement genuinely does lie submerged within this anoxic zone, the preservation potential would be extraordinary, arguably exceeding even the remarkable conditions that preserved Atlit Yam. That same potential is exactly why the tentative nature of the current findings is so frustrating to researchers and enthusiasts alike. The conditions for a genuinely spectacular discovery may exist, but the confirming excavation has not yet been carried out. It is worth being careful here because this is exactly the kind of finding where popular reporting has, at times, outpaced what the underlying evidence actually establishes. The wooden structures identified by Ballard's team have not been definitively confirmed as deliberately constructed human architecture through the kind of rigorous, peer-reviewed archaeological analysis that would be needed to make that claim with real confidence, and no full-scale excavation of the site, comparable to the systematic work carried out at Atlit Yam, has yet been conducted at the depths involved. The Ballard expedition's findings remain suggestive rather than conclusive, an important distinction to hold onto as we consider how much weight the broader Black Sea flood hypothesis can currently bear. This honest accounting of the evidence, some of it genuinely compelling, some of it considerably more preliminary than popular retellings often suggest, sets up the deeper scientific argument we need to walk through next. Not everyone in the geological community accepts Ryan and Pitman's reconstruction, and the counter-arguments raised against it are substantial, well-reasoned, and deserve exactly as much careful attention as the original hypothesis itself. We are not going to resolve that argument in this part of tonight's journey, and it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. What we can say with confidence before we turn to the counter-arguments directly is that the Black Sea hypothesis, whatever its ultimate fate in the ongoing scientific literature, represents exactly the kind of sudden, dramatic, geographically specific flooding event that would be capable, in principle, of seeding a vivid, memorable, and eventually transmissible account of catastrophic inundation. The kind of account that a community living around the shrinking lake, watching the water advance faster than they could reasonably outpace it on foot, might carry forward generation after generation, long after the details of rivers and ridges and rates of flow had faded into something closer to myth. it is worth taking a moment to properly introduce William Ryan and Walter Pittman themselves, because their backgrounds lend real weight to how seriously the hypothesis was received when it was first proposed. Both were established marine geologists at Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, one of the most respected institutions in the world for exactly this kind of research, with long track records of published work on ocean basin formation and sea level history well before they turned their attention to the Black Sea. Their 1997 paper and the subsequent 1998 book they co-authored expanding on the hypothesis, titled Noah's Flood, the new scientific discoveries about the event that changed history, was explicit and direct in connecting their geological findings to the broader tradition of flood mythology across the ancient Near East, a framing that generated enormous public interest, but also, in the eyes of some of their scientific colleagues, risked overstating the certainty of a genuinely difficult and still developing geological reconstruction. The Bosphorus itself, the narrow strait separating the Black Sea from the Sea of Marmara, and, beyond it, the Mediterranean, sits at the heart of the entire debate. It is a remarkably narrow feature in places less than a kilometre wide, carved through a landscape whose deeper geological history remains genuinely complex and only partially understood. Establishing precisely when and how water first began flowing through this channel, in which direction and at what volume, requires reconstructing not just the Black Sea's ancient water level, but also the Bosphorus's own changing elevation and shape over many thousands of years, a task considerably more difficult than it might first appear, given how much the regional geology has been reshaped by tectonic activity, sediment deposition, and the sheer complexity of a strait connecting two very different bodies of water with historically different salinity, temperature, and water level. Imagine two teams of geologists, equally well trained, equally familiar with the same body of sediment cores, seismic surveys, and radiocarbon dates, looking at essentially the same physical evidence and arriving at genuinely different conclusions about what it means. This is not a case of one side having the facts and the other side ignoring them. It is a case, common enough in the earth sciences, whenever the available evidence is incomplete or open to more than one reasonable interpretation, of careful, credentialed researchers weighing the same data differently and reaching different, well-reasoned conclusions as a result. Understanding why that happened here tells us something important about how science actually works when a question is still genuinely open. This kind of genuine, good-faith scientific disagreement is worth distinguishing carefully from the more familiar pattern of fringe claims being dismissed by an established mainstream consensus, a pattern we will encounter more directly later in tonight's journey, when we turn to some of the more speculative and less well-supported sites further along our route. The Black Sea debate is not that kind of disagreement. Both the original catastrophic hypothesis and the subsequent, more gradual counterproposals have been published in serious peer-reviewed geological journals. Both draw on legitimate physical evidence collected through recognized scientific methods, and both continue to be actively debated by researchers with genuine expertise in marine geology and paleoclimatology. This is, in other words, a live scientific argument between credentialed specialists, not a case of fringe speculation being weighed against established fact. The most significant and sustained challenge to Ryan and Pittman's original 1997 hypothesis has come from a body of subsequent research, much of it published in the years following their initial proposal, arguing for a considerably slower, less catastrophic reconnection between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea basin. Rather than a single dramatic flood event completed within a year or two, these studies propose a more gradual process, unfolding over centuries, during which water levels in the two basins equalize through a more measured, though still geologically rapid, exchange. One of the most influential lines of counter-evidence comes from researchers who have re-examined the sediment cores from the Black Sea using more refined dating techniques and more detailed stratigraphic analysis than were available at the time of Ryan and Pittman's original work. Some of these studies have argued that the transition from freshwater to saltwater conditions, rather than occurring as a single sharp event, shows evidence of a more gradual, staged process, with intermediate brackish conditions persisting for a longer period than the original hypothesis proposed, suggesting a slower mixing of the two water bodies rather than a sudden, overwhelming inrush. Part of what makes this kind of re-examination possible is genuine improvement in the underlying scientific tools available to researchers over the past 3 decades. Radiocarbon dating techniques have become considerably more precise since Ryan and Pittman's original publication, and researchers have developed a much better understanding of certain complicating factors specific to enclosed or semi-enclosed seas, like the Black Sea, including what is known as the reservoir effect, a phenomenon in which the carbon within a body of water can be measurably older than the surrounding atmosphere, due to limited mixing with fresh, atmospherically balanced carbon sources. If not properly corrected for, this reservoir effect can make shell material appear older than it actually is, potentially skewing radiocarbon dates in ways that would affect exactly the kind of timeline reconstruction central to the Ryan-Pittman hypothesis. Subsequent researchers applying more sophisticated reservoir corrections and cross-checking results using multiple independent dating methods have in some cases produced revised timelines that differ meaningfully from the original 1997 reconstruction, generally in the direction of a somewhat more gradual, less abrupt transition than initially proposed. Other researchers have focused specifically on reconstructing the original elevation difference between the pre-flood Black Sea Lake and the Mediterranean, a figure central to how catastrophic any reconnection event would necessarily have been. If the difference in water level between the two basins was smaller than Ryan and Pittman originally proposed, perhaps only a few meters rather than the considerably larger figure used in their original calculations, then even a relatively rapid breach of the Bosphorus Ridge would have resulted in a far less dramatic and less extensive flood than their original reconstruction suggested, closer in scale and speed to the punctuated meltwater pulses we discussed earlier than to a truly instantaneous mythological scale catastrophe. Reconstructing this elevation difference accurately requires researchers to identify and precisely date ancient shoreline features on both sides of the Bosphorus, a task complicated by the fact that these features now lie submerged at varying depths, some disturbed by subsequent sediment deposition, tectonic movement, and thousands of years of continued erosion. Different research teams working with different core sites and different methods of shoreline identification have produced meaningfully different reconstructions of this critical elevation figure. And the resulting range of estimates directly drives the corresponding range of proposed flood scenarios, from something close to Ryan and Pittman's original dramatic catastrophe on one end to a considerably more modest gradual reconnection on the other. This is, in many ways, the crux of the entire scientific disagreement. Not a dispute over whether the underlying event happened, but a dispute over the precise starting conditions that determine how dramatic its consequences would necessarily have been. A further complication involves the broader tectonic and geological history of the wider region, which has not remained static across the many thousands of years since the proposed flood event. The Bosphorus sits within a seismically active zone, subject to ongoing tectonic movement associated with the collision of the African and Eurasian plates, and reconstructing the precise ancient elevation of a ridge that has itself likely shifted somewhat over the intervening millennia, adds yet another layer of genuine uncertainty to calculations that already depend on multiple chained assumptions about ancient water levels, sediment deposition rates, and dating precision. If you're settling into tonight's story around this point, my name is Arthur, and this particular stretch, admittedly, is more argument than narrative, more a careful weighing of competing scientific claims than the kind of vivid, walkable scene we've spent time in elsewhere tonight. I think that's worth doing anyway, and I hope you do too, because getting this kind of question right matters more than making it sound more settled than it actually is. There is a real difference between a mystery that remains genuinely unresolved because the evidence itself is ambiguous, and a mystery that has simply not been explained to you carefully enough. And I would rather spend a few extra minutes on the former than pretend it belongs to the latter category. If unhurried honesty like this is what you come to these evenings for, subscribing helps make sure more of them find you. Now, let's look at where the current scientific consensus, such as it is, actually stands. It is also worth saying something briefly about how scientific consensus itself tends to form, or fail to form, around questions like this one, because the pattern here is instructive well beyond the specific case of the Black Sea. Some scientific debates resolve relatively quickly. Once a small number of decisive pieces of evidence become available, a new dating technique, a previously inaccessible core sample, a long-sought physical feature finally located and confirmed. Others resolve much more slowly or not fully at all, particularly when the underlying event being reconstructed is genuinely difficult to access, buried under water, sediment, and thousands of years of subsequent geological change, and when multiple independent lines of evidence, each individually imperfect, must be weighed against one another rather than pointing toward one single, decisive answer. The Black Sea flood question falls squarely into this second, more difficult category, and there is no strong reason to expect it will resolve cleanly anytime soon, even as individual studies continue to refine our understanding piece by piece. It would be inaccurate to say the debate over the Black Sea's flooding has been definitively resolved in favor of either the original catastrophic hypothesis or the more gradual counter-proposals. What has emerged across roughly 3 decades of ongoing research since Ryan and Pittman's original publication is something closer to a genuinely contested middle ground, with different research teams, working with different core samples, different dating methods, and sometimes different underlying assumptions, continuing to produce results that support somewhat different versions of the underlying timeline and mechanism. Some more recent studies have found renewed support for a relatively rapid reconnection event, though generally proposing a less extreme timeline than Ryan and Pittman's original 1 or 2 years, perhaps closer to a period of several decades to a couple of centuries. Others continue to argue for a still more gradual process, extending over a longer span of centuries or more. This kind of persistent, unresolved disagreement spanning multiple decades and multiple independent research teams is not a sign that something has gone wrong with the science. It is, in an important sense, exactly what we should expect when researchers are trying to reconstruct a specific, dated, physical event from indirect evidence buried under a body of water. Using methods that continue to be refined and challenged as new data and new techniques become available. The scientific process does not require unanimous agreement to be functioning well. It requires researchers continuing to test, challenge, and refine one another's conclusions against the accumulating evidence, which is precisely what has happened and continues to happen with the Black Sea hypothesis. It is worth comparing this pattern to how genuinely settled scientific questions tend to look by contrast. The existence of Doggerland as an inhabited, later submerged landscape is not seriously disputed by any credentialed researcher working in the field. The physical evidence from seismic mapping to dredged artifacts converges too consistently to leave meaningful room for alternative interpretation. Atlit Yam's excavated walls and wells are not a matter of ongoing scientific argument. They have been directly examined, measured, and dated through standard archaeological methods, with results that different research teams working the site have consistently corroborated. The Black Sea reconnection sits in a genuinely different category, not because the underlying evidence is weaker in an absolute sense, but because the specific question at stake, the precise speed of a single ancient event, happens to be unusually difficult to pin down using the methods currently available, in a way that the existence of Doggerland or the layout of Atlit Yam simply is not. What virtually all researchers working on this question do agree on, regardless of where they land on the speed of the reconnection itself, is that the Black Sea basin did undergo a significant transformation from a lower, largely freshwater lake to the higher, saltwater sea. We know today, sometime broadly within the range of roughly 9,000 to 7,000 years ago, and that this transformation did involve a substantial and ecologically significant incursion of Mediterranean water. The genuine scientific disagreement is not about whether something dramatic happened to the Black Sea during this general period. It is about precisely how dramatic and precisely how fast. This point of underlying agreement deserves to be stated plainly because it is easy, in a debate this contested, to lose sight of just how much common ground actually exists beneath the disagreement over timing and speed. No serious researcher working on this question argues that the Black Sea's basic transformation from a lower freshwater body to a higher saltwater sea did not happen at all, or that it happened at some radically different time than the broad window under discussion. The disagreement is genuinely narrower than that, confined to a question of pace within an already agreed-upon general event and time frame. That narrower disagreement still matters enormously for the mythological question we are ultimately building toward, but it is worth appreciating just how much solid, uncontested geological ground this entire debate is actually standing on. This distinction matters enormously for how we should think about any possible connection to later flood mythology, and it is worth being explicit about it. A flood completed within a year or two, of the kind Ryan and Pittman originally proposed, would represent almost exactly the kind of sudden, terrifying single-generation catastrophe that flood myths typically describe. A flood unfolding across several centuries, even if geologically rapid and significant by any reasonable standard, would represent something closer to an accelerated version of the same gradual coastal retreat we already examined at Doggerland and Atlit Yam, memorable and consequential, certainly, but considerably less likely to generate the specific, vivid, sudden catastrophe imagery that characterizes accounts like the Sumerian and biblical flood narratives we will examine later tonight. It is worth being precise about why this timing distinction carries so much weight for the mythological question specifically, rather than treating it as a purely academic point of geological interest. The flood narratives that have survived from the ancient Near East, as we will see in detail shortly, describe events unfolding over days rather than decades. A warning given, preparations made, and then a flood arriving with an intensity and speed that overwhelms an entire known world within a strikingly compressed span of narrative time. If the Black Sea reconnection genuinely happened within a year or two, the physical event and the mythological description would align remarkably closely in their basic shape, even accounting for the inevitable exaggeration and symbolic elaboration that oral tradition tends to introduce over the many centuries between event and eventual written record. If the reconnection instead unfolded across 2 or 3 centuries, the alignment becomes considerably harder to sustain, requiring a greater degree of compression and dramatization in the transmitted memory to produce the sudden, days-long flood described in the written accounts. Where does this leave us, honestly, as we prepare to move toward those written accounts? It leaves us with a genuine, unresolved scientific question, one where the most dramatic and most narratively satisfying version of events, the version most directly evocative of a mythological flood, remains a live possibility supported by real evidence, but not the settled consensus position within the broader geological community. We should hold that uncertainty honestly as we continue, neither dismissing the Black Sea hypothesis as debunked, which would be inaccurate given the ongoing support it retains among some researchers, nor treating it as proven fact, which would overstate what the current evidence actually establishes. This is, in its own way, a genuinely useful place for our journey to arrive at, even without a tidy resolution. We came into this stretch of the story looking for the clearest possible candidate for a sudden, mythologically resonant flooding event. And what we have found instead is something more honest and, in its way, more interesting. A real, physically documented transformation of an entire sea, whose precise speed remains a live question among careful, credentialed researchers, weighing exactly the kind of evidence a channel built around honest engagement with ancient mysteries should want to walk through in full, rather than settling for whichever version makes for the tidier story. What we can say with genuine confidence is that somewhere in this broad region and this broad span of centuries, a large body of water did undergo a significant and, by at least some reconstructions, genuinely rapid transformation, displacing whatever communities lived along its original, lower shoreline, in a landscape not far removed, geographically or culturally, from the river valleys of Mesopotamia, where the very first written flood accounts in human history would eventually be composed. It is to those accounts and to the civilization that produced them that we turn next. We are carrying two things forward into that turn, and it is worth naming both clearly before we go. The first is a body of solid, largely uncontested evidence. Doggerland, Atlit Yam, the broader meltwater pulse record, establishing beyond reasonable dispute that coastal flooding on a scale genuinely capable of displacing entire communities happened repeatedly across this general span of post-glacial history. The second is a single, more contested, more dramatic candidate, the Black Sea reconnection, which may or may not have happened quickly enough to match the vivid, sudden catastrophe shape of later written flood myth. We do not need to resolve that second question to proceed responsibly. We simply need to hold it honestly, as one serious possibility among the broader physical record, as we now turn to the oldest flood story ever set down in writing, composed by scribes working in the river valleys of a civilization that called itself, in its own language, simply the land between the rivers, and who left behind, on baked clay, the earliest surviving human testimony to a world remade by water, a testimony we can now read directly in something very close to the words its original scribes chose. Imagine a scribe seated in the flickering lamplight of a temple archive in southern Mesopotamia, pressing a reed stylus into a tablet of soft, wet clay, copying out a list of kings that stretches back, according to the text itself, to a time before any flood had ever touched the land. The scribe is not inventing this list. He is copying it as scribes before him copied it from an existing tradition, one that treats the flood not as a mythical embellishment, but as a genuine historical hinge point, the moment that divides the world into two ages, everything that came before the waters rose, and everything that came after. Consider what an act of copying like this actually represented within Mesopotamian scribal culture. Becoming a scribe required years of rigorous training, typically beginning in childhood, within institutions modern scholars often call edubas, or tablet houses where students learn to master the many hundreds of cuneiform signs required for fluent written Sumerian and, later, Akkadian, alongside mathematics, administrative record-keeping, and the memorization and careful copying of canonical literary and historical texts. The King List belonged to exactly this category of canonical material, copied and recopied across generations of scribal training, not because each individual scribe was independently inventing or embellishing the tradition, but because faithful, accurate transmission of exactly this kind of foundational text was itself considered a core marker of scribal competence and cultural literacy. This is the Sumerian King List, one of the most remarkable and unusual documents to survive from the ancient Near East. And it gives us our clearest entry point into how the civilization of ancient Sumer itself understood, remembered, and recorded the idea of a great flood, long before that idea would be reshaped into the more familiar accounts of Gilgamesh, and, later still, the biblical book of Genesis. Before we can appreciate what the King List tells us, it helps to understand the civilization that produced it. Sumer, emerging in the fertile alluvial plain of southern Mesopotamia, in what is now southern Iraq, is widely regarded by historians and archaeologists as home to the world's first cities, the first writing system, and some of the earliest large-scale, organized state societies anywhere in human history. This was a civilization built entirely around the management of water, its cities strung along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and the intricate network of irrigation canals that made large-scale agriculture possible in an otherwise arid landscape. Water in Sumerian civilization was simultaneously the foundation of everything they built, and a constant, ever-present threat, capable of destroying in a single bad season what generations of careful canal maintenance had made possible. The particular relationship between Sumerian civilization and the rivers that sustained it deserves a moment of direct attention because it shapes everything that follows in this part of our journey. Unlike the Nile, whose annual flood arrived with a degree of predictability that ancient Egyptian civilization was able to incorporate into a stable agricultural and religious calendar, the Tigris and Euphrates were considerably less predictable, prone to sudden, violent flooding driven by snowmelt in the distant Armenian highlands, arriving at irregular and sometimes catastrophic intervals that could destroy entire seasons of carefully cultivated crops with little warning. Sumerian civilization developed an intricate, labor-intensive system of canals, levees, and reservoirs specifically to manage this unpredictability, but the underlying threat, a river capable of overwhelming its banks with genuinely destructive force, remained a constant, lived reality for every generation of Sumerians, embedded directly into the practical experience of agricultural life in a way that would naturally lend itself to being remembered, retold, and eventually woven into the deepest layers of religious and historical tradition. Among Sumer's earliest and most significant cities was Eridu, located near the head of the Persian Gulf as it existed in ancient times, a coastline that has itself shifted considerably since antiquity due to millennia of sediment deposition from the Tigris and Euphrates. Eridu holds a place of particular significance in Sumerian tradition. According to the Sumerian King List itself, it was the very first city to receive kingship when, in the text's own words, kingship descended from heaven. Archaeological excavation has confirmed that Eridu was indeed one of the oldest continuously occupied settlements in the region, with occupation layers stretching back to the 6th millennium BCE, making it a genuinely ancient site by any measure, and lending real archaeological weight to the tradition's claim of primacy. The shifting coastline near Eridu is itself worth pausing on, because it connects directly back to everything we have discussed earlier tonight, regarding drowned and transformed coastal landscapes. Ancient Eridu sat considerably closer to the head of the Persian Gulf than the modern ruins do today, the intervening millennia having seen an enormous quantity of sediment carried down by the Tigris and Euphrates and deposited at the river's mouths, gradually extending the coastline southward and leaving Eridu's ruins increasingly distant from open water. This is, in its own way, a mirror image of the drowning processes we examined at Doggerland and Atlit Yam. Rather than the sea advancing onto the land, here the land itself advanced into the sea, driven by the same rivers whose occasional violent flooding shaped so much of Sumerian religious and historical memory. The geography of the Mesopotamian flood tradition, in other words, is inseparable from the genuinely dynamic, ever-shifting relationship between land and water that characterized this entire region across the whole span of its ancient history. Excavations at Eridu, conducted across multiple seasons beginning in the early 20th century and continuing intermittently since, have revealed a sequence of temples built one atop another across many centuries. Each new structure raised directly on the foundations of its predecessor, a building practice found at numerous ancient Mesopotamian sites, and one that speaks to an extraordinary continuity of religious and civic identity across an immense span of time. The earliest of these temple layers at Eridu dates to a period well before the emergence of writing itself, underscoring just how far back this particular settlement's significance genuinely extends, independent of anything the later written king list tradition would eventually claim about it. The Sumerian king list itself survives in multiple versions, inscribed on tablets and prisms dating from various periods across Mesopotamian history, the most complete and frequently cited version being the Weld-Blundell prism, held today in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, and dated to roughly the early 2nd millennium BCE, though the underlying tradition it records is understood to be considerably older, likely compiled from earlier written and oral sources reaching back centuries before the prism itself was inscribed. The survival of multiple, independently copied versions of the king list, recovered from different sites across Mesopotamia and inscribed at different points across many centuries, gives scholars an unusually valuable tool for understanding how the tradition evolved and was transmitted over time. Comparing these different versions reveals both a remarkably stable core structure, the same basic sequence of pre-flood cities and kings, the same floodline break, the same general transition into more historically plausible post-Diluvian material, alongside genuine variation in specific details. The names and number of pre-flood kings differ somewhat between versions, as do the specific, symbolically inflated reign lengths attributed to them. This pattern, a stable core structure with variable surface detail, is exactly what we would expect from a tradition transmitted primarily through oral memory for a considerable period before being fixed in its various written forms, each scribal tradition preserving the essential shape of the story while introducing its own particular variations in the specifics. If you're joining this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and we're now standing at the threshold of something genuinely different from everything we've walked through so far tonight. Everything up to this point has been reconstructed from physical evidence, sediment, seismic data, radiocarbon dates. What we're about to encounter is something else entirely, a text written by human hands that directly names a great flood as a historical turning point. We should read it with exactly the same careful, evidence-respecting attention we've brought to everything else tonight, neither dismissing it as mere fiction nor treating it as literal historical proof. If that kind of careful reading is what keeps you coming back to these evenings, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Now, let's look at what the king list actually says. This shift from physical evidence to written testimony is worth pausing on directly, because it changes the nature of the inquiry we are undertaking for the remainder of tonight's journey. A sediment core or a dated coral reef can tell us, with real confidence, what physically happened to a coastline at a particular point in the past, independent of any human interpretation or embellishment layered on top of it afterward. A written text, by contrast, always comes to us mediated through human memory, human retelling, and, eventually, human scribal culture, each of which introduces its own layer of transformation between the original event, if one genuinely occurred, and the words we can actually read today. This does not make written testimony less valuable than physical evidence. It makes it valuable in a different way, capable of preserving something physical evidence alone cannot. The meaning, a past culture assigned to its own history. The specific shape a real or imagined catastrophe took once it passed through generations of human storytelling. The structure of the king list is itself remarkable and directly relevant to our purposes tonight. The document presents a continuous sequence of kings and dynasties, city by city, stretching from the mythical beginning of kingship down through historical rulers whose existence and approximate dates are independently confirmed by other archaeological and textual evidence. And running directly through the middle of this sequence, functioning as an explicit structural break in the text, is a single stark line, appearing in slightly varying phrasing across different versions of the document that announces, in effect, "Then the flood swept over the land, and after the flood had swept over, and kingship again descended from heaven." Before the flood line appears, the king list names 5 cities in succession as having held kingship: Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, and Shurupak, each ruled by one or more kings before the office of kingship passed, according to the text, to the next city in turn. These 5 antediluvian cities are not themselves purely mythical inventions. Each has been identified with a real archaeological site in southern Mesopotamia, and each shows genuine occupation layers reaching back into the region's earliest settled periods. Shurupak, in particular, carries special weight in the broader flood tradition, since it is named in later versions of the story, including the Gilgamesh epic, as the specific home city of the flood hero himself, the last king to rule before the waters came, a detail we will return to directly when we reach that story. This line functions as more than a narrative flourish. It operates as a genuine chronological hinge within the document's own internal structure, dividing the entire list into 2 distinct sections: an antediluvian section listing 8 or 10 kings, depending on the specific version of the text, ruling over a small number of cities before the flood, and reigning for periods described using numbers so enormous, tens of thousands of years for individual reigns in some versions, that they are almost universally understood by scholars as symbolic or numerologically significant rather than intended as literal chronological claims. Following the floodline, the list transitions into a post-Diluvian section, in which reign lengths become progressively shorter and more plausible as the text approaches periods for which we have independent, corroborating historical evidence, eventually blending seamlessly into rulers whose existence is confirmed well beyond reasonable doubt by other archaeological and textual sources. The specific numbers involved in the antediluvian section deserve to be named directly because their sheer scale is part of what makes this document so distinctive. Individual pre-flood kings are credited with reigns lasting tens of thousands of years, figures that no serious scholar reads as a literal historical claim, but which nonetheless appear to follow a consistent, deliberate numerological logic built around the base 60 counting system that Sumerian mathematics and astronomy were themselves organized around. This is not simply exaggeration for dramatic effect. It reflects a considered, symbolically structured way of marking the pre-flood era as categorically different from ordinary historical time. A mythic depth of time set apart from the more grounded, plausible reign lengths that follow the flood, where individual kings are credited with reigns lasting years or decades rather than millennia, numbers that align far more closely with what we would expect from genuine historical rulership. This transition from clearly symbolic, mythologically inflated numbers in the antediluvian section to increasingly plausible, historically verifiable figures in the post-diluvian section is one of the genuinely striking features of the document, and it tells us something important about how the Sumerians themselves seem to have understood their own deep past. The flood, in this framework, is not treated as a separate category of story sitting outside of history in the way we might treat a purely mythological tale. It is embedded directly within the same continuous chronological structure used to record kings, whose historical existence is not seriously disputed, suggesting that, to the scribes who compiled and copied this list across many centuries, the flood functioned as a genuine historical event. However distant, mythologized, and symbolically inflated its surrounding details had become by the time it was finally written down. It is worth dwelling on just how unusual this treatment is when set against how many other ancient cultures have handled their own foundational flood traditions. In a great many mythological systems around the world, a great flood exists in a category clearly separate from ordinary historical chronology, functioning as a kind of origin story set in a qualitatively different, mythic time, disconnected from any attempt at continuous dating or genealogical reckoning. The Sumerian king list does something notably different. By placing the flood directly within an unbroken sequence of named kings and cities, extending forward without interruption into periods of verifiable history, the tradition effectively insists that the flood belongs to the same category of event as everything else in the list. A real occurrence, situated at a specific point in a continuous chronological framework, rather than a timeless myth existing outside of ordinary historical reckoning altogether. This structural choice is, in itself, a form of historical claim, whatever we ultimately conclude about how literally to take the specific details surrounding it. Modern historians and Assyriologists studying the king list have generally approached this structural feature with considerable interest, precisely because of what it implies about ancient Mesopotamian conceptions of their own past. Rather than reading the floodline as evidence that the entire pre-flood section should be dismissed as pure invention, many scholars have instead treated it as evidence that the Sumerians themselves regarded a great flood as a genuine, datable historical event, one significant enough to function as the primary organizing hinge for their entire understanding of kingship's deep history. Even as the specific details surrounding that event, the names of the pre-flood kings, the almost incomprehensible length of their reigns, had clearly been reshaped by centuries of retelling, embellishment, and the kind of symbolic numerical patterning that characterized so much of Mesopotamian scribal and mathematical culture more broadly. We are going to spend the next several parts of tonight's journey going deeper into what this flood tradition actually says, beginning with the fuller narrative account preserved in what scholars call the Eridu Genesis, and its central figure, a king named Ziusudra, whose story would go on to echo with remarkable consistency through the later Gilgamesh epic, and, eventually, through the flood narrative preserved in the biblical book of Genesis itself. That consistency, the way essentially the same basic story structure, a chosen survivor, divine warning, a great vessel, a devastating flood, an eventual renewal, reappears across multiple, independently attested Mesopotamian and, later, biblical sources separated by centuries of retelling, is itself one of the more genuinely striking pieces of evidence in this entire inquiry. We are not dealing with a single isolated account that might easily be dismissed as an idiosyncratic invention. We are dealing with a story that Mesopotamian scribes themselves treated as sufficiently important and sufficiently rooted in shared cultural memory to copy, adapt, and transmit across well over 1,000 years of literary history, each retelling preserving the essential shape of the narrative, even as its specific details continued to shift and develop. It is that deeper narrative, beginning with Ziusudra himself, that we turn to next, following the flood not as a single stark line in a king list, but as a fully realized story, complete with warning, vessel, and survival. Imagine a king ruling in the city of Shuruppak, pious and attentive to the gods in a way the text takes care to establish before anything else about him, standing beside a wall one evening when a voice reaches him, quiet, urgent, and utterly without precedent in his experience. A warning delivered by a god who should not, by the normal order of things, be speaking to him at all, that the assembly of the gods has decided to send a flood to destroy all of humankind, and that he alone has been chosen to survive it, if he is willing to do exactly as he is told. This scene, the warning delivered beside a wall, deserves a moment of attention in its own right, because the detail is unusually specific for a text this fragmentary, and it recurs with only minor variation in the later Gilgamesh version of the same story. The god delivering the warning, generally identified as Enki, the Mesopotamian god of wisdom, sweet water, and, significantly, the city of Eridu itself, is depicted as circumventing a decision made by the wider divine assembly, speaking not directly to the king, but to the wall of his house, so that the god cannot technically be said to have broken whatever oath of secrecy bound the assembled gods to their collective decision. This narrative device, a technically permissible loophole, allowing a sympathetic god to warn a chosen human without formally violating divine consensus, is a genuinely sophisticated piece of storytelling, and its survival across multiple, independently transmitted versions of the tradition suggests it was considered an important and memorable element of the story from a very early stage in its development. Enki's particular association with Eridu itself adds another layer of meaning worth noting. As the patron deity of the very first city named in the Sumerian king list, the city whose kingship, according to that same tradition, descended directly from heaven, Enki's decision to protect Ziusudra can be read as an act of loyalty extending outward from the god's own city and its people, rather than an arbitrary or unmotivated intervention in the affairs of the wider divine assembly. This detail, easy to pass over quickly, reflects the deeply local, city-centered structure of Mesopotamian religion more broadly, in which each major city maintained its own patron deity, its own temple and its own particular relationship to the wider pantheon, a structure that shaped how these flood narratives were composed, transmitted, and understood by the audiences who first heard them, and one worth keeping in mind as we now move forward into the version of this same story that a much later Babylonian audience would come to know best. This is the opening scene, reconstructed from fragmentary but genuinely ancient tablets of what scholars today call the Eridu Genesis, sometimes also referred to as the Sumerian flood story, one of the oldest known written accounts of a great flood surviving from anywhere in the ancient world. Its central figure is a king named Ziusudra, whose name is generally translated as something close to life of long days, or he who found life of distant days, a name whose meaning already anticipates the story's eventual outcome. The Eridu Genesis survives today only in fragmentary form, primarily through a single damaged tablet, generally dated to around 1600 BCE, though the tradition it preserves is understood by scholars to be considerably older, likely reaching back through oral transmission to a period well before this specific tablet was inscribed. The damage to the surviving tablet is significant enough that entire sections of the narrative are missing or only partially legible, requiring scholars to reconstruct the fuller story by comparing it carefully against later, more completely preserved versions of, essentially, the same narrative, particularly the flood account embedded within the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, which we will examine in detail in the part of tonight's journey immediately following this one. The specific tablet on which the Eridu Genesis survives was recovered from the ancient city of Nippur, one of the most important religious centers of ancient Sumer, during excavations conducted in the late 19th century. Like a great deal of cuneiform material recovered during this early period of Mesopotamian archaeology, the tablet suffered damage both in antiquity and in the millennia since, leaving modern scholars working from a text with substantial gaps, some spanning many lines, at precisely the points in the narrative where we might most wish for greater detail. This is a common and frustrating reality of Mesopotamian textual scholarship more broadly. The surviving corpus of cuneiform literature, vast as it is, represents only a fraction of what was originally composed and copied, with the specific texts that happen to survive, and the specific condition in which they survive, determined largely by the accidents of ancient library destruction, subsequent burial, and the particular patterns of modern excavation, rather than by any deliberate selection reflecting what scholars today would most want preserved. According to the reconstructed narrative, the flood in the Eridu Genesis is presented as a decision made by the full assembly of the Mesopotamian gods, a divine council whose deliberations and motivations are only partially preserved in the surviving fragments, though later, more complete versions of the broader tradition suggest the flood was intended as a response to humanity's excessive noise or disruption, a detail that appears repeatedly across the wider Mesopotamian flood tradition and connects this story to a related, earlier text known as the Atrahasis epic, which frames the flood explicitly as a divine response to human overpopulation and the resulting disturbance it caused among the gods. The Atrahasis epic deserves a moment of direct attention here because it fills in much of what the damaged Eridu Genesis tablet leaves obscure. Composed in Akkadian and surviving in considerably more complete form than the Sumerian text, Atrahasis tells a broader creation-to-flood narrative, beginning with an account of humanity's original creation by the gods to relieve the lesser deities of hard agricultural labor, followed by humanity's rapid multiplication across the land, and the senior gods' growing irritation at the resulting noise and disruption this population growth caused, disturbing their rest and provoking a series of escalating divine responses, including plague and famine, before culminating in the decision to send an overwhelming flood as a final, more permanent solution. This framing humanity's noise as the proximate cause of divine displeasure is a genuinely distinctive feature of the Mesopotamian tradition, quite different from the moral or ethical framing that would later characterize the biblical account of the flood, in which humanity's wickedness, rather than mere overpopulation, motivates the divine decision to send the waters. If you're settling in with us for this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I want to say something about why we're spending real time with a text, this fragmentary, and this difficult to reconstruct with total confidence. It would be easier in some ways to skip straight to the more complete and more famous Gilgamesh account, and simply mention the Eridu Genesis in passing. But doing that would miss something important. This fragmentary, damaged tablet may be our closest surviving window into the oldest layer of this entire tradition, closer in time and in form to whatever original story, oral or written, first gave rise to everything that followed. If that kind of careful attention to the oldest, most fragile sources is what you value in these evenings, subscribing helps make sure more of them find you. Now, let's continue with what Ziusudra's story actually tells us. There is something quietly moving about the work involved in reconstructing a text like this one, work carried out by generations of Assyriologists, each building on the philological groundwork laid by those who came before, painstakingly comparing damaged, broken lines against parallel passages in later, better preserved texts, cross-referencing vocabulary and grammatical forms against the wider corpus of known Sumerian literature, gradually filling in what can be filled in while marking honestly what remains genuinely unknown. This is slow, careful, unglamorous scholarship, the kind that rarely makes headlines, and it is precisely the kind of work that makes an evening like this one possible at all. Every reconstructed line we walk through together tonight represents real labor, undertaken by real scholars, across more than a century of sustained attention to a handful of damaged clay tablets recovered from beneath the sands of southern Iraq. Warned of the coming flood, Ziusudra is instructed, according to the reconstructed narrative, to build a great boat, described in the fragmentary text as being of substantial size, capable of preserving not only Ziusudra himself, but also, in versions of the broader tradition that survive in fuller form, representatives of the animal world and the specialized knowledge and skills necessary for human civilization to be rebuilt after the flood had passed. The surviving fragments of the Eridu Genesis do not preserve every detail of this construction with the same vividness that the later Gilgamesh account does, but the basic structure, divine warning, construction of a vessel, and preservation of both human and non-human life through the flood is already clearly present in this older text. The preservation of civilizational knowledge and skill, sometimes described in the broader tradition as the seeds of every living thing alongside more abstract or symbolic representations of craft, wisdom, and technical skill, points toward a concern running through this story that extends beyond mere biological survival. The flood, in this framing, threatens not only human and animal life, but the entire accumulated project of civilization itself, its crafts, its knowledge, its carefully developed relationship with the land, and its resources. Ziusudra's boat, in preserving both life and knowledge together, functions narratively as a vessel not just for survival but for continuity, ensuring that whatever world emerges after the flood need not begin entirely from nothing, a detail that speaks meaningfully to how seriously this ancient civilization valued its accumulated technical and cultural inheritance. The flood itself, in the fragments that survive, is described in genuinely dramatic terms. Storm winds of exceptional violence, described in the text as raging simultaneously across the whole of the land, continuing for a period the fragmentary text specifies as 7 days and 7 nights, a number that recurs in ancient Near Eastern flood accounts and Near Eastern literature more broadly, functioning as a symbolically significant span representing a complete, momentous span of time, rather than necessarily a precise, literal duration, meant to be taken as an exact historical measurement. This recurring 7-day pattern is worth pausing on, because it appears with striking consistency across multiple, independently significant moments in ancient Near Eastern literature more broadly, well beyond the flood narrative specifically. Periods of 7 days appear repeatedly in ritual purification sequences, in accounts of significant journeys, and in various other narrative contexts across Sumerian, Akkadian, and later biblical literature, suggesting that 7 had already acquired a broadly recognized symbolic weight within the wider cultural and literary tradition of the ancient Near East, quite possibly connected to the 7 visible celestial bodies tracked by Mesopotamian astronomy: the sun, moon, and 5 visible planets, each of which came to be associated with its own day in later calendrical traditions, descended from this same broad cultural region. When the Eridu Genesis specifies 7 days and 7 nights for the duration of the storm, a reader steeped in this wider symbolic vocabulary would likely have understood the number as marking completeness and totality, rather than expecting it to correspond to a literal, verifiable weather event lasting precisely 168 hours. After the flood subsides, Ziusudra is said to have opened a window in his vessel to let in the light of the sun god, before eventually emerging, offering sacrifice to the gods in gratitude for his survival, and receiving, in reward for his piety and obedience, the extraordinary gift of immortality, being granted a place to dwell in a paradise-like land generally identified in the broader Mesopotamian tradition as Dilmun, a location scholars now generally associate with the region of the modern island of Bahrain and the surrounding coastal areas of the Persian Gulf. Dilmun's place within the wider Mesopotamian imagination deserves a moment of its own consideration, because it was not, to Sumerian and later Babylonian audiences, a purely fictional or mythical Neverland invented solely for this story. Dilmun appears across a considerable range of Mesopotamian texts as a real, geographically situated trading partner, associated in economic and administrative records with valuable imported goods, including copper and various luxury materials, arriving in Mesopotamia via Persian Gulf trade routes. That a real, known trading destination could simultaneously function within Mesopotamian religious literature as a paradise-like land of immortality granted to a flood survivor tells us something valuable about how these ancient audiences related their mythology to their lived geography. The sacred and the mundane, the mythic and the commercially familiar were not necessarily understood as belonging to entirely separate categories of reality in the way a modern reader might instinctively assume. This final detail, Ziusudra's translation into an immortal, semi-divine existence in Dilmun, is worth sitting with directly, because it marks one of the more significant points of divergence between this earliest Sumerian version of the story and the later, more familiar retellings that would follow it. In the later Gilgamesh epic, the Flood Hero, their renamed Utnapishtim similarly receives immortality as his reward, situated in a way that directly motivates the central quest of the Gilgamesh narrative itself, as Gilgamesh seeks out the immortal flood survivor, precisely in hopes of learning the secret to escaping death himself. By the time the story reaches the biblical account of Noah, this element of personal immortality for the flood survivor has disappeared entirely, replaced instead by covenant, blessing, and the more historically grounded genealogical continuation of Noah's own mortal lineage. Tracking exactly this kind of transformation, what persists, what changes, and what falls away entirely as the story moves across cultures and centuries, will be one of the central threads running through the remainder of tonight's journey. It is worth naming at this early stage why this pattern of transformation matters so much for how we should ultimately weigh the entire flood tradition against the physical evidence we spent the earlier hours of tonight's journey examining. A story that changed nothing at all across 1,000 years and multiple cultures and languages would be almost suspicious in its rigidity, more consistent with a fixed, static literary formula than with a living tradition genuinely rooted in transmitted memory. A story that changes everything, retaining nothing recognizable from one telling to the next, would offer us no meaningful thread to follow back toward any possible original event at all. What we actually find, as we will see across the following parts of this journey, sits meaningfully between these two extremes: a stable core structure, warning, vessel, flood, survival, reward, persisting remarkably consistently across every version we can examine, wrapped in outer details, character names, specific divine motivations, the fate of the survivor, that shift and adapt as the story passes through different cultures, different centuries, and different theological frameworks. That is precisely the pattern we would expect from a genuinely old, genuinely transmitted tradition, rather than either a rigid literary formula or a set of entirely unrelated, independently invented stories. We turn next to the fuller, more complete telling of this same essential story, preserved not in Sumerian but in Akkadian, embedded within the most famous literary work to survive from ancient Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and its own flood hero, Utnapishtim. That transition from a badly damaged Sumerian tablet to a considerably more complete Akkadian epic, composed centuries later, will let us see this story with a vividness the Eridu Genesis alone cannot fully provide, while also letting us track, with real precision, exactly which elements of Ziusudra's story survived the journey into Gilgamesh intact, and which were reshaped, expanded, or given entirely new emphasis by the later Babylonian poets who inherited this tradition and made it their own. It is, in many ways, the moment this ancient flood story becomes fully vivid for the first time in the surviving record, its central character given a new name, a fuller voice, and a place within one of the greatest works of literature the ancient world ever produced, a work that would go on to shape the imagination of the entire ancient Near East for well over 1,000 years after it was first composed, and whose echoes we can still trace today, well beyond the boundaries of the ancient world that first gave them voice, into the pages of texts still read and studied today, more than 4,000 years after they were first set down in clay, in a city whose name, Shuruppak, still marks a real place on the map of southern Iraq. Imagine a grieving king having just watched his closest companion die, setting out alone across mountains, deserts, and finally, a sea of death itself, driven not by conquest or glory, but by the rawest fear a human being can carry. The fear of his own mortality, made suddenly, unbearably real by watching someone he loved stop breathing. This king is Gilgamesh, and his search for answers will eventually lead him to a single, immortal man, living at the edge of the known world, who alone among all humanity managed to escape death. That man's name is Utnapishtim, and the story he tells Gilgamesh, embedded within the 11th tablet of the greatest literary work to survive from ancient Mesopotamia, is our fullest, most vivid surviving account of the ancient Near Eastern flood tradition. The broader Gilgamesh epic, before it ever reaches Utnapishtim's flood account, is worth understanding in outline, because the flood story's placement within it is deliberate and meaningful rather than incidental. Gilgamesh, described in the epic's opening lines as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, begins the story as a powerful but overbearing king of the city of Uruk, whose behavior toward his own people prompts the gods to create a wild counterpart, Enkidu, initially intended to challenge and humble him. The two instead become inseparable companions after an initial confrontation, undertaking a series of heroic adventures together, defeating the monstrous guardian Humbaba and slaying the bull of heaven sent by the offended goddess Ishtar. It is this second act of defiance against Ishtar that seals Enkidu's fate. The gods decree that one of the two companions must die as punishment, and the lot falls to Enkidu, whose death devastates Gilgamesh and sets the entire remainder of the epic, including his eventual encounter with Utnapishtim, into motion. The flood story we are about to examine, in other words, arrives at the emotional and thematic climax of a much larger meditation on mortality, friendship, and the limits of human power, rather than standing alone as an isolated mythological episode. The Epic of Gilgamesh, in the form most widely read and studied today, survives primarily through a version compiled sometime around 1200 BCE by a Babylonian scribe and exorcist named Sin-Leqi-Unnini, working from older Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian source materials stretching back many centuries earlier. This so-called standard Babylonian version represents the culmination of a long process of literary development in which older, shorter, more loosely connected Gilgamesh stories were gradually woven together into the sophisticated, unified epic that survives today, complete with recurring themes, careful narrative structure, and a genuinely moving meditation on mortality that continues to resonate with readers more than 3,000 years after it was composed. The layered, compiled nature of this standard Babylonian version is itself instructive for understanding how the flood narrative came to occupy its particular place within the larger epic. Earlier, independently circulating Gilgamesh stories, some surviving from as far back as the early 2nd millennium BCE, and composed in Sumerian rather than Akkadian, focused on separate episodes. Gilgamesh's conflict with the monster Humbaba, his refusal of the goddess Ishtar's romantic advances, his grief over the death of his companion Enkidu, without necessarily including the flood narrative at all, as part of a unified whole. It was Sin-Leqi-Unnini's later synthesis that wove these separate strands together into the coherent, psychologically unified epic we read today, deliberately incorporating the older, independently circulating flood story as Utnapishtim's own testimony, delivered directly to Gilgamesh at the emotional climax of his quest for immortality. This editorial decision, folding an older, once independent flood narrative directly into the psychological heart of the Gilgamesh epic, transformed what might otherwise have remained a separate mythological tradition into an integral, inseparable part of one of the greatest works of literature the ancient world ever produced. The rediscovery of this epic in the modern era is itself a remarkable story, one worth pausing on before we turn to the flood narrative itself. For many centuries, the Gilgamesh epic existed only as broken, buried clay tablets, lost beneath the ruins of ancient Mesopotamian cities, entirely unknown to the modern world. That changed in 1872 when George Smith, a self-taught Assyriologist working at the British Museum, was examining a collection of cuneiform tablets recovered from the ruins of the library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, and realized with growing astonishment that one of the tablets he was translating described a flood story bearing an unmistakable, striking resemblance to the biblical account of Noah. The library of Ashurbanipal deserves its own moment of attention because it is precisely the kind of institution that made a discovery like Smith's possible in the first place. Ashurbanipal, who ruled the Assyrian Empire during the 7th century BCE, assembled what scholars now regard as the first systematically organized library in recorded history, dispatching scribes across his empire to collect, copy, and catalogue tablets covering an enormous range of subjects: religious and literary texts, medical and astronomical treatises, administrative records, and royal correspondence, all gathered and preserved at his capital. When Nineveh was destroyed and the library's tablets buried beneath the resulting rubble, that very destruction, paradoxically, helped preserve much of the collection, sealing it away from the elements and from later disturbance until British and later Iraqi archaeologists began systematically excavating the site in the 19th century, recovering tens of thousands of tablet fragments, among which Smith would eventually find the flood narrative that made his name. Smith's discovery caused an immediate sensation. According to accounts from colleagues present at the time, Smith was reportedly so overcome with excitement upon realizing what he had found that he began tearing off items of his clothing in the museum reading room. An anecdote that, whether recorded with complete literal accuracy or somewhat embellished in the retelling, captures something genuine about the scale of what had just been uncovered. Direct, physical, ancient evidence that the flood story so central to the biblical tradition had a considerably older parallel, inscribed in cuneiform centuries before the earliest plausible date for the composition of the biblical text itself. Smith's background makes his discovery all the more remarkable. He had left school at the age of 14 to apprentice as a banknote engraver, entirely without formal academic training in ancient languages, and taught himself cuneiform largely through independent study during his lunch breaks and evenings, poring over published tablet transcriptions at the British Museum until the museum's staff, recognizing his evident talent, eventually hired him to work directly with the collection itself. His self-taught mastery of Akkadian cuneiform, achieved without the university training that would normally be considered essential for this kind of specialized philological work, stands as one of the more remarkable individual achievements in the history of Assyriology. And it was this largely self-made expertise that allowed him to recognize what more conventionally trained scholars examining the same tablets had apparently overlooked. The public and scholarly reaction to Smith's announcement, delivered in a lecture to the Society of Biblical Archaeology in December of 1872, was immediate and intense. The Daily Telegraph newspaper, recognizing the enormous public interest in any discovery that touched so directly on biblical history, funded an expedition sending Smith back to the site at Nineveh to search for additional fragments that might fill gaps in the text he had already translated. An expedition that, remarkably, succeeded within days of Smith's arrival at the site in locating a further fragment containing missing lines from precisely the flood narrative in question. A stroke of archaeological fortune still cited today as one of the more astonishing coincidences in the history of the field. If you're joining this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I want to acknowledge before we go further that we're standing at what might be the single most consequential moment in this whole area of scholarship. The moment modern readers first realized, with total certainty, that the biblical flood story was not unique, but belonged to a considerably older and wider Mesopotamian tradition. That realization changed biblical scholarship permanently, and it's worth sitting with the weight of that for a moment before we continue into the story itself. If evenings built around this kind of careful, consequential history are what bring you back, subscribing helps make sure more of them find you. Now, let's turn to what Utnapishtim actually tells Gilgamesh. It is worth being precise about exactly what changed, and what did not, in the wake of Smith's 1872 discovery, because the popular understanding of this moment has sometimes overstated its implications in one direction or another. The discovery did not and could not prove or disprove any specific theological claim about the biblical flood narrative's ultimate origin or accuracy. What it established beyond reasonable dispute was that the biblical story was not a wholly unique, isolated composition, but rather participated in and very likely drew upon, in some fashion, a considerably older literary and religious tradition already well established in Mesopotamia centuries before the traditional dating of the biblical text itself. This realization reshaped biblical scholarship by opening an entirely new avenue of comparative study, situating the Book of Genesis within its broader ancient Near Eastern literary context, rather than treating it as a text that emerged in cultural isolation, a shift in scholarly approach whose influence continues to shape how biblical scholars, historians, and archaeologists study these texts today. Utnapishtim's account, embedded within the 11th tablet of the standard Babylonian epic, follows the same essential structure we already encountered in the earlier, more fragmentary Eridu Genesis, but rendered here with considerably greater narrative richness and detail. Utnapishtim, we learn, once ruled as a mortal king in the city of Shuruppak, precisely the city named in the Sumerian king list as the final antediluvian city before the flood, a detail that directly links this Akkadian retelling back to the older Sumerian tradition we examined in the previous part of tonight's journey. Warned by the god Ea, the Akkadian counterpart to the Sumerian Enki, of the assembled gods' decision to destroy humanity with a flood, Utnapishtim receives detailed instructions to construct an enormous vessel, described in the text with considerably more specificity than the damaged Eridu Genesis provides. A cube-shaped boat, its dimensions given precisely, sealed with pitch and bitumen, built across a compressed and urgent span of days, with the help of his entire community, who Utnapishtim deceives, according to the text, by telling them he must leave the city because the god Enlil has grown to hate him, rather than revealing the true, catastrophic reason for the boat's urgent construction. The specific dimensions given for Utnapishtim's vessel deserve direct mention, because they represent one of the more genuinely striking pieces of concrete detail preserved anywhere in the flood tradition. The text describes a cube-shaped structure, each side measuring 120 cubits, roughly 60 meters by most modern reconstructions of ancient Mesopotamian cubit measurements, divided internally into 7 levels, each level further divided into 9 compartments, a design emphasizing not naval seaworthiness in any conventional sense, but rather sheer enclosed volume and structural compartmentalization. Well suited to housing and separating the various forms of life, the text describes Utnapishtim loading aboard before the flood arrives. His family, various craftsmen bringing their tools and skills, and, in the epic's own vivid phrasing, the seed of all living creatures. Modern naval engineers and historians of ancient technology who have examined this description generally note that a cube-shaped vessel of these dimensions would have been structurally sound for the purpose described, floating and surviving a storm, even if such a design would have been entirely unsuitable for conventional navigation, a detail some scholars read as evidence that the text's authors were less concerned with plausible seafaring than with conveying an image of maximal enclosed capacity and structural stability against the coming deluge. The flood itself, once it arrives, is described in genuinely harrowing terms. The storm is so overwhelming that even the gods themselves, according to the text, become frightened by what they have unleashed, retreating in fear to the highest heaven and weeping at the destruction they witness below. This detail, divine regret and fear at the flood's severity, is a striking and theologically significant addition not clearly present in the more fragmentary Eridu Genesis, suggesting a developing tradition in which the flood's destructiveness comes to be viewed, even by its divine instigators, as having exceeded what was originally intended or justified. The specific imagery used to convey the storm's ferocity is worth dwelling on, because it represents some of the most vivid poetic language surviving anywhere in Akkadian literature. The text describes the south wind and its companion winds converging with overwhelming force, darkness covering the land so completely that people could not see one another, the storm god Adad thundering amid the din, and the flood itself compared in one particularly striking image to a battle overwhelming the people the way a devastating army overwhelms a city in war. The goddess Ishtar is described crying out in anguish at the destruction of humanity she herself had helped create, lamenting that she should never have agreed to the assembly's decision, wishing the days of catastrophe had never come. This layer of divine remorse, absent or at least not clearly preserved in the more fragmentary Sumerian material, adds a genuinely striking emotional and theological complexity to the Akkadian retelling. one that later biblical tradition would handle very differently, framing its own flood not as an excess the deity comes to regret, but as a deliberate, morally justified act of judgment. After the storm rages for the same symbolically significant 7 days, Utnapishtim's boat comes to rest on a mountain, generally identified in the text as Mount Nisir, and he releases first a dove, which finds no place to land and returns, then a swallow which also returns, and finally a raven which does not return, understood by Utnapishtim as a sign that the waters have receded enough for dry land to be found elsewhere. This specific sequence, birds released to test for available land, would go on to be echoed with remarkable precision in the biblical account of Noah, one of the more striking and specific points of continuity between the Mesopotamian and biblical flood traditions that we will examine in careful detail in the parts of tonight's journey still ahead of us. Following the bird's testimony that dry land could now be found, Utnapishtim disembarks and offers a sacrifice to the gods, an act the text describes in genuinely vivid sensory terms. The assembled gods, drawn by the aroma of the offering after their long ordeal, gathering around it like flies, hungry after having gone without proper sacrificial offerings during the flood that had destroyed the human worshippers who would normally have provided them. This detail carries a certain dark irony worth noting. The same gods who had decided to destroy humanity find themselves, in the flood's aftermath, dependent on the survival of at least one human worshipper to resume the offerings that sustained their own divine existence. A tension the text seems to acknowledge directly through the god Enlil's initial fury at discovering any human had survived at all, before eventually being persuaded by Ea to relent, and instead grant Utnapishtim and his wife the reward of immortality, settling them at the mouth of the rivers, in a location the text describes in terms suggesting a paradise-like remove from ordinary mortal existence. We have now walked through, in real detail, the 2 oldest and most important surviving versions of the Mesopotamian flood tradition, the fragmentary Sumerian Eridu Genesis and the fuller, more vivid Akkadian account preserved within the Gilgamesh epic. Before we turn to how this tradition compares against other ancient flood accounts more broadly, including its eventual biblical descendant, it is worth pausing to name plainly what we have actually established across these 2 parts of tonight's journey. We have a written tradition, attested across multiple independent Mesopotamian sources, spanning well over 1,000 years of transmission and adaptation, consistently structured around a divine warning, the construction of a vessel, a catastrophic flood lasting a symbolically significant span of days, and the eventual survival and reward of a single righteous or favored individual. That consistency across genuinely independent textual witnesses separated by centuries is itself a remarkable feature of the ancient Near Eastern literary record, whatever its ultimate relationship to the physical, geological events we spent the earlier hours of this journey examining. It is a consistency we will now test further against sources from well outside Mesopotamia itself, beginning with the Hebrew scriptures and the account of Noah, along with the wider constellation of flood traditions that appear, in one form or another, across nearly every inhabited continent on Earth, a pattern too widespread to ignore. Imagine laying 3 ancient texts side by side on a table, one Sumerian, one Akkadian, one Hebrew, each composed centuries apart in different languages, by scribes serving entirely different religious traditions, and finding, as you read through them in sequence, the same basic skeleton of a story emerging again and again. A warning delivered to a single righteous individual, the construction of a vessel to specific and deliberate dimensions, the loading of animals alongside human survivors, a flood lasting a symbolically weighted span of days, birds sent out to test for dry land, and finally, survival, sacrifice, and a renewed relationship between the survivor and the divine. This is not coincidence in any ordinary sense. It is the signature of a genuine literary and cultural inheritance, passed from one tradition to the next, across the ancient Near East. Try to picture this comparison the way a textual scholar might actually work through it in practice, line by line, detail by detail, checking each element of one version against its counterpart in the others. It is slow, patient work, the kind that does not lend itself to a single dramatic headline, but instead accumulates its persuasive weight gradually, through the sheer density of correspondences that keep appearing, one after another, as the comparison proceeds. No single parallel taken alone would be enough to establish a genuine historical or literary connection between these traditions. A shared concern with flooding, considered by itself, could plausibly arise independently in any river-dependent civilization. But the accumulation of specific, granular details, matching vessel sealing techniques, matching bird release sequences, matching symbolic day counts, matching mountain landings, builds a case that becomes considerably harder to explain through independent invention alone, the longer the list of correspondences grows. We have already spent considerable time with the Mesopotamian branch of this tradition, from the fragmentary Sumerian Eridu Genesis through the fuller, more vivid Akkadian account preserved in the Gilgamesh epic. Tonight, we turn to its most widely known descendant, the account of Noah, preserved in the book of Genesis, part of the Hebrew scriptures and, by extension, one of the most read and referenced texts in the entire history of human civilization. The sheer scale of the Noah narrative's cultural reach is worth pausing on before we turn to the comparison itself, because it shapes why this particular thread of the flood tradition matters so much beyond its purely academic interest. Through the Hebrew Bible's adoption into both the Christian Old Testament and its ongoing centrality within Judaism, and through the story's further inclusion within the Quran's own account of Noah, this originally Mesopotamian narrative core has, through its biblical retelling, become one of the most widely known stories in human history, familiar today to billions of people across cultures that have no direct historical connection to ancient Sumer or Babylon whatsoever. Tracing this story back to its Mesopotamian origins does not diminish that reach or significance. If anything, it deepens the story's resonance, revealing a narrative that has been meaningful enough across an extraordinary span of human cultures and centuries to be told, retold, and reshaped again and again, each time carrying forward the same essential human questions about catastrophe, survival, and the possibility of a renewed relationship with the divine. The scholarly consensus regarding the relationship between the Mesopotamian flood traditions and the biblical Noah narrative has developed considerably since George Smith's 1872 discovery first revealed the connection to the wider public. Few serious biblical scholars today argue that the authors of Genesis composed their flood account in complete isolation from the older Mesopotamian tradition, given the sheer density and specificity of shared narrative elements between the two. The more actively debated questions concern the precise mechanism of transmission, whether through direct textual borrowing, shared oral traditions circulating across the ancient Near East, or some combination of both, and the theological and literary transformations the ancient Hebrew authors introduced as they adapted this inherited material to fit within their own distinctive religious framework. Several plausible historical pathways for this transmission have been proposed by scholars over the more than a century and a half since Smith's discovery. One widely discussed possibility centers on the Babylonian exile, the period during the 6th century BCE, when a substantial portion of the Judean population was forcibly relocated to Babylon following the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem. placing Hebrew scribes and religious leaders in direct, sustained contact with Mesopotamian literary and religious culture at exactly the period when much of the Hebrew Bible was being compiled, edited, and given its final written form. Other scholars point to considerably earlier and more diffuse channels of contact, noting that Mesopotamian cultural and literary influence extended across the wider ancient Near East for many centuries before the exile, carried through trade, diplomacy, and the broader shared literary culture of the region, meaning direct exposure to Mesopotamian flood traditions could plausibly have entered Hebrew tradition considerably earlier than the 6th century BCE exile alone would suggest. Both pathways remain live possibilities within current scholarship, and it is entirely possible that transmission occurred through multiple channels across different periods, rather than through any single, clearly identifiable moment of contact. The Babylonian exile hypothesis, in particular, carries a certain intuitive appeal given the sheer scale of cultural exposure it would have entailed. Judean scribes and priests relocated to the heart of Babylonian civilization for a period of decades would have had direct, sustained access to the same rich literary tradition that had preserved and continued to copy the Gilgamesh epic, alongside the wider corpus of Mesopotamian religious and historical literature, precisely during the period when the biblical text was undergoing significant editorial development. This does not require imagining Hebrew scribes copying directly from Akkadian tablets in any literal sense. Sustained cultural immersion within a society whose foundational literary and religious traditions included a well-known flood narrative would have been more than sufficient to introduce its core narrative structure into the wider cultural conversation Hebrew scribes were themselves participating in, to be reworked and reinterpreted according to their own distinct theological commitments as they continued shaping their own scriptural tradition. If you're settling into this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I want to be clear about what kind of comparison we're undertaking here. We are not trying to determine which version of this story is more true, or to diminish the theological significance the Noah narrative holds within the Jewish and Christian traditions that have carried it forward for thousands of years. We are simply, carefully, tracing a literary and historical thread, the way a careful reader traces the development of any story across multiple retellings, noting what persists, what changes, and what those changes might tell us about the different cultures that shaped each version. If that kind of careful, respectful comparison is what you value in these evenings, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Now, let's look at the specific points of connection. It is worth being explicit about the distinction we are drawing here between literary and historical comparison on one hand and theological evaluation on the other, because the two are easy to conflate and genuinely different in what they claim to establish. Recognizing that the Noah narrative shares a demonstrable literary relationship with older Mesopotamian flood accounts says nothing, one way or another, about the theological truth or falsehood of the biblical text, any more than recognizing that a modern historical novel draws on real archival sources says anything about whether its author's broader interpretation of those events is correct. These are separate questions addressed through separate methods and a channel built around careful, evidence-respecting engagement with ancient history has an obligation to keep them clearly distinguished rather than letting a literary observation slide into an implicit theological claim it was never equipped to make. The parallels between the Mesopotamian flood tradition and the biblical Noah narrative are numerous and, in several cases, remarkably precise. Both traditions center on a single righteous individual, warned in advance of a coming flood, intended to destroy a corrupted or overpopulated humanity. Both instruct the survivor to build a large vessel according to specific, divinely given dimensions. Both describe the loading of animals aboard the vessel to ensure the preservation of life beyond the flood itself. Both specify the flood's duration using numbers that carry symbolic weight within their respective traditions, 40 days and nights in Genesis, echoing the 7-day storm of the Mesopotamian accounts in its function as a marker of a complete, momentous span of time, even as the specific numbers themselves differ. Both describe the vessel eventually coming to rest on a mountain, Ararat in the biblical account, Nisir in the Gilgamesh version, following the flood's recession. And, most strikingly of all, both describe the survivor releasing birds in sequence, a raven, and then doves, to test whether the floodwaters had receded enough for dry land to be found, with the return or non-return of each bird serving as the critical signal determining the survivor's next action. It is worth walking through the biblical account's specific details a little further, because the correspondence with the Mesopotamian tradition extends even into structural features of the narrative that are easy to overlook on a first reading. The book of Genesis specifies the ark's dimensions precisely: 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, a level of exact numerical specification that closely parallels the precise cubit measurements given for Utnapishtim's vessel in the Gilgamesh account, even though the two vessels differ considerably in their described shape. Noah's ark rectangular and boat-like, rather than the cube-shaped structure described in the Akkadian text. Genesis also specifies that Noah sealed the ark with pitch, inside and out, using precisely the same waterproofing material, bitumen, that Utnapishtim's text describes using to seal his own vessel, a detail reflecting the shared material culture and practical boat-building knowledge of the wider ancient Near Eastern world in which both traditions developed. This last parallel, the specific sequence of birds released to test for land, deserves particular attention because the level of specific, granular detail involved makes independent invention considerably less plausible as an explanation than some form of genuine shared tradition, whether through direct literary influence or a common older source both traditions eventually drew upon. It is one thing for two cultures to independently develop a general flood myth, given how common catastrophic flooding is as a basic human experience across many different environments. It is something else entirely for two cultures, writing in different languages centuries apart, to independently arrive at the same specific narrative device of releasing birds in a deliberate testing sequence, to determine when it is safe to disembark. The specific bird sequence itself differs in an instructive way between the two versions, worth noting precisely because the difference illustrates how a shared narrative device could be retained while its specific details were reworked. In the Gilgamesh account, Utnapishtim releases a dove, then a swallow, then a raven in that order, with the raven's failure to return marking the final, successful signal. In Genesis, Noah releases a raven first, which does not return at all, followed by a dove sent out 3 separate times at intervals, the first returning having found nothing, the second returning with an olive leaf signaling that vegetation had reappeared, and the third not returning at all, indicating the land was now habitable. The biblical version's more elaborated 3-stage dove sequence, complete with the now famous detail of the olive leaf, represents exactly the kind of narrative expansion and reworking we would expect from a later, independently developing literary tradition building on an inherited core device, rather than simply copying it verbatim. Alongside these striking similarities, the differences between the traditions are equally significant and arguably more revealing of each culture's distinct theological framework. Where the Mesopotamian tradition frames the flood as a rising from the assembled gods' collective, somewhat capricious decision, Motivated in the Atrahasis tradition by simple irritation at human noise and overpopulation, the biblical account frames Noah's flood explicitly in moral terms, as a deliberate response to human wickedness and corruption, judged by a single, unified deity acting according to a coherent ethical standard rather than divine irritation or overcrowding. Where the Mesopotamian flood hero receives personal immortality as his reward, reflecting that tradition's broader concern with individual human mortality and the possibility, however remote, of escaping it, Noah receives instead a covenant, a promise extending forward through his descendants and, by extension, through the whole of humanity going forward, reflecting the biblical tradition's characteristic emphasis on covenant, lineage, and the ongoing relationship between a chosen people and their God across generations, rather than on any individual's personal escape from death. This shift from divine caprice to divine moral judgment represents one of the more significant theological transformations visible anywhere in the comparison between these traditions, and it aligns closely with the broader monotheistic framework the Hebrew scriptures develop across their entirety. Where the Mesopotamian pantheon consists of multiple gods, each with distinct, sometimes competing interests and temperaments, capable of disagreement and even regret over their own collective decisions, as we saw in the gods' fear and weeping during the flood itself in the Gilgamesh account, the biblical tradition presents a single deity whose decisions, however severe, are framed as consistent expressions of a coherent moral character rather than the outcome of divine irritation, negotiation, or eventual regret. The biblical text does include an echo of divine reconsideration. God's promise never again to destroy the earth by flood, marked by the covenant sign of the rainbow. But this reads as a settled resolution and forward-looking commitment rather than the Mesopotamian gods' immediate, almost panicked remorse in the midst of the flood's own unfolding destruction. The covenant emphasis that closes the biblical account also deserves direct attention, because it reframes the entire meaning of the flood hero's survival in a way that moves well beyond the Mesopotamian tradition's focus on personal immortality. Where Utnapishtim's story concludes with a reward granted to him individually, addressing Gilgamesh's own quest to escape mortality through the example of someone who managed it, Noah's story concludes with a covenant extended not to Noah alone, but to all of humanity and, in the biblical text's own striking phrasing, to every living creature, establishing an enduring relationship between the divine and the whole of creation going forward, rather than a singular exception carved out for one especially fortunate or righteous individual. These differences are not evidence against a genuine connection between the traditions. If anything, they are exactly what we would expect from a shared narrative core being adapted, reshaped, and reinterpreted by a distinct culture working within its own theological framework, retaining the structural skeleton of the story while replacing its underlying meaning and emphasis to align with a fundamentally different understanding of the divine, of morality, and of humanity's relationship to both. This is precisely the same pattern of stability and adaptation we already observed tracking the story from the Sumerian Eridu Genesis through to the Akkadian Gilgamesh account, now extended one step further into an entirely different language, culture, and theological system. This pattern, a stable narrative skeleton persisting across genuinely different cultures and theological systems, while its interpretive meaning shifts to fit each new context, is worth holding on to as we continue this journey beyond the Mesopotamian and biblical traditions specifically. It offers a useful working model for how we might think about flood narratives found in cultures with no plausible direct historical contact with the ancient Near East at all, traditions we will need to weigh with considerably more caution. since the case for genuine transmission or shared original memory becomes progressively harder to sustain as we move further from cultures that we know, through independent historical evidence, to have been in direct or indirect contact with one another. The Mesopotamian to biblical connection we have just traced is about as strong a case for demonstrable transmission as this entire subject offers anywhere in the world. Other flood traditions further afield will require us to weigh the evidence considerably more carefully and with considerably more honest uncertainty about what, if anything, genuinely connects them. We turn to that wider, more geographically dispersed comparison next, asking a genuinely harder question: whether the deep structural resemblance we have just traced across the Near East can be found in any comparably persuasive form in flood traditions from cultures with no plausible route of historical contact with Mesopotamia at all. From the highlands of Mesoamerica to the river valleys of ancient China, to the coastal traditions of Aboriginal Australia, each telling its own version of a world remade by water, in languages and cultures that never touched the banks of the Tigris or the Euphrates at all, and never once read a word of cuneiform. Imagine trying to pass a single, accurate piece of information down through 800 generations, roughly the number of human generations separating us tonight from the end of the last ice age, using nothing but spoken word, repeated story, and memory, with no writing system to anchor it, no fixed text to check it against, only the fragile, continuous thread of one person telling another, who tells another, who tells another, across more than 20,000 years. On its face, this sounds close to impossible, and yet a small but genuinely remarkable body of research, conducted primarily among indigenous communities whose oral traditions can be checked directly against independent geological and archaeological evidence, suggests that something very close to this impossible feat may actually have happened in more than one place, more than once. It is worth being precise before we go further about exactly what claim this research does and does not support, because the subject of deep-time oral tradition has, at times, attracted more sweeping and less careful claims than the underlying scholarship actually justifies. No serious researcher working in this field claims that oral tradition preserves history the way a written record does, with consistent detail, complete narrative coherence, and freedom from embellishment across every retelling. What the strongest documented cases show is something narrower and, in its own way, more interesting: that specific, checkable, factual details, particularly details tied to fixed geographic locations and reinforced through structured, repeated cultural practice, can survive within oral tradition across time spans considerably longer than most scholars, until relatively recently, would have thought possible. We touched on this question briefly in the earlier hours of tonight's journey, when we first considered whether Doggerland's vanished coastline or the Black Sea's contested flooding might have left any trace in later human memory. Now, having walked through the full Mesopotamian to biblical flood tradition and seen how demonstrably even a written literary tradition transforms as it passes from culture to culture across a few thousand years, it is worth asking the harder, more foundational question directly. Can oral tradition alone, without writing, genuinely preserve accurate information about real events across spans of time measured, not in centuries, but in millennia? For much of the 20th century, the prevailing scholarly assumption leaned towards skepticism on this question. Oral tradition, many historians and anthropologists argued, was inherently unstable across long timescales, prone to drift, embellishment, and eventual disconnection from whatever real events might have originally inspired it, generally considered reliable at best, across a handful of centuries before. The accumulated distortions of repeated retelling rendered any specific factual content unrecoverable. This assumption was not unreasonable given the evidence available at the time. Most documented cases of oral tradition being checked against independent historical records involved comparatively recent events, genealogies, and origin stories spanning at most a few hundred years, well within a range where memory drift and embellishment could plausibly, and often demonstrably, be shown to have occurred, a pattern well documented in numerous other oral traditions studied around the world. What changed this picture gradually over the past several decades was the accumulation of a specific and unusually well-controlled body of evidence from precisely the kind of long, isolated, continuously inhabited communities where deep-time oral transmission could actually be tested against hard, independent physical evidence, rather than merely assumed or dismissed based on general theoretical expectations about how memory ought to behave. Aboriginal Australian communities occupy an almost uniquely favourable position for this kind of research, having maintained continuous occupation of the same broad, continental landmass for tens of thousands of years, preserving oral traditions within many cases the same general regions where the described landscape changes actually occurred, giving researchers an unusually direct and controlled opportunity to test specific, checkable claims against equally specific, independently dated geological evidence. The most rigorously documented case for this kind of deep-time oral transmission comes from research conducted among Aboriginal Australian communities, whose oral traditions describing the ancient Australian coastline have been directly and repeatedly checked against the independently reconstructed geological history of sea level rise around the continent. This research, conducted by linguists, geographers, and anthropologists working in close collaboration with Aboriginal communities themselves, has identified numerous oral traditions across dozens of distinct language groups describing specific coastal locations, river mouths, and landscape features that no longer exist in the form described, having been submerged by rising post-glacial seas at points ranging from roughly 7,000 to as much as 13,000 years ago, depending on the specific location and story in question. If you're joining this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I think this is one of the more genuinely wonder-inducing stretches of everything we've walked through together tonight. We are not talking about vague, generalized flood myths here. We are talking about specific, named, geographically precise oral traditions, checked directly against hard geological dating, and found to match. If that kind of quiet, evidence-grounded wonder is what keeps you coming back to these evenings, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Now, let's look at the specific research behind this claim. There is something worth sitting with quietly here before we move into the specific research itself. Most of us living in societies deeply shaped by written record tend to think of unwritten memory as inherently fragile, something that fades and distorts within a generation or two unless anchored by text. The evidence we are about to walk through challenges that assumption directly, suggesting instead that human beings, under the right structural conditions, are capable of preserving specific, accurate, checkable knowledge across a span of time that dwarfs the entire history of writing itself, which stretches back only about 5,000 years, a fraction of the transmission periods some of these Aboriginal Australian traditions appear to represent. The key researchers behind this body of work, including linguist Nicholas Reed and geographer Patrick Nunn, have catalogued numerous specific examples across Aboriginal Australian oral tradition. In one particularly well-documented case, communities along the coast of South Australia preserve stories describing a time when Spencer Gulf, now a substantial body of open water, was dry land crossed on foot, with the sea only later rushing in to fill what had been a broad, grassy valley. Geological reconstruction of the Gulf's formation confirms that it was indeed dry land until post-glacial sea level rise flooded it, with the process largely completed by around 9,000 years ago, meaning the oral tradition, if it genuinely preserves memory of this specific transformation, would need to have been transmitted accurately for roughly 360 generations before eventually being recorded by outside researchers in the modern era. Try to sit with that figure directly. 360 generations is a genuinely staggering chain of transmission, each generation receiving the story from parents, elders, or teachers, and passing it forward in turn to the next, an unbroken thread stretching across a span of time considerably longer than the entire recorded history of ancient Egypt, ancient Sumer, and every other literate civilization we have discussed tonight combined. That a specific, checkable detail, the precise transformation of a named body of water from dry land to open sea, could survive this journey intact enough to still correspond meaningfully with the modern geological record is, by any reasonable standard, an extraordinary achievement of human cultural memory, one that deserves to be treated with the same seriousness and wonder we would extend to any other remarkable feat of ancient human capability. Similar traditions have been documented describing the flooding of what is now the Great Barrier Reef Lagoon, portions of which were dry, forested land accessible on foot from the mainland until rising seas submerged them, a transformation that geological evidence places at various points between roughly 10,000 and 13,000 years ago, depending on the specific stretch of coastline in question. Oral traditions from communities along this coast describe specific named locations that were once dry land, now underwater. In some cases, naming features that can be matched with real, mapped submerged landscape features, identified through modern marine survey. An extraordinary correspondence between oral tradition and independent physical evidence that has drawn serious, sustained scholarly attention over the past 2 decades. What makes this research particularly significant for our purposes tonight is not simply that these traditions exist, but that researchers have been able to establish, with reasonable confidence, minimum transmission timeframes for specific stories by cross-referencing the geological dating of the landscape, changes described against the linguistic and cultural history of the communities preserving them. In several of the best documented cases, the minimum plausible transmission period exceeds 7,000 years, and in at least a few instances, researchers have proposed transmission periods considerably longer than that, approaching or exceeding 10,000 years, placing these traditions among the longest continuously verified chains of oral transmission documented anywhere in the world. Establishing these minimum timeframes requires a genuinely careful methodological approach, combining multiple independent lines of evidence rather than relying on any single source of dating. Researchers begin by identifying the specific geological or geographic claim embedded within a given oral tradition, a particular gulf, reef, or coastal feature described in a state that no longer matches its present form. They then turn to the independently established geological record, generally derived from sediment cores, radiocarbon dating, and reconstructed sea level curves of exactly the kind we examined earlier tonight, to determine precisely when the described landscape transformation actually occurred. Finally, they cross-reference this dating against what is known through linguistic and archaeological evidence about the continuity of the specific community preserving the tradition, establishing whether that community's presence in the relevant region and its use of the specific language in which the tradition is preserved can plausibly be traced back far enough to have witnessed the described event directly. This layered, multi-source approach is precisely what allows researchers to move beyond simple speculation and towards defensible, published minimum timeframes for oral transmission that specialists in the field now take seriously, published in peer-reviewed journals, and subjected to the same scholarly scrutiny applied to any other claim in historical linguistics or geology. This evidence matters enormously for how we should ultimately weigh everything we have discussed across tonight's journey. If Aboriginal Australian oral tradition can demonstrably preserve accurate, specific, checkable information about coastal geography across 7,000 to 10,000 years of purely oral transmission, then the possibility that Mesopotamian and eventually biblical flood tradition preserve some genuine memory of real post-glacial flooding events, whether Doggerland's slow drowning, Atlit Yam's gradual abandonment, the younger Dryas meltwater pulses, or the contested Black Sea reconnection, becomes considerably more credible than it might otherwise seem. We are not required to imagine some unprecedented feat of memory. We are required only to imagine something that has already been independently documented in a different part of the world by researchers working with a completely different set of communities and traditions. This is not, however, an invitation to abandon caution or to treat every ancient story as a literal transcript of real events, and it is worth being direct about the limits of what this Australian evidence actually establishes for our purposes tonight. The best documented cases of deep-time Aboriginal Australian oral transmission share a specific set of favourable conditions that do not automatically apply to every flood tradition we might want to examine. Continuous occupation of the same region by culturally related communities across the entire relevant time frame, structured, ceremonially regulated transmission practices with built-in mechanisms for cross-checking and correction, and traditions anchored to fixed, physically revisited geographic locations rather than abstract or symbolic narrative elements alone. The Mesopotamian flood tradition we spent so much time with earlier tonight meets some, but not necessarily all, of these same favourable conditions, and we should resist the temptation to simply assume that because deep-time oral transmission has been demonstrated as possible in one well-documented context, it must therefore have occurred in every other context where a flood story happens to exist, including the more speculative sites we are about to examine. What this evidence does responsibly establish, and what we can carry forward with genuine confidence, is a considerably more generous and evidence-grounded baseline for how long human oral tradition is capable of preserving accurate, checkable information under the right structural conditions than most scholars would have accepted as plausible even a few decades ago. That baseline matters enormously for how we should weigh the Mesopotamian and biblical flood traditions against the physical, geological record we spent the earlier hours of tonight's journey examining. We are no longer required to treat a multi-thousand-year gap between a hypothesized real flooding event and its eventual written record as an automatic disqualifying factor, the way earlier generations of skeptical scholars might reasonably have done. We are instead required to weigh each specific case on its own merits, considering what we know about the relevant transmission mechanisms, cultural continuity, and structural safeguards that particular tradition may or may not have possessed. Exactly the kind of careful, case-by-case evaluation we have tried to practice throughout every part of tonight's journey. That case-by-case evaluation is precisely what we turn to next, as we leave the relatively well-evidenced world of Doggerland, Atlit Yam, and the Mesopotamian to biblical flood tradition behind, and step into considerably more contested territory. Underwater structures whose very identification as human handiwork remains a genuine matter of dispute among specialists, beginning with a striking formation off the coast of Japan, where the argument is no longer about how fast the water rose, but about whether human hands were ever involved at all, and, if so, how long ago and by whom. Questions that take us for the first time tonight into territory where the underlying evidence itself, not merely its interpretation, remains genuinely disputed among the geologists and archaeologists who have examined it most closely. Over several decades of ongoing, unresolved investigation that continues even now, more than 4 decades after the first diver noticed something strange on the seabed near Yonaguni. It is worth asking directly how oral tradition manages to achieve this kind of accuracy across such an extraordinary span of time, because the answer bears directly on how we should read the Mesopotamian flood tradition as well. Researchers studying Aboriginal Australian oral transmission have identified several structural features that appear to support unusually long-term accuracy, features quite different from the loose, casual retelling most of us associate with the phrase oral tradition in everyday usage. Many of these traditions are embedded within highly structured, ceremonially regulated storytelling practices, in which specific elders bear formal responsibility for accurate transmission. Stories are checked and corrected against one another across multiple tellers and multiple occasions, and the content itself is frequently anchored to specific, fixed geographic locations, visited repeatedly as part of ongoing cultural and ceremonial practice, providing a kind of physical mnemonic scaffold that a purely abstract, placeless story would lack. This is a considerably more rigorous and self-correcting system than casual, generation-to-generation retelling without any formal structure, and it offers a genuinely plausible mechanism for how such extraordinary time depths of accurate transmission might actually be achieved and maintained. The concept of a physical mnemonic scaffold deserves a moment of direct elaboration, because it offers one of the more compelling explanations researchers have proposed for how such extraordinary accuracy might genuinely be sustained. Rather than relying purely on verbal repetition passed abstractly from mind to mind, many of these traditions tie specific narrative details directly to specific, physically revisited landscape features, songlines, sacred sites, and ceremonial routes that community members walk and revisit across their own lifetimes, encountering the same physical landmarks their parents and grandparents described to them at those same locations. This creates a recurring, embodied opportunity for correction and reinforcement entirely unavailable to a purely verbal tradition detached from any specific physical anchor, effectively turning the landscape itself into a kind of external memory aid, continuously available for cross-checking against whatever version of the story a given generation happens to be carrying forward. This structural rigor matters directly for how we should think about the Mesopotamian flood tradition specifically. Sumerian and Akkadian scribal culture, as we discussed earlier tonight, similarly embedded its foundational traditions within a highly structured, institutionally regulated system of transmission, first through oral instruction within temple and administrative contexts, and eventually through the disciplined, carefully checked practice of scribal copying itself, in which faithful reproduction of canonical texts was treated as a core marker of professional competence. Both systems, the Aboriginal Australian and the Mesopotamian, developed institutional structures specifically oriented toward preserving important cultural knowledge with a high degree of fidelity across generations, even though the Mesopotamian system eventually transitioned to writing, while significant portions of Aboriginal Australian tradition remained purely oral for a considerably longer span of time. Imagine descending through the clear, current-swept water off the southern coast of Yonaguni, the westernmost inhabited island of Japan, and finding, rising from the seabed at a depth of around 25 meters, a massive formation of stepped, angular terraces, sharp 90-degree corners, and flat, level platforms, stretching roughly 150 meters in length and reaching some 27 meters in height, looking, to the diver who first found it, for all the world like the ruins of an ancient stepped pyramid or ceremonial platform, deliberately carved by human hands and later submerged beneath the rising sea. This is the Yonaguni monument, discovered in 1986 by a local dive tour operator named Kihachiro Aratake, who was scouting the area for good hammerhead shark diving spots when he came across the formation entirely by chance. In the nearly 4 decades since, the Yonaguni monument has become one of the most publicly debated underwater sites anywhere in the world, cited by some as compelling evidence of an advanced, unknown ancient civilization, and dismissed by others as an entirely natural rock formation. Its apparently deliberate features, the product of ordinary geological processes rather than human construction. Unlike Doggerland or Atlit, where the underlying question is how quickly or slowly a known human settlement was submerged, Yonaguni presents us with a genuinely different and more foundational kind of dispute. Whether we are looking at human handiwork at all. Aratake's own account of the discovery is worth including here, because it captures something of the site's genuine visual power, independent of whatever its ultimate origin turns out to be. By his own description, he was diving in an area local fishermen already knew held unusual underwater terrain, though none had previously documented or widely publicized it, when he came upon the main formation rising abruptly from the surrounding sandy seabed, its scale and apparent regularity striking him immediately as unlike anything he had encountered in years of diving the surrounding waters. Word of his discovery spread quickly through the local diving community, and within a few years the formation had drawn the attention of Masaaki Kimura, whose subsequent decades of study would make him the site's most prominent scholarly advocate, and whose specific claims about the formation's origin we will examine directly. The geology of the region provides important context for understanding both sides of this debate. Yonaguni sits within a geologically active area, its surrounding seabed composed primarily of sandstone and mudstone laid down in horizontal layers many millions of years ago during the Miocene epoch. This particular type of sedimentary rock, sometimes described by geologists as possessing well-developed natural bedding planes and joint systems, has a well-documented tendency to fracture along remarkably straight, angular lines when subjected to natural stress and erosion, producing formations that can, under the right conditions, closely resemble deliberately cut steps, platforms, and right-angled edges without any human involvement whatsoever. Formations of this general type, known to geologists as fracture-controlled or joint-controlled terraces, have been documented in numerous locations around the world, entirely unconnected to any human activity, wherever similarly bedded sedimentary rock has been exposed to comparable patterns of weathering and erosion. Understanding why this particular type of rock behaves this way requires a brief look at how sedimentary formation actually works. Sandstone of this kind forms through the gradual compaction and cementation of sand deposited in horizontal layers, typically in an ancient shallow marine or coastal environment, over spans of time measured in millions rather than thousands of years. As these layers compact and lithify into solid rock, they characteristically develop 2 intersecting sets of natural fracture planes. Bedding planes running parallel to the original horizontal layers of deposition, and joint planes running roughly perpendicular to those layers, often the result of subsequent tectonic stress acting on the already solidified rock. Where these 2 intersecting fracture systems are well developed and regularly spaced, as they demonstrably are in the sandstone surrounding Yonaguni, the resulting natural erosion pattern can produce a strikingly regular, stepped, rectilinear appearance, closely mimicking the visual signature of deliberate human stonework, even though no human hand was ever involved in its formation. If you're settling in with us for this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I want to be upfront about something important as we move into this territory. Everything we've examined so far tonight, from Doggerland to the Sumerian flood tradition, rests on evidence that mainstream science broadly accepts, even where specific details remain debated. Yonaguni is different. This is a site where credentialed geologists looking at the same physical formation have reached genuinely opposite conclusions about its basic nature. And I think the honest thing to do is walk you through both sides carefully, rather than pretending this is more settled than it actually is. If that kind of honesty matters to you in these evenings, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Now, let's look at the case each side actually makes. It is worth naming directly why this particular kind of disagreement over whether a formation is natural or artificial proves so much harder to resolve than the disputes we examined earlier tonight, such as the precise speed of the Black Sea's reconnection with the Mediterranean. In that earlier debate, both sides agreed on the basic nature of the underlying event, a body of water transforming from fresh water to salt water, and disagreed only about its timing and pace. A question that additional sediment core sampling and improved dating techniques could plausibly resolve over time. At Yonaguni, the disagreement runs considerably deeper, touching the most fundamental question archaeology can ask about any physical structure. Was this made by human hands at all, or does it simply look that way to a mind primed to see intention and design in ambiguous natural forms? This is a harder question to resolve through incremental additional data collection alone, because it depends heavily on how researchers interpret the same visual evidence. A genuinely different kind of scientific disagreement than a dispute over dating methodology or reservoir corrections. The case for human construction rests primarily on the work of Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist at the University of the Ryukyus, who has studied the Yonaguni monument extensively since shortly after its discovery and remains its most prominent scholarly advocate. Kimura has pointed to several specific features he argues are difficult to explain through natural processes alone. What he describes as a series of stepped terraces, too regular and too consistently right-angled to be fully explained by natural fracturing, apparent carved features, including what some observers have interpreted as a stairway, a possible carved figure resembling a face, and channel-like grooves that Kimura has suggested may represent deliberately cut water channels. Kimura has proposed that the formation, if genuinely constructed by human hands, would need to have been carved and used while still above water, meaning it would date to before the site's submersion, which Kimura and others have estimated occurred approximately 10,000 years ago, based on regional sea level reconstruction, a date that, if accurate, would place the Yonaguni monument among the oldest known monumental structures anywhere in the world, predating even the earliest confirmed constructions at Göbekli Tepe in modern Turkey. Kimura's proposed dating deserves careful examination in its own right, because it rests on a chain of inference considerably longer and more uncertain than the direct radiocarbon dating available at a site like Atlit Yam. Rather than dating the stone itself, which sedimentary rock of this kind does not readily allow through standard radiocarbon methods, Kimura's timeline depends on reconstructing when the surrounding seabed would have been above water, based on regional sea level history, and then assuming that any human modification of the formation must have occurred during that above water period, before post-glacial sea level rise submerged the site. This is a considerably more indirect dating method than the organic material recovered and directly dated at Atlit Yam's wells. And it introduces additional uncertainty at every step of the reasoning chain, from the precision of the regional sea level reconstruction itself to the underlying assumption that the formation was necessarily modified during, rather than potentially discovered and reused during, any above-water period in its history. Even researchers broadly sympathetic to Kimura's interpretation have acknowledged that this proposed 10,000-year date rests on considerably shakier methodological ground than the direct radiocarbon dates available at Atlit Yam, or the reef-based coral dating used to reconstruct meltwater pulse timing, a distinction worth holding onto as we weigh the relative strength of the evidence across every site we have examined tonight. Kimura has also pointed to what he interprets as additional evidence scattered across the wider underwater area surrounding the main formation, including features he has described as resembling a possible road, a monument shaped somewhat like a turtle, and other formations he argues collectively suggest a broader constructed complex rather than an isolated natural feature. Critics have generally responded to these additional claims with the same core objection applied to the central formation itself, that pattern recognition in irregular natural rock, particularly when viewed underwater with limited visibility and through the interpretive lens of someone already convinced the site is artificial, can readily produce apparent structure and meaning in formations that a more skeptical or differently primed observer would read as unremarkable natural variation. This general phenomenon, sometimes discussed under the broader psychological concept of pareidolia, the tendency of human perception to impose recognizable, meaningful patterns onto ambiguous or random visual stimuli, is worth taking seriously as a genuine methodological concern rather than dismissing it as mere skeptical rhetoric. Human visual perception evolved to be extremely good at detecting faces, deliberate shapes, and meaningful patterns, a trait that served our ancestors well in recognizing predators, allies, and edible plants, but one that can also readily produce false positives when confronted with genuinely ambiguous natural forms, particularly under the already visually challenging conditions of underwater observation, where reduced light, distorted perspective, and limited visibility further complicate accurate interpretation of what is actually being seen. The case against human construction, articulated most prominently by geologist Robert Schoch of Boston University, who has personally dived the site on multiple occasions, argues that every feature Kimura points to can be adequately explained through the natural fracturing properties of the local sandstone, without requiring any human intervention. Schoch and other skeptical geologists note that the site lacks several categories of evidence we would expect to find at a genuine ancient quarried or constructed monument. No clearly worked tool marks of the kind found at unambiguously human-made stone structures elsewhere in the archaeological record. No artifacts, pottery, or other portable material culture recovered from in or around the site despite extensive diving and survey work conducted over several decades, and no clear evidence of the kind of construction debris, offcuts, or discarded material that would typically accompany genuine large-scale quarrying and shaping of stone. Schoch has also pointed to comparable natural rock formations found on dry land elsewhere on Yonaguni itself and on nearby Okinawan islands, arguing that these above-water formations, composed of the same sandstone and subject to the same geological processes, display remarkably similar stepped, terraced, angular features despite being entirely uncontroversial as natural formations, since their above-water location allows for straightforward direct examination without the added complexity and reduced visibility of underwater investigation. If comparable natural formations exist on dry land, unambiguously produced by ordinary weathering and fracturing rather than human construction, Schoch argues this substantially weakens the case that the underwater formation at Yonaguni must represent something categorically different. Requiring a human explanation, the dry land examples clearly do not need. One particularly relevant dry land comparison Schoch and other skeptical researchers have pointed to involves formations near Sakieda Beach on Okinawa itself, where similarly stepped angular sandstone terraces occur naturally, formed by the exact same fracture-controlled erosion process, affecting the same general category of sedimentary rock, entirely without dispute regarding their natural origin, since anyone can walk directly onto them and examine their formation in full daylight without the interpretive challenges introduced by working underwater through scuba equipment and limited visibility. The existence of these uncontroversial, directly examinable parallels forms one of the stronger pieces of the skeptical case, since it demonstrates that the specific visual features cited as evidence of human construction at Yonaguni, stepped terraces, angular corners, flat platforms, can and do occur through entirely natural means in the same regional geology, without requiring any additional, more exotic explanation. Photographs comparing the Sakieda formations directly against the underwater Yonaguni structure, published in several of Schoch's own accounts of his site visits, show a genuinely striking visual similarity between the two. A comparison that proponents of the human construction hypothesis have generally struggled to fully address. The disagreement between Kimura and Schoch, and the broader community of geologists who have weighed in on either side, has persisted for nearly 4 decades without clear resolution, in part because the site itself resists the kind of definitive archaeological excavation that could potentially settle the question. Unlike a land-based site, where careful stratigraphic excavation can recover datable organic material, tool marks and artifacts in clear physical context, an underwater rock formation of this scale offers considerably fewer straightforward avenues for this kind of decisive archaeological investigation, limiting researchers largely to visual inspection, photography, and comparative geological analysis rather than the more conclusive excavation techniques available at a site like Atlit Yam. It is worth being direct about how this evidentiary asymmetry has shaped the broader trajectory of the debate over the past 4 decades. Where Atlit Yam's excavators could recover organic seeds, wood, and human remains for direct radiocarbon dating, establishing the site's occupation with genuine scientific precision. No comparable dating pathway exists for the Yonaguni formation itself, since the sandstone cannot be radiocarbon dated and no confirmed organic material or artifacts have been recovered from directly associated archaeological contexts at the site. This leaves the debate largely confined to visual and geological interpretation, a considerably softer form of evidence than the direct dating available at other sites we have examined tonight, and one considerably more susceptible to differing interpretation based on each researcher's prior expectations and theoretical commitments going into their examination of the site. Mainstream archaeological and geological opinion, insofar as a clear consensus can be identified on a question this contested, currently leans toward the natural formation explanation, reflecting the absence of the kind of corroborating evidence, tool marks, artifacts, construction debris, that would typically accompany a confirmed human-made structure of this scale and antiquity elsewhere in the archaeological record. This lean towards skepticism should not be mistaken for a definitive, unanimous conclusion. Kimura and a smaller number of other researchers continue to argue actively for at least partial human modification of the formation, and the debate remains genuinely open within the relevant specialist community, even if the balance of published expert opinion currently favors the natural formation explanation over Kimura's alternative. Where does this leave us as we prepare to move deeper into the specific claims still to come? It leaves us, honestly, in a genuinely different evidentiary position than anywhere else we have stood tonight. Doggerland's existence is not seriously disputed. Atlit Yam's walls and wells are directly excavated and dated. The Sumerian and biblical flood traditions, whatever their ultimate relationship to real events, are demonstrably real texts with a traceable, documented literary history. Yonaguni offers us something categorically different, a genuinely open question about the most basic nature of a physical object, one that the available evidence has not yet definitively resolved, and may never fully resolve without some future technological or methodological breakthrough that current underwater archaeology does not yet possess. This honest uncertainty is not a weakness in tonight's story. It is, in its own way, exactly the kind of intellectual honesty this channel has tried to model across everything we have walked through together, from the solid ground of Doggerland's seismic mapping to the genuinely contested question of the Black Sea's flooding speed. And now, to a site where even the most basic question, human or natural, remains unresolved. We continue now toward one more site that shares this same essential character, further west, in the Gulf of Khambhat off the coast of India, where a different set of submerged structures raises questions every bit as contested as the ones we have just walked through together at Yonaguni, and where the same core methodological caution will apply. Careful attention to what the physical evidence actually supports, rather than to which explanation makes for the more compelling story, a discipline this entire journey has tried to hold onto from Doggerland's seabed all the way to here. And one we will carry forward into the final contested site still ahead of us tonight, on the other side of the Arabian Sea, in the Gulf of Khambhat. Imagine standing on the deck of a survey vessel in the Gulf of Khambhat, off the northwestern coast of India, watching sonar images scroll across a screen as the ship traces slow lines back and forth across water that 10,000 years ago may have been dry, inhabited land, and seeing, emerging from the acoustic data, the unmistakable geometric outlines of what appears to be a grid of streets, rectangular structures, and what some researchers have interpreted as the layout of an entire submerged city, sitting more than 30 meters below the current surface of the Arabian Sea. This is the site now generally referred to as the Gulf of Khambhat Cultural Complex, sometimes called the submerged city of Dwarka in popular accounts, though we should be careful from the outset to distinguish between several related but distinct claims that often get blurred together in less careful retellings. The archaeological site associated with the mythological city of Dwarka, mentioned in Hindu tradition, located in shallower coastal waters near the modern town of Dwarka in Gujarat, and the considerably more contested, considerably deeper sonar survey findings from the Gulf of Khambhat itself, discovered by India's National Institute of Ocean Technology during a marine pollution survey conducted in the year 2000. This distinction between the two sites, though frequently collapsed together in popular treatment, deserves to be maintained carefully because the two locations rest on genuinely different bodies of evidence and involve genuinely different scholarly questions. The coastal Dwarka site, associated with archaeological remains found in shallower water near the modern town, bearing the same name, has been the subject of more conventional underwater archaeological investigation conducted by India's Marine Archaeology Unit over several decades, recovering material generally dated to a considerably more recent period, broadly consistent with structures from the mid-1st millennium BCE, roughly contemporaneous with dates that some traditional readings of Hindu scripture have associated with the mythological Dwarka of the Mahabharata, a legendary city said to have been built by the god Krishna and eventually submerged by the sea, a story that continues to hold genuine religious and cultural significance for many practitioners of Hinduism today, independent of whatever ongoing archaeological investigation eventually establishes about its possible historical basis. This coastal Dwarka work, led over several decades by marine archaeologists including S.R. Rao, has recovered genuine underwater structural remains, including stone walls and what appear to be jetty or harbour-related features, subjected to more conventional and methodologically transparent underwater excavation than the deeper Gulf of Khambhat findings have received, though even this coastal work has not escaped its own scholarly debate regarding the precise dating and interpretation of the recovered structures. It stands nonetheless on considerably firmer methodological ground than the more contested deep water findings, precisely because it has involved sustained, direct, controlled excavation rather than the more limited combination of sonar survey and dredging that characterizes the Gulf of Khambhat investigation, a distinction worth keeping firmly in mind whenever these two very different sites get folded together, as they so often are under the single popular label of Dwarka, as though they were one and the same discovery rather than two separate investigations resting on very different kinds of evidence. The much deeper, much more contested Gulf of Khambhat findings, by contrast, involve an entirely separate location, considerably further offshore and considerably deeper underwater, associated with radiocarbon dates that, if accurate and if genuinely connected to the sonar-detected formations, would place any associated human activity thousands of years earlier still, well before the traditional dating of the Dwarka legend, and well before any other confirmed evidence of organized settlement anywhere in the Indian subcontinent. The Gulf of Khambhat findings first drew significant public and scientific attention when researchers conducting what was originally intended as a routine environmental survey noticed unusual, geometrically regular acoustic returns on their sonar equipment, patterns that appeared, at first inspection, considerably more regular and rectilinear than would typically be expected from natural seabed features. Follow-up surveys, along with some dredging operations conducted in the area, recovered a range of material that researchers involved in the initial investigation described as including pottery fragments, stone tools, and other artifacts, alongside wood samples that, when radiocarbon dated, returned ages suggesting they could be as old as approximately 9,500 years, a date that, if the material is genuinely associated with a submerged settlement, rather than having arrived at the site through some other means, would place any associated human occupation well before the currently accepted dates for the earliest confirmed cities anywhere in South Asia. The announcement of these findings, made public through Indian government and scientific channels beginning in 2001, generated considerable excitement both within India and internationally, with some early reporting describing the site in terms suggesting a fully confirmed, thoroughly excavated ancient city considerably older than any other known urban settlement in South Asian prehistory, predating even the well-documented Indus Valley civilization, whose major cities at Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa are confidently dated to roughly the 3rd millennium BCE. This framing, though understandable given the genuine excitement the initial sonar findings generated, moved considerably ahead of what the underlying evidence at the time could actually support. A pattern of overclaiming relative to the available evidence that we should recognize by now as a recurring hazard throughout this entire subject area, one we have tried to name and correct wherever it appears across tonight's journey. If you're joining this final stretch of contested evidence with us tonight, my name is Arthur, and I want to walk through this site with exactly the same careful separation of claims we've tried to maintain throughout this whole journey. What has actually been directly observed and measured, what remains genuinely disputed, and what has, in the years since the initial discovery, been embellished well beyond what the underlying evidence actually supports. This is a site where all three categories are present, often tangled together in popular reporting, and untangling them carefully matters. If that kind of careful separation is what you value in these evenings, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Now, let's look at what the evidence actually shows, and where the genuine uncertainty lies. It is worth pausing to acknowledge something honestly before we go further. This pattern, exciting initial findings followed by considerably more cautious and qualified scholarly reassessment, followed in turn by persistent popular retellings that continue circulating the more dramatic original framing. Regardless, is one we have now encountered in some form at nearly every contested site examined across tonight's journey. The Black Sea flood, Yonaguni, and now the Gulf of Khambhat all share this same basic trajectory, and recognizing the pattern itself is valuable, independent of how any individual site's specific evidence ultimately resolves. A genuinely careful viewer encountering any new claim of this general kind in the future would do well to ask the same questions we have been asking throughout tonight. What was actually measured? By whom? Using what method? And how confidently can the measured evidence actually be connected to the larger claim being made about it? The core scientific controversy surrounding the Gulf of Khambhat findings centers on several distinct and separable questions, each of which deserves to be evaluated on its own terms, rather than treated as a single unified claim that either stands or falls together. The first question concerns the sonar data itself, whether the geometric patterns observed genuinely represent deliberate human construction, or whether, as several marine geologists who have reviewed the published survey data have argued, the apparent regularity could plausibly result from natural, sedimentary and erosional processes acting on the underlying seabed geology, a concern directly analogous to the fracture-controlled terrace formations we examined at Yonaguni in the previous part of tonight's journey. Unlike Yonaguni, however, where researchers have been able to dive directly on the formation and examine it visually, the Gulf of Khambhat site sits at depths and in water conditions, marked by poor visibility and strong currents, that have made direct visual confirmation and detailed archaeological excavation considerably more difficult to achieve, leaving much of the available evidence dependent on sonar interpretation and the results of comparatively limited dredging operations rather than the kind of systematic, controlled excavation carried out at a site like Atlit Yam. This reliance on sonar interpretation alone, without the benefit of direct visual confirmation available at a shallower site, introduces its own distinct category of methodological uncertainty, separate from but related to the pattern recognition concerns we discussed regarding Yonaguni. Side-scan sonar and sub-bottom profiling technology, the primary tools used to generate the images that first drew attention to this site, are genuinely powerful instruments for mapping seabed topography and subsurface sediment structure. But they produce data that requires considerable interpretive skill to read accurately, and different researchers examining the same raw sonar data have, in documented cases elsewhere in marine archaeology, reached different conclusions about whether a given pattern represents genuine structure or an artifact of the survey method itself, sediment layering or natural erosional processes that happen to produce regular, geometric-looking returns without any human involvement at all. The strong tidal currents and high sediment load, characteristic of the Gulf of Khambhat, specifically add further complexity, since these conditions are known to produce distinctive, sometimes surprisingly regular, natural depositional and erosional bedforms on the seabed. Precisely the kind of naturally occurring geometric regularity that could plausibly be misread as evidence of deliberate construction by an interpreter already primed to expect it. The second major question concerns the recovered artifacts and their radiocarbon dates specifically. Critics of the more dramatic claims associated with the site have raised a specific and methodologically serious concern that material recovered through dredging rather than through controlled, stratified excavation cannot be reliably associated with any particular archaeological context or structure, since dredged material may have been transported, mixed, or redeposited by natural processes over thousands of years, potentially combining genuinely ancient material with considerably more recent debris in ways that make it difficult or impossible to establish a clear, confident connection between the dated wood samples and the sonar-detected geometric formations specifically. This is a different and, in some ways, more fundamental methodological problem than the dating uncertainty we discussed regarding Yonaguni, since it concerns not merely how confidently we can date a formation, but whether the dated material and the formation in question can even be reliably shown to belong together in the first place. To understand why this concern carries so much weight among specialists, it helps to compare the recovery method used at the Gulf of Khambhat with the far more rigorous excavation techniques employed at Atlit Yam earlier in tonight's journey. At Atlit Yam, organic material was recovered through careful, controlled underwater excavation, with archaeologists documenting the precise stratigraphic position of each sample relative to the site's walls, wells, and burials, establishing a clear, verifiable physical relationship between the dated material and the structures it was meant to help date. Dredging, by contrast, involves mechanically extracting sediment and any material within it from the seabed without preserving this kind of precise spatial and stratigraphic context, meaning that even a genuinely ancient, correctly dated piece of wood recovered through dredging in the general vicinity of the sonar-detected formations offers considerably weaker evidence for the age of those specific formations than a comparably dated sample recovered through controlled excavation directly from within or immediately adjacent to a clearly identified structure would provide. This distinction matters enormously for how confidently we can interpret the widely reported 9,500-year radiocarbon date associated with the site. That date may well be entirely accurate as a measurement of the wood sample's own age. Radiocarbon dating, when properly conducted, is a well-established and generally reliable technique. What remains genuinely uncertain is whether that dated wood sample has any meaningful, demonstrable connection to the sonar-detected geometric formations that generated the initial public excitement about the site, or whether it instead represents ancient organic material that happened to be present in the general area for entirely unrelated reasons, having nothing to do with any human structure at all. It is worth comparing this specific evidentiary weakness against the considerably stronger dating chains we examined at other sites across tonight's journey, to keep our sense of relative confidence properly calibrated. At Atlit Yam, dated organic material was recovered in direct, documented stratigraphic association with excavated walls, wells, and burials, leaving little room for doubt about what the dates actually measured. In the meltwater pulse reconstructions, dated coral material was recovered from clearly identified reef structures, whose relationship to historical sea level is well understood through decades of established methodology. At the Gulf of Khambhat, by contrast, we have a radiocarbon date attached to a piece of wood recovered by dredging, with no comparably secure evidence tying that specific sample to the sonar-detected formations rather than to some entirely unrelated depositional history. The date itself is not necessarily wrong. The chain connecting it to the claim it is being used to support is simply, at present, considerably weaker than the equivalent chains we have relied on elsewhere tonight. The reaction from established archaeological institutions, both within India and internationally, has generally been notably more cautious than the initial public announcements suggested was warranted. The Archaeological Survey of India, the country's primary governmental body responsible for archaeological research and site protection, has not designated the Gulf of Khambhat site as a confirmed archaeological location in the way it has for extensively excavated and verified sites elsewhere in the country, reflecting an institutional position considerably more reserved than some of the earlier public statements associated with the discovery. Several marine archaeologists and geologists, both Indian and international, who have reviewed the published survey methodology and available data, have raised specific concerns about the adequacy of the sampling methods used, the small number of dredged samples relative to the scale of the area being interpreted, and the absence of the kind of peer-reviewed, methodologically detailed publication that would typically be expected to accompany a claim of this magnitude before it could be considered scientifically established. This is not to say the site has been definitively debunked, or that nothing of genuine archaeological interest exists in the Gulf of Khambhat. Rather, the honest scientific position, as of the most recent published assessments, is that the initial findings remain intriguing but insufficiently confirmed, requiring considerably more rigorous, systematic underwater archaeological investigation, ideally involving direct excavation and carefully controlled sample recovery, before any confident claims about a submerged 9,500-year-old settlement could be considered scientifically established rather than merely suggestive. The technical and logistical challenges involved in conducting this kind of rigorous excavation at the depths and in the difficult water conditions characteristic of the Gulf of Khambhat are genuinely substantial, and it remains entirely possible that the definitive investigation needed to resolve this question, one way or another, has simply not yet been undertaken, rather than having been undertaken and having produced a clear negative result. Where does this leave the Gulf of Khambhat findings, and by extension the wider question we have been circling across Yonaguni and now here, of submerged structures whose very identification as human-made remains genuinely contested? It leaves us, I think, exactly where honest engagement with unresolved evidence should leave us, with genuine curiosity intact, a clear-eyed accounting of what has and has not actually been established, and a recognition that some questions in archaeology, particularly those involving difficult, deep, poorly visible underwater environments, simply cannot yet be answered with the confidence a site like Atlit or Doggerland allows. That is not a failure of the evidence, and it is not a reason to assume the more dramatic version of events must therefore be true, simply because it has not been disproven. It is a reasonably common state for genuinely difficult archaeological questions to occupy, sometimes for decades, before either new evidence, new technology, or renewed investigation eventually moves the question toward resolution one way or the other. We have now walked through the full range of evidence this journey set out to examine, from the certain, well-documented drowning of Doggerland and Atlit through the genuinely contested but scientifically serious debate over the Black Sea, through the oldest written flood traditions of Sumer and their long journey into the biblical account of Noah, through the remarkable and independently verified capacity of oral tradition to preserve deep memory across many thousands of years, and finally into the harder, more contested territory of Yonaguni and the Gulf of Khambhat, where even the most basic facts remain disputed among specialists. It is time now to draw these threads together and ask what the whole of this evidence, taken honestly and without exaggeration in either direction, actually tells us about the coastlines the sea erased, and the memory those coastlines may or may not have left behind in the deepest layers of human storytelling. Imagine standing back now at some distance from everything we have walked through together tonight, the way you might step back from a large, detailed map after spending hours tracing individual rivers and coastlines across it, and finally letting the whole shape of the thing come into view at once. We have covered an extraordinary amount of ground: a vanished country beneath the North Sea, a Neolithic village resting intact on the floor of the Mediterranean, a hemisphere lurching between ice and thaw, a sea that may or may not have filled catastrophically in the space of 2 years, the oldest written story of a flood surviving anywhere in the world, its long journey into the account of Noah, the genuinely startling evidence that oral memory can survive for 10,000 years, and finally, 2 contested underwater formations where even the most basic facts remain in dispute. It is worth taking this part of tonight's journey to draw these threads together, carefully, honestly, and without overreaching beyond what the evidence actually supports. There is a particular discipline required for this kind of synthesis, one worth naming directly before we attempt it. It would be easy, having spent so many hours walking through genuinely fascinating, genuinely strange material, to let the accumulated weight of interesting details blur into a single, satisfying conclusion that feels more certain than any individual piece of evidence actually warrants. 15 parts of genuinely compelling material can create a kind of narrative momentum that pulls toward tidy resolution, toward the comfortable feeling that all of this obviously adds up to something definite. Resisting that pull and instead sorting what we have gathered into what is established, what is plausible, and what remains genuinely unknown is the more honest and, I think, ultimately more satisfying way to close out this part of the journey. Let's begin with what we can say with genuine confidence, because there is more of it than the more sensational corners of this subject sometimes suggest. Doggerland existed. It was a real, inhabited, ecologically rich homeland, home to genuine Mesolithic communities across many thousands of years. And it was lost to the rising sea through a combination of slow, generational retreat and, in its final chapter, sudden catastrophic inundation by the Dwarka tsunami. This is not contested among specialists. It is documented through seismic mapping, radiocarbon-dated sediment cores, and the physical tools and bones dredged up by more than a century of North Sea fishing. It is worth pausing on just how remarkable this certainty actually is, given how invisible this entire chapter of human history was until quite recently. For most of the history of archaeology as a discipline, Doggerland simply did not exist as a subject of study. The seabed was assumed to be geologically unremarkable, its buried landscape unknown and unsuspected. The fact that we can now speak of Doggerland with the same evidentiary confidence we might apply to a well-excavated site on dry land represents a genuine achievement of marine geophysics and archaeology working in close productive combination. Repurposing commercial survey data never originally intended for this purpose into one of the more detailed reconstructions of a lost prehistoric landscape available anywhere in the world. A genuinely remarkable outcome from a field of study that, within living memory, barely existed at all, and one that continues to expand as new survey technology and renewed scholarly attention reach further into the drowned corners of the ancient world. Corners we may only be beginning to map. Atlit Yam existed. Its wells, its stone circle, and its dead have been directly excavated, measured and dated with real precision, giving us the clearest physical picture available anywhere in the world of what a gradual, generational retreat from a rising sea actually looked like on the ground, well by well, for a real community over real centuries. The younger Dryas happened, an abrupt hemisphere-scale climate reversal, its onset and end both confirmed through multiple independent lines of physical evidence: ice cores, lake sediments, coral reefs, converging on the same picture of a world lurching rapidly between cold and warm, dragging the sea's coastlines along with it. Taken together, these three pillars, Doggerland, Atlit Yam, and the younger Dryas climate record, give us something genuinely solid to stand on as we consider everything more speculative that follows. They establish beyond reasonable scientific dispute that the core physical premise of this entire evening's inquiry is true. Coastal homelands inhabited across many generations by real human communities were genuinely lost to the rising post-glacial sea, sometimes gradually and sometimes with startling speed, within a time frame that overlaps directly with the deepest layers of human cultural memory we know to have existed. Whatever we ultimately conclude about the more contested material still ahead of us in this synthesis, this foundational premise does not depend on any of it. It stands on its own, verified independently several times over by researchers working in different countries, using different methods, arriving at the same underlying picture of a world whose coastlines were genuinely, repeatedly, and consequentially remade by the rising sea. If you're settling in for this part of tonight's journey, my name is Arthur, and I think this is a good moment to simply breathe with everything we've gathered so far. There's no new sight to introduce here, no new argument to weigh. Just the quiet work of holding the full picture in mind at once, the way you might hold a long day's memories in the moments just before sleep finally arrives. If that kind of unhurried synthesis is part of what you come to these evenings for, subscribing helps ensure more of them find you. Let's continue drawing these threads together. There is something genuinely restful, I think, about this particular kind of mental work, distinct from the more active engagement required to follow a new argument or absorb a new piece of evidence for the first time. Synthesis, done honestly, is less about adding anything new and more about letting what is already there settle into its proper place, the way sediment settles slowly through still water until the shape of what lies beneath finally becomes clear. We are not building toward a surprising twist or a dramatic revelation here. We are simply allowing the evidence we have already gathered, carefully over many hours, to arrange itself into the clearest, most honest picture it is capable of forming. Beyond this solid ground, the picture becomes appropriately more layered and more uncertain, and it is worth being honest about exactly where that uncertainty sits, rather than smoothing it away. The Black Sea's transformation from a lower freshwater lake to the saltwater sea, we know today, is not seriously disputed as a general fact. What remains genuinely open is how fast that transformation happened, whether within a year or two, as Ryan and Pittman originally proposed, or across several centuries as a considerable body of subsequent research has argued. This distinction matters enormously for whether the event plausibly seeded the kind of sudden, vivid, single-generation catastrophe memory that flood myths typically describe, and it remains, honestly, unresolved. It is worth restating why this particular uncertainty deserves to be treated differently from the uncertainty surrounding Yonaguni or the Gulf of Khambhat, because collapsing all forms of scientific uncertainty into a single, undifferentiated category would itself be a kind of intellectual carelessness. The Black Sea debate is a disagreement about rate and pace within an agreed-upon underlying event, conducted between credentialed geologists working from genuine, peer-reviewed evidence on both sides. It is the kind of disagreement that additional research, additional core sampling, and improved dating methodology could plausibly resolve over time, even if it has not yet been resolved. This stands in meaningful contrast to the more foundational uncertainty at Yonaguni and the Gulf of Khambhat, where the disagreement concerns not the pace of an agreed event, but whether any deliberate human event occurred at those specific locations at all. The written flood tradition itself, running from the fragmentary Sumerian Eridu Genesis through the fuller Akkadian Gilgamesh account and into the biblical story of Noah, is not in doubt as a literary and historical phenomenon. The texts exist, they can be read, compared and dated with real confidence, and the case for genuine transmission between them, rather than coincidental independent invention, is about as strong as textual scholarship in this field can offer, built on dense, specific, granular correspondences that go well beyond a generic shared fear of flooding. What remains genuinely uncertain, and what we should hold with real humility, is whether this written tradition preserves any authentic memory of specific, real events. Doggerland, Atlit Yam, the younger Dryas meltwater pulses, the Black Sea, or some combination of all of them, filtered and transformed across many centuries of retelling before it was ever set down in clay or scroll. It is worth being explicit about the layered nature of confidence involved here, because collapsing several distinct claims into one would misrepresent how the evidence actually stacks up. We can say with very high confidence that the literary transmission from Sumerian to Akkadian to Hebrew tradition genuinely occurred. The textual parallels are too dense and specific to explain any other way. We can say with reasonably high confidence that the underlying physical phenomenon, catastrophic and gradual coastal flooding across the post-glacial world, genuinely occurred, repeatedly, in multiple locations, across the relevant time frame. What we cannot say with anything approaching the same confidence is that any specific link exists connecting these two established facts, that the Mesopotamian flood tradition specifically grew out of memory of Doggerland, or Atlit Yam, or the Black Sea, rather than out of the simple, repeated, entirely ordinary experience of Tigris and Euphrates, river flooding that Sumerian civilization directly and repeatedly endured throughout its own recorded history, without needing to reach back to any deeper, more ancient catastrophe at all. This last possibility deserves to be named directly and taken seriously because it represents the more conservative, more immediately available explanation for the Mesopotamian flood tradition's origin, one that does not require us to imagine memory stretching back across the many thousands of years, separating Sumerian civilization from the end of the last ice age. Sumerian civilization, as we discussed earlier tonight, lived in close, constant, sometimes violent relationship with the unpredictable flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates, an experience genuinely capable on its own of generating a rich, flood-centered mythology without requiring any connection to more ancient, more distant catastrophes at all. The honest position is that both explanations remain live possibilities, and the evidence currently available does not allow us to confidently rule either one out or to confidently choose between them. A genuinely unresolved question that may well remain unresolved for as long as this subject continues to be studied by each new generation of scholars who take it up in turn, working with whatever new evidence and new tools their own moment in time happens to provide them, just as tonight's account has depended entirely on tools and evidence unavailable to any earlier generation of researchers. The oral tradition evidence, drawn primarily from Aboriginal Australian communities, occupies its own distinct evidentiary category, and it is worth being precise about what it does and does not do for our broader inquiry. It does not by itself prove that the Mesopotamian flood tradition preserves genuine ancient memory. What it does, and this is significant in its own right, is establish beyond reasonable dispute that human oral tradition is genuinely capable of preserving specific, checkable factual detail across spans of time, considerably longer than most scholars would have accepted as plausible. Even a few decades ago, removing what might otherwise have been the strongest a priori objection to the entire inquiry we have undertaken tonight. The assumption that any claimed connection between a written myth and a real event, separated by several thousand years, must automatically be dismissed as implausible on timescale grounds alone. That objection no longer holds the force it once did. Whatever we ultimately conclude about the Mesopotamian material specifically, this shift in the underlying baseline of plausibility is, in its own quiet way, one of the more significant conclusions to emerge from tonight's entire journey, even though it arrived without any single dramatic discovery attached to it. It did not come from a spectacular find on any particular seabed. It came instead from patient, careful linguistic and geological cross-referencing conducted over years among researchers willing to take Aboriginal Australian knowledge seriously enough to test it rigorously against independent physical evidence, rather than dismissing it in advance as beyond the reach of serious scientific verification. That willingness and the genuinely surprising result it produced should inform how we approach every other flood tradition we might encounter, including ones considerably closer to home than Mesopotamia, with a correspondingly more open and less automatically dismissive posture toward what old stories might actually be capable of carrying forward across genuinely vast stretches of time. We should also be honest about one further limitation worth naming directly. Even where deep-time oral transmission has been convincingly demonstrated, as in the Aboriginal Australian cases, this does not mean every detail within every old story should be taken as literal historical fact. The evidence supports the preservation of specific, checkable factual cores, particular geographic transformations tied to fixed, physically revisited locations embedded within considerably larger bodies of narrative and symbolic material that may not carry the same evidentiary weight. Distinguishing the checkable factual core from its surrounding narrative elaboration remains a genuinely difficult interpretive task, one that researchers working with Aboriginal Australian material have approached with real care, and one that any responsible engagement with the Mesopotamian flood tradition would need to approach with the same level of discipline. Finally, Yonaguni and the Gulf of Khambhat sit in a genuinely different category from everything else we have examined, and it would be a disservice to the rest of this evening's careful work to blur that distinction now at the end. These are sites where the most basic question, whether we are looking at human construction at all, remains unresolved among credentialed specialists, not primarily due to any weakness in the scientific method being applied, but due to genuine, practical limitations in what underwater investigation at these particular depths and conditions can currently establish. They deserve to be held as open questions, genuinely interesting, genuinely worth continued investigation, but not yet evidence for anything beyond their own unresolved status. It is worth being honest about why these two sites hold such a persistent grip on the public imagination, despite, or perhaps because of, their genuinely unresolved status. There is something deeply compelling about the possibility of a lost, advanced civilization, evidence of human capability and achievement, reaching back further than currently accepted history allows. And that appeal is entirely understandable, part of a very old and very human fascination with hidden knowledge and forgotten grandeur. But the appeal of a story is not evidence for its truth, and a channel built around honest engagement with genuine mystery has an obligation to hold that distinction clearly, resisting the pull toward the more dramatic conclusion, simply because it is the more emotionally satisfying one. Genuine mystery, honestly held, is often more interesting than a false certainty in either direction, whether that certainty leans toward dramatic confirmation or toward dismissive denial. This has been, in its own way, the quiet, organizing principle behind every part of tonight's journey, from the first careful hedge around Doggerland's earliest finds to the last honest acknowledgement of what remains unknown at the bottom of the Gulf of Khambhat. Taken as a whole, then, what does tonight's journey actually leave us with? A firm, well-documented physical foundation, real coastlines, genuinely lost to a genuinely rising post-glacial sea across a genuinely turbulent span of climate history, a genuinely old, genuinely transmitted written tradition carrying a flood story from Sumer through Babylon and into the pages of Genesis, its specific origins in real historical memory neither confirmed nor ruled out. A remarkable, independently verified capacity of human oral tradition to carry accurate memory across spans of time, once thought impossible. And, at the edges, two sites where the evidence itself remains too thin and too contested to support confident conclusions in either direction. Honest uncertainty standing exactly where honest uncertainty belongs. That is the honest shape of everything we have gathered tonight. What remains in the parts still ahead is not new evidence to weigh, but a quieter kind of reflection. What it might mean to sit with a genuinely uncertain, genuinely open question like this one, without needing to resolve it before we can rest with it, the way any honest mind eventually learns to make peace with the questions it cannot fully answer. Imagine for a moment every coastline you have ever stood on, every beach, every harbour, every quiet stretch of shore where land meets water, and imagine that none of it is fixed. Not really. Not on the timescale the earth itself keeps. The line where the sea ends and the world begins has moved, again and again, across every human lifetime that has ever been lived, sometimes so slowly no single person could have noticed, and sometimes fast enough to be watched in real time by people very much like us, standing on ground that would not exist as ground much longer. There is something almost tender about this fact, once you sit with it long enough for the initial vertigo to settle into something quieter. Every one of us has a place we think of, however loosely, as fixed. A hometown, a childhood beach, a familiar stretch of coast we assume will still be roughly the same shape the next time we return to it. For nearly the entire span of human existence on this planet, that assumption would have been dangerously wrong, wrong in a way that mattered enormously to the people living through it. We are, in this particular narrow sense, unusually fortunate. Most of us alive tonight have spent our entire lives within a coastline that has remained, by the standards of the deep past we have spent this evening exploring, remarkably and unusually still. There is a particular kind of vertigo that comes from sitting with this fact for long enough, and I think it's worth letting ourselves feel it, gently, here at the end of tonight's journey rather than rushing past it. We tend to think of the map as something essentially permanent, a fixed backdrop against which the more changeable business of human history plays out. Kingdoms rise and fall, languages shift and die, but the coastline, we assume, stays roughly where it is. Tonight has, I hope, gently dismantled that assumption. The coastline has never stayed roughly where it is. It has been, across the whole span of human habitation on this planet, one of the least stable features of the world we have called home. And yet, within that instability, something has persisted. Not the land itself, which is gone, genuinely gone beneath the water, in Doggerland and Atlit, and possibly the Black Sea, and possibly the drowned margins of 100 other coastlines we have not even begun to map. Coastlines that may still be waiting out there, unmapped and unnamed, for someone to finally go looking. What has persisted, if any of tonight's more careful, more hedged speculation holds any water at all, is something considerably stranger and more fragile than land. The memory of the land, carried forward not in stone or soil, but in the much softer, much more perishable medium of human storytelling, passed from mouth to mouth, generation to generation, reshaped at every step, and yet perhaps never entirely severed from whatever real, physical, datable event first set it in motion. Consider how strange this arrangement actually is when you look at it directly. The land itself, solid, physical, seemingly permanent, is the thing that disappeared, dissolved entirely into open water, leaving behind nothing a person could stand on, touch, or return to. What survived instead was the least solid, least permanent seeming thing imaginable. A story, a pattern of words passed between people, vulnerable to every kind of distortion, forgetting and embellishment that oral tradition is capable of introducing across a single generation, let alone across the many thousands of years some of tonight's evidence suggests may genuinely separate certain traditions from whatever real event first inspired them. And yet, it is the story, not the land, that we can still access tonight, sitting here this many thousands of years later, listening in the dark to an account of a place none of us will ever be able to visit. The land is simply gone. The story, however transformed, is still being told tonight, right here in this quiet hour, to you. This inversion, the vulnerable thing outlasting the seemingly permanent thing, is worth sitting with for its own sake, independent of any specific archaeological claim. It suggests something about what actually endures in human experience, and it is rarely the physical infrastructure we assume will outlast us. Cities fall, coastlines drown, entire landscapes disappear so completely that their names survive, if they survive at all, only as a curiosity recovered by geologists working from sonar data collected for entirely unrelated commercial purposes. What endures, when anything endures at all, tends to be considerably more fragile seeming and considerably more resilient than the stone and soil we instinctively trust to last. A story, faithfully retold, generation after generation, by people who never met the land it describes, and never will. If you're still with us at this hour, my name is Arthur, and I want to thank you, genuinely, for staying this deep into tonight's journey. We have covered a tremendous amount of ground together, some of it solid, some of it genuinely uncertain. And I hope the honesty we've tried to maintain throughout has felt like good company, rather than an obstacle to the wonder this subject deserves. If evenings built this way are what you come back for, subscribing helps ensure more of them find their way to you. Let's sit together a little longer with where this all leaves us. I think there is a particular kind of trust involved in staying with a story this long, especially one that has refused at almost every turn to hand you a tidy, dramatic conclusion. It would have been easier in a certain sense to tell tonight's story differently, to let Doggerland's tools and bones speak for a fully confirmed advanced civilization, to let Kimura's reading of Yonaguni stand unchallenged, to let the Black Sea flood in its most dramatic form, settle as established fact, rather than one contested possibility among several. That version of tonight's story would have been simpler, and perhaps more immediately satisfying. I don't think it would have been more true, and I don't think in the end it would have honored this subject, or you, as well as sitting patiently with the genuine uncertainty has, night after night, evening after evening, one careful hedge at a time. There is something worth naming about why this particular kind of story, land lost to water, memory somehow surviving the loss, resonates so deeply across so many unconnected human cultures, independent of whether any specific transmission chain between them can ever be conclusively proven. Loss of home is, perhaps, the most universal human experience there is, the kind of grief every culture, in every era, has had to find some way to hold. A flood that takes an entire world and a single survivor who carries what remains of it forward is, in the end, a story about exactly that. The unbearable fact that things end, and the equally unbearable, equally necessary hope that something of what ends might still, somehow, be carried forward by whoever is left to carry it. This is, I think, part of why flood myths in particular have shown such remarkable staying power across such a wide range of human cultures, considerably more so than many other categories of ancient story. A flood is total in a way few other disasters are. Fire can be outrun. Famine can, in principle, be endured through stored grain or migration to better land. A flood that covers the entire known world, as these stories consistently describe it, leaves nowhere to run to. No higher ground beyond the single mountain where the story's survivor eventually finds rest. That totality is precisely what makes the survivor's endurance so meaningful within the story's own internal logic. If the flood really did take everything, then whatever managed to survive it, a boat, a family, a pair of animals, a fragment of remembered knowledge, becomes by definition the entire remaining inheritance of everything that came before. Nothing less than total loss could make survival carry that particular emotional and symbolic weight. There is also something worth naming about water specifically, as opposed to any other agent of destruction a myth might have chosen. Fire consumes and leaves ash, a visible, tangible reminder of what was lost, something a survivor could still walk through, still sift for remnants of a former life. Water does something considerably stranger. It does not destroy so much as conceal, covering over what was lost, rather than reducing it to visible ruin, leaving behind the unsettling possibility that everything is still there, somehow just out of reach, beneath a surface that gives nothing away. Doggerland is not destroyed in any conventional sense. It is simply hidden, its rivers and hearths and worked antler tools sitting exactly where they were left, patiently waiting underwater that has no intention of receding. That particular quality of loss, concealment rather than destruction, may be part of why flood, more than fire or war or famine, became the disaster so many cultures independently chose to build their deepest stories around. It offers, however, unintentionally, a strange and quietly hopeful structural possibility that a burned or razed landscape does not. The idea that what is lost might, in principle, still be there, intact, simply hidden, waiting for the right conditions, the right technology, the right patient attention to be found again. Whether or not the specific flood stories we walked through tonight, Ziusudra's, Utnapishtim's, Noah's, trace back to any single real event, Doggerland's slow drowning, the Black Sea's contested flooding, or some combination we may never fully untangle. The deeper pattern they preserve is, I think, genuinely true, in a way that does not depend on any of the contested archaeology at all. Coastlines end, homes are lost, and somehow, against every reasonable expectation, something of what was lost keeps being carried forward, mouth to mouth, page to page, across a span of time so long it should by any ordinary measure have broken the thread entirely. It didn't. Not completely. Not yet. Think again for a moment about the sheer improbability of what we have actually traced tonight. A story, or something like a story, beginning in a landscape now entirely underwater, carried forward by people who left no writing, no names we can recover, no way for us to check their version against ours except through the slow, patient cross-referencing of geology and myth, carried out by people who never met each other, working centuries and continents apart, each one adding one more careful thread to a picture no single person could ever have assembled alone, across a span of time longer than memory itself should reasonably allow. And somewhere along that impossibly long chain, writing finally arrives, and the story, or some version of it, gets fixed onto clay, copied and recopied by scribes who never saw Doggerland or Atlit yam, or the shrinking shoreline of a freshwater lake in Anatolia, who knew only the version that had reached them, already old, already reshaped by however many centuries of retelling had come before. Their own hands touched the stylus. There is a kind of quiet reverence owed to that chain, I think, regardless of how much or how little of it can ever be scientifically confirmed. Every person in that chain, every unnamed storyteller, every scribe, every parent telling a child why the sea sits where it sits and not somewhere else, was doing something that we, sitting here tonight, with our sediment cores and our radiocarbon dates and our careful hedging, are still trying to do in our own way, making sense of a world that keeps changing beneath our feet, and trying to leave something behind that the next person can use to make sense of it too, just as this evening has tried to do for you. It is worth imagining, just for a moment, the specific texture of that transmission, generation by generation, rather than thinking of it as one abstract, unbroken line. A mother telling a child, at some specific moment we will never be able to locate, about a grandmother's own account of a coastline that used to sit further out than it does now. A group of hunters gathered around a fire somewhere on the shrinking margins of Doggerland, telling stories about relatives who had moved inland years before, when the water finally took the fishing ground their family had used for generations. A Sumerian father, centuries later and thousands of miles removed from any of this, teaching his own child the outline of a story about a king named Ziusudra, a story whose ultimate origin he himself could not have named, having received it, in turn, from his own father, in a chain stretching back further than either of them could have possibly imagined. Each individual link in that chain was, in its own moment, simply an ordinary act of care. Someone who loved someone else enough to want them to know what they themselves had been told. That, more than any specific claim about Doggerland or the Black Sea or Yonaguni, is the thing I find myself returning to at the end of an evening like this one. Not the question of whether any particular flood myth preserves any particular real event, fascinating as that question genuinely is, but the underlying fact that human beings, across every culture we have any record of, have consistently chosen to spend enormous care and effort passing stories forward across gaps of time so vast they should, by any reasonable measure, have simply swallowed the story whole. They didn't. Something kept being carried. Something is still being carried tonight. In the very act of you listening to this, drifting, as it always eventually does, towards sleep. Perhaps that is the real thread running beneath everything we've walked through tonight, more than any single site or any single flood. Not a specific claim about Doggerland or Ziusudra or the Black Sea, but a broader, gentler observation about what human beings have always done and continue to do in the face of a world that will not hold still. We tell each other what we remember as carefully and as faithfully as we can, and we trust, without any real guarantee, that someone further down the line will do something useful with what we've managed to pass along. That trust, extended across thousands of years by people who could never have known whether it would be honored, is itself a genuinely remarkable thing to sit with, here at the end of tonight's journey. Whoever first told a version of this story, in whatever unwritten form it originally took, could not have known that it would eventually be copied onto clay tablets, buried, forgotten, and rediscovered thousands of years later, by a self-taught scholar working in a London museum. They could not have known it would find its way into a book that billions of people would eventually read. They certainly could not have known that a version of it would still be circulating, still being told and retold on an evening like this one to someone falling gently towards sleep, listening to a voice describing a coastline that vanished so long ago that the only way we can even begin to speak of it is through sediment cores and old, patient stories, carried this far by hands and voices none of us will ever be able to name. And yet, here we are, the chain held. Not perfectly, not without transformation at every single link, but well enough that something of the original shape, warning, vessel, flood, survival still comes through clearly enough for us to recognize it, this many thousands of years and this many retellings later. That is not nothing. In a world where so much genuinely does disappear without trace, where entire homelands can vanish beneath the sea and leave behind only what a trawler's net happens to snag, or a sonar survey happens to detect, the fact that a story, however transformed, however uncertain its ultimate origin, managed to survive at all, feels like something worth sitting with quietly, gratefully, as we let this evening's long journey finally begin to settle. We have one more part left to us tonight, a shorter one, meant simply to close the door gently on everything we've walked through together. There is nothing more to argue, nothing more to weigh. Just the quiet work of letting the whole of it settle, the way sediment settles through still water until what remains is simply the shape of a long evening well spent, and the beginning of rest, the kind of rest that comes easiest when the mind has finally been allowed to stop reaching for a conclusion it was never going to find. Imagine the water settling now, fully, completely, the way it settled over Doggerland all those thousands of years ago, slow and patient, and without any hurry at all. The rivers have gone quiet. The last hearth has gone cold and cool beneath the tide. There is nothing left to argue about, nothing left to weigh, no more careful hedges to place between what we know and what we merely suspect. Just water, calm and dark and endless, closing gently over everything, the way it always eventually does. There is no urgency left in that water now, if there ever was any at all. It simply is what it is, still, dark, patient, indifferent to whatever argument or evidence we spent tonight weighing so carefully. The sea does not need us to resolve anything. It rose when it rose, it covered what it covered, and it has been resting quietly ever since, long before any of us arrived to wonder about it. And long after we are gone, it will still be resting there, unbothered, unhurried, exactly as it is right now, exactly as it will be tomorrow, and the night after that, and every quiet night that follows. Let yourself sink down into that stillness now. You don't need to hold on to any of it, the meltwater pulses, the wells at Atlit Yam, the 7 days and 7 nights, the birds sent out one after another over water that would not end. Let all of it go, the way a hand slowly opens and lets something fall, not because it wasn't precious, but because it doesn't need to be held so tightly anymore. It will still be there tomorrow, whenever you want to come back for it. Tonight, you don't have to carry any of it. Notice, if you can, how much lighter that letting go already feels. All evening we have been holding threads carefully, weighing evidence against evidence, tracking a story across languages and centuries and contested seabeds. That kind of careful holding takes something out of a mind, even a mind that enjoys the work of it. Now, you can simply set it down. There is nothing more to track, nothing more to weigh, nothing more that needs your careful attention before you're allowed to rest. Tonight, in the quiet, with nothing left to hold, nothing left to carry, nothing left but this soft, settling stillness. Picture, instead, something simpler. A boat resting at last on solid ground, its long journey finally over. A window opened to let in quiet light. A window and then rest, and then nothing more that needs to be done. That is where every version of this story eventually arrives. After all the water and all the fear and all the uncertainty, a single, simple moment of arrival, of finally being allowed to stop. Think of that window for a moment, just that one small, simple detail, carried across every version of the story we walked through tonight. Sumerian, Akkadian, Hebrew, each one different in its own way, and yet each one arriving, eventually, at the same small, human gesture. Someone reaching out after everything to open a window and let the light back in. That is such a small thing to have survived so many thousands of years of retelling. And yet, there it is, still present, still recognizable in every version anyone ever bothered to write down, quietly waiting across every language and every century for the storm to finally be over. You are allowed to stop now too. Whatever you carried into tonight, whatever thoughts were still moving when you first settled in to listen, Let them come to rest the way the water came to rest, the way the boat came to rest, the way every long, difficult thing eventually finds its way to something quieter. There is nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to understand before you're allowed to let go. If there is anything from today still moving in you, some small worry, some unfinished thought, let it settle too, gently, without force. You don't need to resolve it tonight, any more than we needed to resolve every question this evening raised. Some things simply need time and stillness and the patience to let them find their own quiet resting place in their own time, without being pushed, the way every drowned coastline we visited tonight eventually found its own resting place too. Feel the weight of the evening beginning to lift, slowly, the way mist lifts off still water in the very first light, without any effort, without anyone asking it to. Your breath is already starting to slow. You may not even notice it happening. It happens the way the tide happens, the way the years happen, quietly, steadily, whether you are watching closely or not. There is nothing you need to do to help it along. It is already underway. Just let it happen. There is a particular kind of trust required here, the same kind of trust we spoke of earlier tonight. The trust a storyteller places in whoever hears the story next. The trust required to let something go and believe, without proof, that it will be carried onward safely. Trust your own body now, the way we trusted every storyteller in that long, unbroken chain. It knows how to rest. It has always known, long before tonight, long before any story was ever told about it, long before any of us were here to tell it. You simply need to stop getting in its way. Somewhere far beneath layers of sediment and centuries and salt water, a river still remembers the shape it used to take, curling gently through a valley no living eye will ever see again. It does not mind being forgotten by the surface of the world. It simply continues, patient and slow, the way water always continues, finding the lowest, quietest place it can, and settling there and staying, content, unwatched, undisturbed. There is a kind of peace in that image worth borrowing for yourself tonight. That river doesn't need anyone to remember its exact old course, doesn't need any sonar survey or radiocarbon date to confirm that it was once exactly where it was. It simply continues being itself, quietly, in the dark, unconcerned with whether the surface world above it ever thinks of it again. Let your own thoughts hold that same quiet indifference tonight, unconcerned with being remembered, unconcerned with being resolved, simply continuing gently toward wherever rest is waiting. Let your own thoughts do the same tonight. Let them curl gently downward, following whatever quiet channel feels most natural, settling lower and lower, past the noise of the evening, past the last worry that tried to follow you into bed, down into something calmer, something older, something that has been waiting patiently beneath all of it the whole time. The coastline is still out there somewhere, patient and unhurried, exactly where it has always been, waiting without any need for you to reach it tonight. Let your breathing slow, let your shoulders soften, let your hands unclench, one finger at a time, the way a wave slowly loses its shape as it spreads out flat across warm sand. Let the last of tonight's thoughts drift outward and away, the way a fine sediment drifts down through still water until it finally, gently, comes to rest on a floor no one is watching anymore. Sleep well.